World of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551 Big Harvest. The sword energy on Lan Crossing's palm had dissipated. He stared at Lin Ming with his scalded eyes wide open. He never thought that he would be defeated so quickly. He still had a trick that he hadn't used yet, but he had no chance at all. In a strange space, before Lan Crossing's palm sword was swung out, the purple Zhuan spear had already appeared in front of Lan Crossing as if teleporting, piercing his heart. I didn't expect. I actually lost to a human in terms of state of mind. Lan Crossing grabbed the purple Zhuan spear and laughed miserably at himself. He opened his mouth and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. After his heart and lungs were broken, his chest was already filled with blood, pouring out from his trachea. Lin Ming pulled out a gun, and the vibration of the true energy had already rushed into Lan Crossing's meridians. Coupled with the heart explosion, Lan Crossing would definitely not survive. Ever since he suffered at the hands of Mu Qianxue, Mu Qianxue and Yang Boyan, and almost caused the closest people around him to be killed, Lin Ming has become more and more decisive. If he doesn't take action, it's fine. Once he takes action, he will cut the grass and root it out. A large amount of blood spurted out, and the floor tiles and Lan Crossing's feet were all stained red. This shocking scene made all the warriors in the audience silent. Most of them didn't think highly of Lin Ming before, but they never expected that Lin Ming would not only win, but also win so quickly. The whole battle was just a few moves, and Lin Ming defeated Lan Crossing with an overwhelming advantage. Although the last move was, because the spatial artistic conception contained in Lin Ming's spear move caught Lan Crossing off guard, there is no doubt that, even if Lan Crossing could dodge this attack, he would eventually be defeated by Lin Ming. Because after each of them used their trump cards, Lin Ming had suppressed Lan Crossing in terms of momentum. After he stabbed with a spear, he was able to break through Lan Crossing's sword curtain, which itself proved this point. Blue Star lost. This brat. In the audience, the trolls who had been waiting to see Lin Ming's pale face all looked a little ugly. Over the years, the pride that had formed in their bones made them unable to accept that a human was so far ahead of their young troll heroes in terms of talent. He may have the strength of a top-notch four-winged demon. This strength would rank him in the top 10 on the entire second floor of the Tower of Babel. It's hard to imagine that with Lan Crossing's talent, he would be qualified to become the Demon Emperor in the future, but this kid defeated Lan Crossing. Doesn't that mean, humph, don't boost other people's morale and destroy your own prestige? Lan Crossing is qualified to become the Demon Emperor, but he is only qualified. Above the Saint level geniuses are the Emperor level geniuses. How many people are called Emperor level geniuses every year, but how many of them actually become Demon Emperors? There are a lot of people who died along the way, those who were buried, and those who used up their potential. It's too early to say that Lin Ming, this kid, can become an emperor, said an elf warrior angrily. Among the major races in the Holy Demon Continent, humans and orcs have the least number of emperors. Lin Ming has just killed a genius from the fairy clan, and now someone says that he can become an emperor in the future. Naturally, he is unhappy. Lin Ming turned a deaf ear to the discussions of the warriors around him. He was now immersed in the baptism of the strong evil spirit. The evil spirit accumulated on Lan Crossing was too strong. Half of it was given to Lin Ming, which was like a revelation. The desires and obsessions in his heart were rapidly expanded under the watering of this evil spirit, and Lan Crossing's own desires were also mixed in. Power, beauty, glory, the martial arts realm of the Demon Emperor. Everything, all poured into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This strong desire to realize the desire now was like a devil breeding in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, trying to take root and sprout. This Babel Tower is really a fallen paradise. A cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes, and the black vortex of reincarnation martial arts appeared, directly rolling up all these desires and obsessions, and shredding them into pieces. After calming down again, Lin Ming soon found his original intention. I have a strong soul power, but I'm still affected by this desire. Many warriors present have soul power far inferior to mine. I'm afraid they cannot resist the invasion of this desire. Although they are not slaves dominated by desire, they have lost their original intentions to some extent. However, the magic skills are originally for doing whatever one wants, so losing a little original intention is not a big deal. From the fate of the female slaves in the Tower of Babel, we can more or less see the temperament and original intention of the trialists in the Tower of Babel. Raping and playing with female slaves is considered light. Others such as abusing, humiliating, ravaging, and killing female slaves are everywhere, and even many girls have been killed. Lin Ming took a deep breath, and the evil spirit in his body began to circulate in an orderly manner. On his arm, the demon tattoo became more and more solid. After the 2 wings, the second pair of wings of the demon tattoo finally condensed and took shape under the nourishment of the evil spirit. 4-winged demon. After killing Land Crossing, Lin Ming finally reached the realm of the 4-winged demon. The realm itself is not important to Lin Ming, but these accumulated evil spirits are of great benefit to Lin Ming's practice of great wilderness halberd art. Taking off Land Crossing's Zumi ring with one hand, Lin Ming glanced at the quality of the Zumi ring, which was surprisingly of the middle grade of the earth rank. As expected, he was a genius from a large sect. The Zumi ring was of the middle grade of the earth rank, and it was a very good first grade among the middle grade of the earth rank. As for the blood drinking seal, Lin Ming would naturally not let it go. After all, Land Crossing had a very high status among the demons. He did not let Land Crossing's body explode, so as not to embarrass the demons. He only released the blood extinguishing evil thunder, entered Land Crossing's body and wandered around, and directly sucked out the blood essence of Land Crossing's body. After doing all this, several staff members of the Tower of Babel came up and carried Land Crossing's body away. Those who kill will be killed. The arrogant Land Crossing felt just like that. Any warrior present may have the same fate one day. Young Master Lin, do you want to continue? The referee's voice was a little unnatural. Lin Ming's talent was too terrifying. As long as he didn't die in the future, he would definitely become a high-level member of the Tower of Babel, and he might even become his immediate superior. No, that's all for today. Lin Ming refused. He had some new ideas about the state of mind of Wind after this battle, and he was anxious to return to his residence to comprehend it. Okay please, young Master Lin. The referee's attitude was unusually respectful. Lin Ming turned around and walked off the stage. The warriors below the stage looked at Lin Ming with awe and strangeness. Walking to the exit of the fighting arena, the maid of the fairy tribe was still waiting there. She stared at Lin Ming blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Mr. Lin, you. Lin Ming handed the fairy girl a small box of blood crystals and said, wait for me at the Morning Inn in 5 days. The Morning Inn is an inn very close to the teleportation array of Lin Ming's training ground. Generally speaking, there is nothing in the training ground of warriors, so many warriors will choose to live in the inn and only return to the training ground when they practice. Ah. Okay. The fairy girl was stunned for a moment before answering hurriedly. If ordinary warriors asked her to meet at the inn, she could figure out what they wanted to do with her toes, but Lin Ming would definitely not have such an interest, otherwise he would have done it long ago. Mr. Lin, do you have any instructions? I want you to take me to a place to buy and rent war arrays, as long as they are high-level arrays above the quasi-emperor level. The high-level arrays above the quasi-emperor level cost 1 killing point to rent one, and even the top geniuses of the big sects were reluctant to watch them a few times. From what Lin Ming meant, he was going to rent them in large quantities. The fairy girl swallowed her saliva and nodded blankly. Then, see you in 5 days. Lin Ming said and left alone. He didn't walk fast, but the ground seemed to shorten under his feet. After only a few steps, he disappeared in the corridor. Sitting cross-legged on the stone bed in the training ground, Lin Ming took out all the things in the blue star zoom earring. After checking, he was secretly shocked. It must be said that killing people and robbing is indeed the fastest way to get rich. The wealth of Blue Star is much greater than that of the Black Rat. There are tens of thousands of medium-grade true essence stones, and more than 20 high-grade true essence stones. In addition, there are countless large and small pill bottles, various jade slips, and treasures. There is no need to look at the medium-grade blood evil crystals. Just put them away for spending. The high-grade blood evil crystals are kept for training, and Lin Ming also put them away. As for the elixirs and so on, after Lin Ming's simple identification, they are also classified and put away for use. The only thing left that needs to be carefully checked is the jade slips. Lin Ming was looking forward to the jade slip in Land Crossing's Zoomy ring. He immersed himself in it and scanned the contents of the jade slip bit by bit. Lin Ming seemed very patient. After half an hour, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This was it. Lin Ming picked out a very inconspicuous one from among the many jade slips. This jade slip recorded neither a technique nor a martial art, but the experience and accumulation of the fairy clan masters about the state of mind of wind. Looking at the spiritual imprint in it, this jade slip obviously came from more than one person, but the experience of many fairy clan masters. This is definitely a priceless thing. This kind of jade slip of state of mind, like the jade slip of the technique, is also something that cannot be copied. Many of the contents in it can only be understood, but not expressed in words, which deepens its preciousness. Land Crossing brought it with him, mostly for the purpose of understanding at any time. The goblins are born to be the dullings of the laws of nature. There are many masters in the tribe who have achieved great accomplishments in the realm of mind. These masters will leave behind a legacy. In this way, the experience will be passed down from generation to generation. Slowly, the goblin's advantage in the realm of mind will become greater and greater. The accumulation of several generations, dozens of generations, is very terrifying. This is also the reason why the older the sect, the deeper the foundation. With this jade slip, plus my own understanding of the realm of wind, this time my realm of wind will definitely reach a new level. Speed has never been Lin Ming's strong point. If he can make further progress in the realm of wind, plus the initial understanding of the realm of space, Lin Ming has the confidence to try to comprehend the second level of Golden Peng breaking the void. By then, his strength will definitely be further improved. Chapter 552, Improving Artistic Conception. His consciousness was immersed in the jade slip. There were not only textual introductions to the artistic conception of wind, but also various images. Lin Ming stared at the circle of wind patterns for a long time, constantly comprehending and chewing on the mysteries in it. It was just such a small circle of wind patterns, which seemed to contain various changes. If the wind patterns were integrated into the spear moves or steps, Lin Ming tried it as he thought of it, and performed the Golden Peng breaking the void body method in the training ground. The training ground was only a few feet square and extremely small, but Lin Ming's steps were not restricted at all, and were extremely flexible. His footprints were all over the ground, walls, stone beds, and even the ceiling. The artistic conception of wind and the laws of space were constantly integrated into it. Lin Ming's understanding of Golden Peng breaking the void became deeper and deeper. After being stuck in the first level of Golden Peng breaking the void body method for several years, he finally began to move towards the second level. Time passed unknowingly, and Lin Ming's retreat for this time lasted for 5 days. During this time, Lin Ming's true essence was consumed very badly. Whenever his true essence was exhausted, Lin Ming would take out a top-grade blood evil crystal from the Zoomy ring, breathe in the evil spirit, and train his true essence. Compared to the mild true essence stone, the blood evil crystal, especially the top-grade blood evil crystal, seemed to contain an unyielding will, which was difficult for warriors with weak wills to absorb. Every time, Lin Ming had to wear away this will before he could successfully absorb the blood evil crystal. However, compared to the true essence stone, the benefits of the blood evil crystal were also obvious. It could nourish the warrior's ki and blood, and also had a certain nourishing effect on the soul. Bang! A top-grade blood evil crystal exploded in Lin Ming's hand. The original warm crimson had completely disappeared, replaced by a light grayish white. Obviously, the energy in it had been exhausted. Blood evil energy poured into Lin Ming's body, blending with the heavenly demon tattoo, and constantly gathered in Lin Ming's danshan. Under such favorable conditions of time and place, Lin Ming's great wilderness halberd art can be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. I have only practiced for 5 days, and I have used up 10 high-grade blood evil crystals, which is more than 1,000 medium-grade blood evil crystals. In addition to the consumption of the practice ground, there are also the elixirs and jade slips used. No matter which one, it is a resource consumption that a small sect cannot afford. I robbed these resources, so I don't feel bad about spending them. If it were my own, even someone like Land Crossing would not be willing to squander them like this. It can be seen from the fact that there are only more than 20 high-grade Blood Evil crystals in Land Crossing's Zumi ring. Usually, when he practices, he mostly mixes medium-grade Blood Evil crystals with high-grade Blood Evil crystals. The higher the level of martial arts, the greater the expenditure. This is also the reason why civilian warriors are never as good as sect warriors. Similarly, warriors in the lower realm will not be as good as warriors in the divine realm. Lin Ming wasted resources without hesitation, and the effect was remarkable. He estimated that it would not take long before he could officially break through to the middle stage of the innate realm. At the same time, he also had a better understanding of the artistic conception of wind. Golden Peng breaking the void was approaching the second stage. Looking at the big hourglass placed in the room, 5 days had passed. It was time to buy the war array. Lin Ming walked into the teleportation array. With a flash of light, he disappeared in the room. The next moment, he had arrived at the Morning Inn. This was an antique inn. Although the interior decoration was not luxurious, it was simple and elegant, giving people a very comfortable feeling. This style of architecture was still rare in the Tower of Babel. Mr. Lin. When Lin Ming just entered the Morning Inn, a beautiful fairy girl stood up. After receiving Lin Ming's instructions, she had been waiting here since this morning. She had been waiting until now. Seeing Lin Ming coming, she hurried to meet him. She did not dare to neglect the orders of the trialists, especially a powerful trialist like Lin Ming. How is the task I asked you to do? Mr. Lin, please rest assured. I have already contacted many people. This quasi-emperor level war array is usually rented out by the official Tangshan Tower. The price is clearly marked, and there is no problem with the credibility. Okay, take me there. In the east of the second floor of Tangshan Tower, there is the largest trading market on the second floor. There are not only things sold by the official Tangshan Tower, but also things sold privately by warriors. Without exception, they are all fine products. After all, most people who come to Tangshan Tower have some skills. If they take out some garbage, no one will buy it. Instead, they will be ridiculed. As Lin Ming walked along, he saw many warriors setting up stalls. It was endless along the street. It's really lively here. Lin Ming has been in Tangshan Tower for so long, but he has never been to the trading market here. He has learned a lot. Well, because there are frequent battles in the Tower of Babel, killing is also a common thing. After killing, you will get the other party's property. There are many things that are not needed or used, so they are sold. That's why the trading market here is so hot. To set up a stall here for a day, you need to pay 50 medium grade true essence stones. Fighting is prohibited here. If anyone dares to make trouble, he will be hunted down by the law enforcement team, so safety is generally not a problem. The fairy girl was very familiar with the things on the second floor of the Tower of Babel, and patiently explained to Lin Ming. So that's how it is. Most of the people who were killed are young talents from major sects. The things in their Zumi rings are naturally not bad. This Tower of Babel is really a paradise for the strong. Even if you are penniless, as long as you have a skill, you can plunder a lot of resources. At the same time, you can also buy the best materials and elixirs in the Tower of Babel and enjoy the Emperor's service. Lin Ming casually glanced at one of the stalls. The stall owner specialized in selling various jade slips. The price of one set of jade slips for exercises was 500 medium grade Blood Evil crystals. One jade slip costs 500 middle grade Blood Evil crystals, and more than a dozen jade slips cost nearly 10,000 middle grade Blood Evil crystals. Any small stall can have such a large scale of transactions, which is beyond the reach of those third grade sects. However, the service attitude of the stall owner is really bad. No matter who you are still buying or not. If you don't buy, get out. This is also speechless. Most of these warriors are arrogant. Don't expect them to serve you humbly when they set up stalls. Lin Ming stopped in front of a stall with a large area. The stall owner was a fat fairy. Generally, the warriors of the fairy tribe are graceful and elegant. Fat people like this are rare. The fat stall owner originally had a lazy look and didn't pay much attention to anyone. When he saw Lin Ming coming, his eyes glared. Lin Ming? Since the battle with Blue Star, Lin Ming is now famous and has been recognized as one of the top 10 strong men in the Tangshan Tower. Haha, young Master Lin, what do you need when you visit our shop? The fat stall owner said with a smile. Although he was a little surprised to see Lin Ming here, he did not show any fear, but instead said it in a teasing tone. I want to exchange for blood evil crystals. In the trading area, the currency used for transactions is basically medium grade blood evil crystals, and occasionally high grade blood evil crystals are used. Low grade blood evil crystals are not welcome at all, because no one uses this thing, except to reward servants, and it is too slow to use it for cultivation. Oh. Medium grade for high grade? The fat stall owner's eyes flashed, and he guessed Lin Ming's intention at once. Yes. The fat stall owner blinked his eyes and said, young Master Lin is rich. The medium grade blood evil crystals are still too slow to use for cultivation. You want to exchange them for high grade ones? Okay. Starting from 10 yuan, the exchange rate is 115 to 1. The general exchange price is 100 to 1, but in the Tower of Babel, this price should be slightly higher, and high grade blood evil crystals are relatively scarce. Okay. Lin Ming agreed immediately. I'll change it for 100 yuan. 100 yuan means 11,500 medium grade blood evil crystals. After Lin Ming looted Blue Star, it was easy for him to come up with this money. Hey, I have 30 yuan now, I can pay you first. The fat stall owner said, and took out a small jade box from the Zumi ring. After opening it, it was the extremely pure top grade blood evil crystal. The rich blood evil aura escaped, interspersed with pure heaven and earth energy. The fairy girl's eyes were straight. Seeing 30 top grade blood evil crystals at once, the visual impact was too shocking. She couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, as if she wanted to absorb more of the heaven and earth energy emitted by the top grade blood evil crystals. This pure energy, flowing into the meridians, is of great benefit. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. These top geniuses have very extraordinary talents. In addition, they use this kind of blood evil crystal to practice, and their training speed can be imagined. The fairy girl thought helplessly. Lin Ming glanced at the jade box, and after confirming that the amount was correct, he readily paid 3,450 medium grade blood evil crystals, and put the jade box away. I'll come back to you in a few days for the rest. 100 yuan is not too little, and 200 yuan is not too much. There were more than 30,000 medium grade blood evil crystals in the Blue Star Zumi ring. Lin Ming planned to spend more than 10,000 for expenses, and the rest would be used for cultivation. Okay, I'll help you raise the money within 10 days. The fat stall owner agreed immediately. He was not an unknown person on the second floor, otherwise he would not be able to take out 30 high-grade blood evil crystals at once. Lin Ming nodded, and turned to the fairy girl and said, let's go and buy a formation plate. Ah. Okay. Exchanging for high-grade blood evil crystals was just a small episode. Lin Ming's destination for this trip was the Beibao building in the center of the trading area. Beibao building was opened by a 10-winged lord of the Tangshan Tower, and the things sold in it were all the best of the best. Among them, the battle arrays for quasi-emperor level masters, to fight against are the most comprehensive on the second floor of Beibao building, which is much more complete than the registration office of the training ground. Beibao building has a total of 9 floors, and is surrounded by various restrictions. After Lin Ming stepped into Beibao building, there were only 7 or 8 warriors inside. Such a place never needs a lot of people. And among these 7 or 8 warriors, Lin Ming saw a familiar face. Huh? Is it you? Before Lin Ming spoke, the other party spoke first. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553, Eightfold Death. In front of Lin Ming was a woman in black, with a black veil covering her face. One could vaguely see her beautiful face underneath the veil, which was no less than that of a fairy. She was plump and tall, not much shorter than Lin Ming, but she had a faint aura of evil, which indicated that this beautiful girl was also on the path of killing. This girl was Mu Qianxue, whom Lin Ming had met before on the way to the blood killing. What surprised Lin Ming was that when he met her this time, her cultivation had improved by a small realm compared to the last time they met. It had only been a month, but Lin Ming was secretly shocked by her growth rate. She was probably not inferior to Mu Qianxue. You are also on the second floor of the Tower of Babel? Lin Ming was a little surprised. With the strength of the girl in black, it was a bit of a stretch to go to the second floor. In the Tower of Babel, one could enter the first floor by paying the blood-killing crystal, and to enter the second floor, one had to either have a certain level of cultivation or be very strong and could fight all the way up from the first floor. Generally, the first level is called the outer city, and the level above the first level is called the inner city. At the beginning, Mo King fought a troll warrior who lived in the outer city and was evenly matched. Now, if he advances a small realm, he can only barely enter the second level. He will probably be eaten to pieces when he goes to the ring. Well, is there a problem? Because he was completely defeated by Lin Ming in Hungry City before, Mo King always felt a little unconvinced. Lin Ming smiled indifferently. Of course there is no problem, but I think you. Lin Ming wanted to give a few instructions, but then he thought that he was meddling in other people's business. Mo King's senior brother was obviously a senior trialist in the Tower of Babel, so why did he need to remind him? You don't seem to have been to the fighting arena? Lin Ming asked casually. No, I just arrived at the second floor. Senior brother has already opened a first-class training ground on the second floor. Let me practice for a year first. Mo King curled his lips when he said this, obviously dissatisfied with Mo Gu's arrangement. Haha, it's good to practice first. The practice area of Tangshan Tower is very good. As far as I know, many young talents who just came to Tangshan Tower practiced for 1 or 2 years before going to the martial arts arena. Lin Ming suddenly realized that Mo Gu asked Mo King to come to the second floor just for practice. With Mo King's talent, if he practiced for a year, he would be qualified to go to the martial arts arena. This is a good idea. Of course, there must be sufficient resources to do so. As he was thinking, a man in black walked in from the gate of Beibao Tower. This man was tall and imposing, and faintly exuded an aura of looking down on the world. This man was Mo King's senior brother Mo Gu. It's this brother. We are really destined to meet for the 3rd time in a row. Mo Gu saw Lin Ming as soon as he came in, and said with a fist. Mo Gu was not surprised to meet Lin Ming in Tangshan Tower. When he saw Lin Ming in Hungry City, he guessed that Lin Ming might also come to Polaris City. Mo Gu was naturally happy to make friends with a young talent like Lin Ming. If Lin Ming had not died in the future, his achievements would have been close to the Divine Sea. The benefits of making friends with a quasi-emperor level expert were obvious. Lin Ming also clasped his fists in return. My name is Mo Gu. I don't know your name, brother. This was the second time Mo Gu introduced himself. As for his name, Lin Ming naturally had nothing to hide, so he said directly, I'm Lin Ming. Lin Ming? Mo Gu was startled, then laughed and said, so that's how it is. The human genius who defeated Blue Star on the first floor, and then on the second floor is you. Haha, what a coincidence. I should have thought of it earlier. Mo Gu brought Mo King to the second floor of the Tower of Babel during the days when Lin Ming was in seclusion. As soon as he arrived on the second floor, he heard about Lin Ming. He originally thought that this Lin Ming who could defeat Blue Star might be about 24 or 25 years old. Although it was amazing, it was acceptable. However, he did not expect that Lin Ming was actually the young man he met at the entrance of the blood-killing plane, who was younger than Mo King. This was incredible. He thought that he had already given Lin Ming a high evaluation before, but now it seems that he still underestimated it. With Lin Ming's talent, as long as he did not die, it was a sure thing for him to enter the Sea of Gods. Thinking of this, Mo Gu's smile grew even brighter. Even if he couldn't make friends with such a person, he should at least leave a good impression on him, and not make enemies with him. Brother Mo, you are too kind. Lin Ming replied casually. Mo King, who was beside Mo Gu, also looked at Lin Ming in disbelief. Her dark eyes rolled around. She had only come to the second floor in the past few days. Lin Ming was actually this guy? The first floor was a big deal, which was nothing to Mo King, but the fact that he easily defeated the masters of the first echelon on the second floor made Mo King have to admit it. She had watched the competition in the martial arts arena accompanied by Mo Gu before. It was a competition between several low-level warriors. However, she had to admit that if she went up, she would definitely not be able to beat them. Brother, are you here to buy something at Beibao Lao? Emogu was thinking as he spoke. When he saw Lin Ming buying a mount in Hungry City before, he didn't seem to be rich, otherwise he wouldn't have taken out a lot of low-grade blood evil crystals with a lot of impurities to buy a second-rate mount. I really don't know where this guy came from. We are not buying anything, we just want to rent some war arrays. War arrays? We also happen to want to rent some. Let's go together. The war arrays in this 100 treasures building are at least those used by strong men in the late stage of the Zuandan realm, and there are even quasi-emperor level masters at the 6th and 7th levels of the Mingayan realm. The high level arrays are all on the upper floors. Let's go up. Okay. The 4 of them went upstairs. This 100 treasures building has a total of 9 floors. The first few floors are open to entry, but the ones after that require some qualifications to enter. When they reached the 4th floor, they were stopped by a handsome male waiter. Please show your identification. Only warriors with 4-winged demons or above can enter here. Lin Ming didn't waste any words and took out his identity token. His demon tattoo was already more than 4 wings, so there was naturally no problem. Emogu was needless to say, he was almost reaching the level of 6-winged demon. But Emoking was not like that. She was not even a double-winged demon. When Lin Ming thought that Emoking would stop him, Emogu took out a jade slip similar to a pass from the Zumi ring and handed it to the waiter. After the waiter glanced at it, he allowed Emoking to enter. Even the fairy maid servant brought by Lin Ming was allowed to enter, which made the little girl very surprised. After all, for low-level warriors, the upper floors of the treasure house were legendary places, always with a hint of mystery. Lin Ming looked at Emogu in surprise. He didn't know where Emogu came from, but looking at the waiter, he was very calm and didn't look particularly respectful. It seemed that there was nothing unexpected. Maybe it was just a privilege for the higher level trialists of the Tower of Babel. Thinking this way, Lin Ming didn't ask much and went all the way to the 5th floor of the treasure house. A middle-aged man in a purple robe came up to greet him with a smile. He slightly adjusted his clothes and smiled. What do you need? I want to rent a war array, Lin Ming said. What realm do you need? Quasi-emperor. Oh. The purple-robed middle-aged man was a little surprised. The rental fee for a quasi-emperor level war array is very expensive, and ordinary warriors can't afford it. How much? 5. Lin Ming said calmly. This time, not only the purple-robed middle-aged man was stunned, but also Emogu was stunned. He originally came to rent a war array for Emoking, but he only planned to rent 10 war arrays for the 1st and 2nd life-falling strongmen. As for the quasi-emperor level, because of Emoking's repeated requests, he decided to spend money to rent one to open Emoking's eyes. Even so, he felt quite painful, but he didn't expect Lin Ming to ask for 5 yuan at the first moment. This was too extravagant. Turning his head to look at Emoking, the little girl looked dissatisfied, obviously complaining that he was stingy, which made Emogu smile bitterly. This Lin Ming didn't take the killing points seriously at all. This way please. The middle-aged man in purple robe immediately invited Lin Ming to a private room. The room was decorated very delicately, with an antique 8 immortal table and 4 rattan chairs. 2 young and beautiful girls in the condensation vane stage saw the guests coming in and brought a pot of tea. They knelt down respectfully, placed the teacups on the table, and poured the tea. Please taste it, everyone. This is the 5-flower spirit tea. It is made from 5 kinds of camellia flowers and is stir-fried with a special process. It not only has a unique flavor, but also has a nourishing effect on the soul. Lin Ming nodded and took a sip. It was indeed fragrant. I wonder what type of war array you need, young man? A powerful human being who has fallen? Or a quasi-emperor from the trolls and monsters? Lin Ming said, it doesn't matter what race it is. I want a quasi-emperor level master who is proficient in the realm of wind, time, and space. As long as any one of them is met, it will be fine. I need 5 in total. Lin Ming originally earned 10 killing points on the first floor, plus the 3 he snatched from Blue Star, for a total of 13 points. He had used 5 of them to rent the training ground, and 1 for the quasi-emperor array disc. Now he has 7 points left, and he can afford to use 5 to buy the array disc. The purple-robed middle-aged man thought for a moment and said to the girl beside him, "Go and get all the war arrays from pavilion number 1, pavilion number 3, and pavilion number 7 yes." The girl bowed and stepped back. The purple-robed middle-aged man said, "If you must have quasi-emperor level masters who are proficient in the realm of wind, time, and space, I'm afraid we can't get 5. There is a top master who is proficient in the laws of simultaneous time and space, and he meets your requirements very well, but just what?" The purple-robed middle-aged man smiled and said, "He is not a quasi-emperor. Although his cultivation is not as good as the Sea of Gods, he is an 8th level life-falling master. In terms of strength, he is even stronger than the Demon Emperor and the Monster Emperor." Lin Ming's heart moved. 8th level life-falling master. He had heard of the 8th level life-falling masters of mankind a long time ago, but he had only heard of them and had never seen them. He didn't expect that there would be an array for the 8th level life-falling masters to fight here. Chapter 554, Emogu's advice. Lin Ming had been looking forward to the 8-fold lifefall. Since he came to the Holy Demon continent, he had been constantly instilled with the fact, humans are not talented. In terms of physical strength, humans are not as good as the trolls and barbarians. In terms of soul power talent, humans are not as good as the dwarf demons. In terms of affinity with the law, they are not as good as the goblins. The only thing that humans have a slight advantage in is understanding, which is not very obvious, and is not necessarily much stronger than the goblins. Under such circumstances, humans cannot beat anyone among warriors of the same level, and can only bully the orcs who are regarded as a low-level race in the Holy Demon continent. After learning these things, Lin Ming felt a little uncomfortable. He himself is a human, and humans have poor talents, which means that his future cultivation will encounter many obstacles. It was not until later that he heard that after the life fall, humans are reborn, and their physical fitness will slowly catch up with the trolls, especially the strong ones with the 7th and 8th life falls, whose physical fitness can surpass the trolls. The 8-fold life fall, the strength is not even inferior to the real Demon Emperor. Therefore, for humans, the special state of life falling, which is contained in the Zuanden, is like a process of rebirth from a cocoon. The pain and danger in it are self-evident, but once you get through it, you will break out of the cocoon and transform into a perfect life. The trolls and barbarians do not need to go through life falling. In terms of strength, the Demon Emperor of the trolls is better than the God Sea Mighty with the 5th and 6th life falling. As for the God Sea Mighty with the 7th life falling, they are a little inferior, and they are far inferior to the God Sea Mighty with the 8th life falling. It's a pity that few humans, whether in Qianxue continent or Shengmo continent, can survive the 8th life falling. The 6th life falling is good. Many warriors can't bear the pressure and pain of life falling again and again, and they fall after the 3rd or 4th life falling. This also leads to the fact that it is much more difficult for humans to give birth to a God Sea Mighty than for the trolls to give birth to a Demon Emperor. This is a battle array. I want to rent it. How many killing points do I need? Lin Ming was very interested in this quasi-emperor battle array. Not only did he have the 8-fold life fall, but the most important thing was that this expert had comprehended the law of space and time. The law of space and time was originally somewhat illusory, and those who could comprehend it were rare. At the same time, those who could survive the 8-fold life fall were even rarer. Combining the two, there was no doubt that this human expert was a genius among geniuses. Maybe he would ascend to the god realm in the future. Of course, Lin Ming wanted the battle array that such a legendary figure had used. The middle-aged man in purple robe said, this battle array should require 3-star authority, but since it is placed on the 2nd floor, 2-star authority is barely enough. It requires 3 killing points and 3,000 middle-grade blood evil crystals. 3 killing points. 3,000 middle-grade blood evil crystals. Emogu, who was sitting next to Lin Ming, was secretly shocked. This price was really shocking. Lin Ming agreed without any hesitation. Being able to watch the war footage of this important battle is the most important thing. Killing points and the like can be earned again. As long as you can gain a little more understanding, it is worth it, even if you spend all the killing points. The purple-robed middle-aged man saw Lin Ming agreed and smiled. This time he did not ask the servant to get it, but went to the attic to get the war array plate himself. After the purple-robed middle-aged man left, Emogu heard Emoking's slightly dissatisfied true energy transmission in his ears. Senior brother. Emogu heard it and immediately complained. If he had known earlier, he would not have come up with Lin Ming today. Who knew that this guy did not take money seriously at all? Junior sister, please don't ask me for the quasi-emperor level war array. I can't afford it. No, I just want to. Can we borrow the killing array after Lin Ming rents it and take a look? Emogu shook his head and said, you wish for it. Not to mention that they may not lend it to you. Even if they are willing to lend it to you, it won't work. What you can think of, how can others not think of it? The Tower of Tangshan has already stipulated this. There are restrictions on each war array. It can only be viewed by one person. Others can't watch it, even if they want to. If you want to break the restrictions and forcibly violate the rules, the consequences will be very serious. Emogu's words directly put an end to Emoking's little idea, but she still felt itchy in her heart. That was the killing array that the eightfold life-falling masters fought against. Such people are much less than the sea of gods. Not to mention the eightfold life-falling, the sevenfold life-falling is already not easy. If there are nearly 100 human sea of gods in this holy demon continent, then the number of eightfold life-falling masters will not exceed one hand. How can Emoking not look forward to this? Emogu naturally saw through Emoking's thoughts and said, you were not convinced before, weren't you? In fact, you can rent the war array by fighting for 3 killing points. I'll pay for the blood evil crystals for you. Compared to 3 killing points, 3,000 blood evil crystals are not worth much. Emoking was a little discouraged when Emogu said this. Although she was also a proud person, she knew the gap between her and the top young talents in the tower. After coming to Tangshan Tower for so many days, she would not be able to get 3 killing points in the next year. The middle-aged man in purple robe came back soon, holding a cube box wrapped in yellow silk. He carefully opened the silk to reveal a jade box with many restrictions inside. The finest warm jade was carved with beautiful and delicate patterns. The middle-aged man in purple robe untied the restrictions one by one and handed the heavy array in the jade box to Lin Ming. Young man, this is it. Lin Ming swept his mind over the array plate, calmed down his excitement, took out a box full of blood evil crystals from the Zumi ring, and pushed it in front of the purple-robed middle-aged man. This is 5,000 medium-grade blood evil crystals. I want this array plate, and 2 quasi-emperor level war array plates. Okay, you wait a moment. The purple-robed middle-aged man put away the blood evil crystals with a smile. He was able to manage the Beibeo Pavilion here, because of the 10 wings lord behind the Beibeo Pavilion. The performance of the Beibeo Pavilion was good, and he also got a lot of benefits. Today was a big deal. After a while, Lin Ming, under the guidance of the purple-robed middle-aged man, picked out 2 array plates from the maid. Both array plates were made by the quasi-demon emperor, and the artistic conception laws were the artistic conception of wind and the artistic conception of time and space. After Lin Ming, Emoking also found an array plate she liked, but because of the eightfold life-falling array plate rented by Lin Ming, her original expectation was diluted a lot. Junior brother Lin, I'm a few years older than you, so I'm arrogant to call you Junior brother Lin. I have a suggestion for you. Oh, brother Mo, please speak. Lin Ming put away the formation plate and listened attentively. It's like this, brother Lin. Do you still remember when Blue Star won 10 consecutive games? He immediately received a challenge from a senior strongman. It was Hu Yanluo at that time, right? Yes, that's right. Emogu said. In fact, this is the unspoken rule of the Tower of Babel. Every time a newcomer wins 10 consecutive games, a senior trial taker will come out to reap the rewards in the 11th battle, because by ending a warrior's winning streak, you can get the killing points he got for his winning streak. So everyone will want to make a move in the 11th battle to plunder these killing points. There are too many monks and too little meat, so some regulations will be formed among the strong. According to the strength, you can get several such opportunities. Junior brother Lin, your strength is already able to rank among the first echelon of the 2nd floor of the Tower of Babel. You are qualified to fight for such an opportunity. Oh, is there such a thing? Lin Ming swallowed a mouthful of tea. This is a good opportunity to earn killing points. Otherwise, if you only rely on winning streak, the killing points you can get will be limited after all, because as you win more and more games in a row, opponents will not be so easy to find. Emogu said, this is the easiest way for a warrior of the Tower of Babel to gain killing points, but you have to be careful of the people on the second floor. One is a woman from the fairy tribe, nicknamed Charm Girl, with unpredictable moves. Another is Blood Barbarian from the Barbarian tribe, who is powerful and bloodthirsty. On the ring, his opponents are almost never alive. The last one is Crossing Cheyenne from the Troll tribe, who has been staying on the second floor for at least 3 years. He is the most terrifying warrior on the second floor. What? Stayed there for 3 years? He didn't go to the third floor for 3 years. Lin Ming was a little surprised. When he was on the first floor, he could go to the second floor as long as he won 12 games in a row or won the game. He had to go, even if he didn't want to. But when he got to the second floor, it seemed that he had never heard of how to go to the third floor. That black rat had won 19 games in a row when he fought with him. Lin Ming suddenly thought of something and asked Emogu, which level are you on? Emogu said, I'm on the 3rd level. With your strength, you should be able to easily rank in the first echelon on the 2nd level, right? It shouldn't be difficult to earn killing points. Emogu smiled bitterly and said, no, I'm too old, so I can only be on the 3rd level. In fact, on the 2nd level, as long as you get 20 consecutive wins, or your cultivation reaches a 5-star demon general or above, you can go to the 3rd level, if you meet either of the 2 conditions. However, few warriors will actually go to the 3rd level, unless they are old enough, because it is easier for them to earn killing points on the 2nd level, and the warriors on the 3rd level are older, and have higher cultivation levels. There are many senior warriors on the 2nd floor, who are very powerful. They have had the ability to come to the 3rd floor for a long time, but they have stayed on the 2nd floor for several years. For example, Crossing Cheyenne is definitely a scary person. Although I'm on the 3rd floor, I believe that I'm far from his opponent. When you negotiate with him, you must be extra careful and not to anger him. Although your strength has been ranked in the 1st echelon, the strength gap between the warriors in the 1st echelon is also very large. Crossing Cheyenne has obtained the badge of 100 consecutive victories over the years. On the 2nd floor, he is almost the king. Lin Ming nodded. If he continued to accumulate killing points on the 2nd floor, in exchange for a large amount of resources, and practiced hard and gained experience, he would indeed make rapid progress. After 3 or 4 years of accumulation, his strength would be quite terrifying. Lin Ming said, thank you brother Amo for your advice. I will go to negotiate with the senior trialists on the 2nd floor, and get my share of the killing points. Well, we humans are a vulnerable group in the Tower of Babel. If we are treated unfairly, we should fight when we can, endure when we should, bend and stretch, and don't be too impulsive. Emogu thought about it, and said this again. Thanks to brother Shanghai Kaishukao for the 50,000 red. Seeing red again is exciting. Thank you. Chapter 555, Battle. Lin Ming's face darkened. He put down his wine glass, and looked at Crossing Cheyenne coldly, laughing. Have you laughed enough? Crossing Cheyenne licked his lips, laughed twice, and his eyes turned cold. No one has dared to talk to me like this on the 2nd floor of the Babel Tower for several years. That's because you didn't go to the 3rd floor. What? My proposal is ridiculous. Lin Ming looked at Crossing Cheyenne frankly, not afraid of Crossing Cheyenne's pressure at all. Crossing Cheyenne sneered, and the murderous aura on his body became stronger and stronger. You are really courageous. I don't know whether to say you are brave or stupid. I have 100 ways to make you unable to walk to the training ground after leaving the dark restaurant. You can try. Lin Ming's voice was indifferent, without any fear. Humph. Crossing Cheyenne snorted coldly, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Killing Lin Ming outside the martial arts arena was the worst choice. The Babel Tower needed to gather a large number of young talents. They were the source of wealth. If the news of the 10-winged lord killing the top genius spread, who would dare to come? For the Holy Demon Continent, the Tower of Tangshan always carries some mysterious colors. Many geniuses come here, to train for the rich source of evil spirits and a large number of training resources, but they don't know that they themselves are the best fertilizer for watering the source of evil spirits. Although the high-level officials of the Tower of Tangshan really hope that these geniuses will die here, they dare not assassinate them at will. Otherwise, once or twice, it is okay, but if it happens too many times, it will inevitably arouse suspicion from those who are interested. Therefore, the lords of the heavenly demons usually use their hawks and dogs to fight in the martial arts arena and kill those enemies with great growth potential within the rules. As for the lord of the heavenly demons himself, it is impossible for him to take action. He would rather let those top geniuses become 10-winged demons than damage the reputation of the Tower of Tangshan. This is also the bottom line of the Tower of Tangshan. Therefore, some super sects with profound backgrounds, knowing the secrets of the Tower of Tangshan, will still send their young talents to the Tower of Tangshan for training. As long as they are strong, they are not afraid of being targeted. To put it another way, even if the strength is not enough, leaving the Tower of Tangshan after becoming an 8-winged demon is also a winner. Of course, Lin Ming didn't know about these things. Crossing Cheyenne suddenly sneered, and the murderous aura on his body was restrained. Do you want to end someone else's winning streak? I will satisfy you. Lin Ming was silent. He had already prepared for the other party to refuse, but he didn't expect him to agree. Crossing Cheyenne put down the wine glass and said lightly, leave a sound transmission mark. I will notify you when it is your turn to play. Lin Ming left the sound transmission mark and got up and left without saying anything more. After Lin Ming left, Crossing Cheyenne's mouth showed a hideous smile and he took out a sound transmission sound from Zumi. Lin Ming left the dark restaurant and returned to his own practice place. He took off his shirt, sat on the stone bed, and began to meditate and breathe. This Crossing Cheyenne clearly has murderous intentions towards me. On the second floor of the Tower of Babel, warriors who are ranked in the first echelon of strength should have the opportunity to end their winning streak, but I can't. Is it because I'm a human that Crossing Cheyenne has the intention to kill me? Or is it that some of the trolls I killed before are Crossing Cheyenne's relatives or friends? Lin Ming thought about it for a while, but he stopped thinking about it when he couldn't come up with any conclusion. When the enemy comes, the general will block it, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. Lin Ming is not afraid of challenges at all. Instead, he is afraid of a situation where there will be a cold audience after he goes on stage and no one can fight. He took out the war array from the Zumi ring that the eightfold life-falling warriors fought, adjusted his mind to a completely relaxed state, and input the true essence into the war array. Various illusions appeared on the array. The battlefield was an endless desert. At a height of thousands of feet, a man in a white robe stood in the air, holding a two-handed heavy sword in his hand. The man had a very easygoing temperament, with unruly long hair, and looked somewhat lazy and cynical. If it weren't for the fact that he was the only human in the picture, Lin Ming really couldn't believe that he was the human warrior with the 8th level of life. Last time I saw the Phantom of the Emperor level fight, although I couldn't feel the momentum in the Phantom, I still felt frightened. But this time, looking at this senior with the 8th level of life, it was as if I was looking at an ordinary person. This state of returning to nature is frightening. Moreover, the opponent's age is only about 20 or 30 years old. Although the lifespan of a warrior will be greatly extended after the life, the fact that he can maintain such a young appearance also reflects from the side that he was very young when he entered the life realm. This senior is definitely the top among the emperor level geniuses. Saint level geniuses stop at the first level of life. Emperor level geniuses are qualified to compete for the divine sea. Of course, even if they are both divine seas, the gap is also huge. A divine sea with the 5th level of life will probably be killed instantly by a divine sea with the 8th level of life. Lin Ming thought so, and looked at the human man's opponent. There were two opponents. One was a troll and the other was a dwarf. Both were quasi-emperor level. I didn't expect that there were two opponents. The trolls were physically strong and good at close frontal attacks. The dwarfs were powerful in spirit and good at long range attacks. The combination of one long and one short is very difficult to deal with. I wonder how the senior will deal with it. Lin Ming waited and watched. At this moment, the quasi-emperor of the troll moved first. He held a mountain-splitting axe. When he moved, the surging magic energy was like the collapse of the sky and the earth. Tiny space cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Although it was just a shadow of the war, Lin Ming still felt the earth-shattering impact of this attack. The eightfold life-falling strongman of the human just laughed wildly, holding a heavy sword, and rushed forward, head-on. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. When humans and trolls fight, they basically win by speed. In terms of head-on collision, humans are far inferior to trolls. However, facing the troll's powerful attack, this senior did not hesitate to rush forward. The moment the heavy sword and the mountain-splitting axe collided, the light shone brightly on the world. There was no sound in the illusion, but Lin Ming could imagine the horror of the collision sound. Even the clouds in the sky were blown away. The troll retreated. Lin Ming watched the troll being chopped away by the sword of the human warrior who had fallen 8 times, spitting out blood, obviously seriously injured. At this moment, the dwarf demon quasi-emperor was muttering something. His dry lips opened and closed, and then, a series of purple curses came out of the dwarf demon quasi-emperor's mouth. The human senior sneered at this scene, and then he stabbed out with a sword, separated by a distance of 1,000 feet. But at this time, an incredible scene happened. The sword seemed to completely ignore the 1,000 feet distance, and stabbed directly in front of the dwarf demon quasi-emperor. That feeling was as if the space was squeezed together, and then pierced by the human warrior's sword. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he stared at the sword intently. This terrifying artistic conception made his mind tremble. The dwarf demon quasi-emperor showed a look of fear. He wanted to dodge the sword, but the space around him suddenly tightened and shattered, completely blocking his evasive route. Puff! A sword pierced through the heart. The long sword twisted, bringing up a puff of blood, and the dwarf demon quasi-emperor was split into 2. Dead. Lin Ming was completely stunned. A quasi-emperor master died just like that. The troll quasi-emperor also showed a look of fear and shock. Obviously, he had never expected that the strength of this human strongman was so terrifying. He paused for a moment, and decisively turned around and ran away. At this time, a very discordant scene happened. The speed of the troll quasi-emperor seemed to slow down suddenly. He was obviously flying at full speed, but his speed was not much faster than that of the Zuundan strongman. It was as if he was stuck in a quagmire and had difficulty moving. At this moment, the human senior caught up and stabbed with a sword. It looked like a slow sword, but it instantly appeared at the back of the troll quasi-emperor. The troll quasi-emperor wanted to turn around to block, but his speed was trapped in the swamp of time and he couldn't speed up at all. In the end, the human strongman pierced his heart from the back with a sword. Blood spurted out, and the troll quasi-emperor died on the spot. The floating shadow ends here. Lin Ming let out a long breath. His mind was shocked. 2 quasi-emperors were killed with 3 swords. The quasi-emperors of the trolls and dwarves were too far behind the eightfold life fall. In addition, this senior was originally a genius who understood the laws and was familiar with the unpredictable laws of time and space, so it led to a one-sided battle, which was completely a massacre. Human talents are not weak at all, but the test is too cruel. How many people can reach the eightfold life fall? However, the more difficult the test, the more excited Lin Ming was. He was not afraid of how cruel the test was, but he was afraid that he would not even have the opportunity to withstand the test. The last 2 swords of this human elder contain infinite mysteries. I wonder how much I can comprehend. Lin Ming thought so, and prepared to practice in seclusion. At this moment, a flash of fire appeared in front of his eyes and a sound transmission node lit up. Then, Crossing Shan's voice rang in Lin Ming's ears. Human boy, you are lucky. There will be a chance to attack in 5 days. A warrior will get a full 10-game winning streak. If you are afraid of death, don't come. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. So fast. Lin Ming pinched out the fire in his hand and sneered. No matter what the other party was up to, he would not care. As long as he had absolute strength, there was nothing to fear. 5 days is just enough for me to comprehend the war array. Maybe there will be some remaining time to improve my cultivation. Thinking of this, Lin Ming put the matter aside completely and soon entered the ethereal martial spirit, immersed in the comprehension of the law. At this time, in a private room of the dark restaurant, Qianxue drank 1,000-year-old wine, smiled evilly and said to a black man beside him, "Zhu man, I remember that you are about to win 70 games in a row. Lin Ming, this idiot, wants to end other people's winning streaks to earn killing points. I think it's more appropriate to let you play. Ha 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 ha. Brother, although Lin Ming has good talent, he is still a newcomer after all, and he is still wet behind the ears. You want me to take action? I won't even win consecutive games against him." Zhu man tore off a large piece of barbecue and said dissatisfiedly, "I was late for an hour and finished writing at 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm very sorry." Chapter 556, The Middle Stage of Xianxian. Qianxue said, "I also think that the Lord is making a big fuss. Although this human has good talent, it is not necessary to pay attention to him so early. It is better to wait a few more years and use him to get rid of some people with potential before getting rid of him. In the Tower of Babel, letting young talents kill each other is the best way to deal with potential threats. When two strong forces fight, one will be injured." Line Crossing was also a strong enemy at the beginning, but he was defeated by Lin Ming. Anyway, it is the order passed down by the Lord. In this case, get rid of him, mainly because he is a human. If it is a troll or a barbarian, the Lord should be happy to train him. In the training chamber, Lin Ming was unaware of all this. He was in a strange state, holding the purple Zuan spear and stabbing one shot after another. Lin Ming did not infuse any true energy in his spear moves. With Lin Ming's spear speed, he could have stabbed hundreds of times in a moment, and the spear shadows would have been so connected that water could not penetrate. However, now, Lin Ming's spear stabbing speed was not fast, and sometimes it was so slow that even ordinary people could see it clearly. Without the use of true energy and the extreme speed, Lin Ming's spear moves looked like those of rookies who were just learning martial arts for the first time. If the instructors of the 7 Zuanwu Palace had seen it, they would have definitely commented that his foundation was weak and his spears were weak. However, Lin Ming's spear moves were somewhat special. Whether it was his speed or the trajectory of his spears, they were constantly changing, making it difficult to predict. Sometimes, a spear was fast at first, but then slowed down, or it was originally stabbed in a straight line, but the trajectory was twisted halfway through. Such strange spear moves made people feel very uncoordinated. Time passed bit by bit, and the quicksand in the hourglass slowly decreased. Lin Ming was completely immersed in cultivation. Unconsciously, the shadow of Lin Ming's spear began to twist. Although the purple spear was straight, it looked erratic and omnipresent. 3 days passed, 5 days passed, 10 days passed. Lin Ming relied on the 3 Bigu pills he took before practicing, and completely forgot about time and the 5-day deadline. He practiced with his spear and forgot everything. The dense evil spirit in the practice ground was gradually driven by Lin Ming's spear. He stabbed out with murderous aura. Obviously, there was no true essence attached to the spear, but for some reason, facing this spear, it was like facing thousands of troops, and the spear carried an elusive sense of time and space confusion, and it seemed that the exact position of the spear tip could not be judged at all. Lin Ming didn't know how many shots he fired. The big hourglass in the corner of the house had long drained the quicksand. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, all the evil spirits in the practice ground rolled into a vortex and gathered in Lin Ming's danshan, almost compressed into substance. Middle Xianxian. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief and was overjoyed. He had finally broken through to the middle Xianxian. If he could enter the Zuandan stage someday, he would be able to return to the southern heaven region. Lin Ming glanced at the hourglass in the corner of the house. Because the hourglass had run dry, he didn't know how long it had been. It took 4 days for the hourglass to run dry once, so it seemed that at least 4 days had passed. It's been more than 4 days? Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. He thought it was only 7 or 8 hours. I don't know if the 5-day battle deadline Qianxue gave me has passed. If it has, it's over. It doesn't matter. Lin Ming thought about it and sent a sound transmission note to the fairy girl, asking her what day it was today. After receiving the fairy girl's reply, Lin Ming was stunned for a long time. Luoho, Shuiori. Counting with his fingers, 30 days have passed. I have been practicing for 30 days. Lin Ming couldn't believe it. Although it was not unusual for a warrior to retreat for 10 or 8 years at a time, Lin Ming had never experienced such a long retreat, let alone like what happened just now. 30 days passed in a blink of an eye, but he felt as if only a few hours had passed. They say that there is no time limit for cultivation. If that's true, I'm only in the Xiantian stage, and I didn't even notice 30 days of retreat. If it's a life-destroying strongman or a sea of God, retreating for dozens of years would be a blink of an eye. Lin Ming looked inside his body, checking the condition of his meridians and Danshan, and found that the true energy vortex in Danshan had condensed to the point of liquefaction into wisps of mist. The foundation was so solid that it couldn't be more solid. This kind of cultivation effect far exceeded Lin Ming's expectations. I don't know if it's because I entered a state of ecstasy and my mind was highly concentrated. The effect of the 30 days of cultivation was surprisingly good. Not only did I have a new understanding of the time and space realm, but my cultivation also steadily entered the middle stage of the innate realm. If this continues, I don't know if I can enter the Zuandan realm at the age of 20. Generally, saint-level geniuses such as Mu Qianxue can enter the Zuandan realm before the age of 30. Generally, emperor-level geniuses can enter the Zuandan realm at the age of 25 or 26. If they can enter the Zuandan realm at the age of 20, it can be said that there is no one in the Xiaonan continent who can enter the Zuandan realm at the age of 20. Damn it. Big brother, we were fooled by this kid. In the fallen restaurant, Zhu Man said angrily. He had said early that he would fight Lin Ming after his 70 consecutive victories in 5 days, but he didn't even see a ghost. Now, a full 30 days have passed. This kid knows that he is not my opponent, so he avoids fighting and hides in the cultivation ground to cultivate. In front of Zhu Man, Crossing Shan also frowned. If Lin Ming stayed in the special cultivation ground, they would have no way to attack him. This guy's not stupid at all. I originally thought he was an impulsive fool. I didn't expect him to be so cautious. Maybe he will hide in the training ground like land crossing and practice for a year. 1 year. With his talent. After a year, even if I want to beat him, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Zhu Man said in a deep voice. Although he didn't look down on Lin Ming's strength, he had to admit Lin Ming's talent. It doesn't matter. Even if he is given time to practice, he will come out sooner or later. I remember that the training ground he rented was only for 50 days. If he just practices blindly, there is no point for him to come to Tangshan Tower. Without experiencing actual combat, he will soon encounter a bottleneck in his closed-door practice. No warrior can break through the shackles repeatedly by just practicing in seclusion. He must come out to experience. As Crossing Shan was speaking, there was suddenly a flash of fire in front of him. After hearing the content of the message, Crossing Shan smiled. Hey, I didn't expect this kid couldn't hold on so soon. He's out and is now taking a shower and resting in the morning inn. Zhu Man's eyes lit up. Then let's go to the fighting arena. I wonder if this kid dares to come. Crossing Shan chuckled. Don't worry, the sound transmission talisman just now was handed to me by this kid. He said that he forgot the time because he was practicing, so he dragged it on for a long time. He actually asked me if I could make up for the opportunity to play that he missed before. When Zhu Man heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then laughed. This kid is really in a hurry to die. I thought he was cautious and didn't dare to fight, but now it seems I thought too much. Zhu Man, don't underestimate the enemy. Although his cultivation is low, his strength is not low. Coupled with some hidden means, be careful of a capsize in the ditch. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The news of Zhu Man's battle with Lin Ming spread quickly. Zhu Man is one of the top masters on the second floor of the Tower of Babel with 70 consecutive wins. The demon tattoo on his arm has condensed into 6 wings. At his level, it is difficult to accumulate more consecutive wins unless he goes to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel. When Zhu Man takes action, he usually releases the news in advance to attract masters to the scene. Otherwise Zhu Man will basically fail when he goes on the field. Oh, Zhu Man is going to fight today. In the fallen land in the southeast corner of the 2nd floor, a warrior just got the news. Hey, his participation is just a gimmick, and it will probably be a cold audience. Another warrior said indifferently. Well, Zhu Man is ruthless and rarely leaves anyone alive. Most people don't dare to challenge him. However, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers on the second floor of the Tower of Babel. Although Zuman is one of the top masters, the warriors under him are also strong. If someone happens to break through the realm, it is possible to declare war on Zuman. After all, Zuman has 70 consecutive victories. If you defeat him, you will not only get 7 killing points to end the winning streak, but also a certain number of consecutive victories. Let's go to the martial arts arena and see for yourself. There are many warriors who hold this idea. People gathered at the martial arts arena from all directions. Soon, many people gathered in the audience. Most of them came to the excitement. More than 20 days ago, Zuman had just won 70 consecutive victories. Now, in the entire second floor, apart from Xingchen, it is difficult for anyone to threaten him. Most of them will go to the battle this time with a lot of thunder and little rain, and finally nothing will come of it. Among such a group of people, Lin Ming changed into a green shirt and followed into the martial arts arena. This time he contacted Crossing Shan. It was all 4 killing points. He only had 2 killing points left, and the special training ground he rented was about to expire. Without killing points, he could only go to a low-level training ground, which Lin Ming certainly didn't want. At this time, a fight was going on the ring. The opponents were trolls and barbarians. Lin Ming took a few glances and didn't pay much attention. The opponent's strength was very poor, and there was nothing to see. Lin Ming quickly entered the state of ethereal martial spirit and began to close his eyes to rest. There were many warriors around. Although some recognized Lin Ming, they didn't pay much attention. They came to see Zuman today. Although Lin Ming was in the limelight, he was still a rookie after all, and naturally he was not as attractive as the old strong. Do you think anyone will challenge Zuman this time? A warrior suddenly asked. I guess it will be Ao Quan who will take action. He had a fight with Zuman half a year ago. Although he was defeated, he escaped unscathed. Not many people can escape unscathed from the hands of Zuman. It is said that Ao Quan has been in seclusion since his defeat. It's time for him to come out. It's impossible for Ao Quan. As far as I know, he left a month ago. I think the one who will take action this time will be the fairy from the fairy tribe. Chapter 557, Battle of Blood Barbarians. In the discussion among the crowd, Lin Ming also heard the names of several second-level masters, Ao Quan, Meinu. These people were all ranked in the top 10 in the second-level strength. They had long been qualified to go to the third level, but they had been staying on the second level and refused to go. At this time, the match on the ring finally decided the winner. The barbarian master fell in a pool of blood and was carried away by the staff. However, the troll master was not feeling well either. He was seriously injured in many places and his magic energy was almost exhausted. Congratulations to Zhang for another victory. Now Zhang has won 4 games in a row. Now congratulations to him, and I wish him to create more glories in the future. The black-clad referee walked up to the stage with a smile on his face and sent Zhang off the stage. Then, he put on a more excited expression and shouted, "Now, please welcome Zuman, the supermaster who has won 70 consecutive games in the second floor fighting arena of the Tower of Babel." The voice of the black-clad referee seemed to have some kind of strong appeal. When he announced that Zuman would enter the arena, the entire fighting arena erupted in warm cheers, and many fairy women let out shrill screams. In their eyes, Zuman's bloodthirsty nature was not intimidating, but a symbol of majesty and domineering. Amid the cheers of the audience, Zuman, with his upper body naked, walked onto the ring carrying a splitting axe. He was 11 feet tall, with explosive muscles bulging high all over his body, black and hard like cast iron. His hairstyle was very special, with only a tuft of hair standing up on the top of his head, and the rest of his head was shaved bald. His head, face, and body were all covered with scars, some from knife cuts, sword stabs, claws, and teeth tearing. Originally, these scars could be easily removed with some healing medicine, but Zuman was happy to leave them on his body, which was a sign of his experience in countless battles. After Zuman came on the stage, he stood on the ring like an iron tower, and the temperature around him seemed to drop suddenly because of his wanton murderous aura. Besides Zuman, the referee only reached up to his shoulders. He raised his arms and shouted, "In the past 3 months, Zuman has only participated in 4 battles. In 3 of them, no one dared to challenge Zuman, so Zuman only fought once and won the game. Now, Zuman has just won 70 consecutive games. If you beat Zuman, you can get 7 killing points, a lot of evil spirits, and a certain number of consecutive wins. According to the rules of the Tangshan Tower, if the winning streak of the 2 sides is more than 30 games different, then the one who wins the other side can directly get a certain number of consecutive wins. This rule is to avoid the situation where someone is too strong every time they challenge the opponent, and then they will be upset after a few battles, and thus unable to accumulate consecutive wins. Which warrior is willing to challenge Zuman and win this supreme honor? The referee's voice resounded throughout the martial arts arena. He poured magic energy into his voice, making it very inflammatory, but the warriors below the stage were not moved at all. Zuman is basically a humanoid ancient beast. His most terrifying thing is his strength. In terms of strength alone, he can even surpass Xingqian. Many opponents were torn apart by Zuman with his bare hands, and even their treasures were broken by him with his bare hands. This violent and bloody killing method is terrifying. Almost all those who lost to Zuman ended up being torn into pieces. If it were ordinary warriors, some aggressive people might go on stage to learn a lesson, but facing Zuman, they did not have the courage. Killing points, evil spirits, and winning streaks were all floating clouds. What's the use of these if you don't even have your life? Some spectators became agitated. They were looking for warriors who were qualified to play, such as Merinu, Aoquan, etc. But these people did not show up. There was only one Fengling, who was ranked 5th or 6th in strength on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Babel. He closed his eyes and rested his mind, looking calm and composed. Obviously, he had no intention of taking action. Fengling didn't take action. Is it going to be a cold game again? Some warriors who wanted to watch the excitement were a little disappointed. While these people were making wild guesses, Lin Ming stood up, walked through the audience seats, and walked to the edge of the ring. This time, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Ming? On the 2nd floor of the Tower of Babel, Lin Ming's popularity had long been number 1 among newcomers. 80% of the warriors knew him and could call out his name. However, newcomers are newcomers, and they can never be compared with senior trialists. These are 2 completely different groups with a huge gap between them. Is Lin Ming going to challenge Zuman? Haha, young Master Lin, are you going to challenge Zuman? The referee asked excitedly. Lin Ming vs Zuman, the number 1 newcomer versus the top senior trialist. This is definitely an exciting match. For this kind of competition, the martial arts arena will charge an entrance fee, and the price is very high. Yes, I want to challenge Zuman, Lin Ming said loudly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the noisy martial arts arena, and the audience in the entire martial arts arena suddenly quieted down. Lin Ming disappeared more than a month ago, most likely to have gone into seclusion to practice. Now, his first battle, after coming out of seclusion, is actually against Zuman. Zuman's fierce reputation spread throughout the Tangshan Tower. Lin Ming couldn't have been unaware of the countless corpses of Zuman's subordinates, but he still dared to challenge. This behavior, this confidence, can only be described as crazy. If Lin Ming was a pure newcomer, people might say that Lin Ming was stupid. However, a month ago, Lin Ming killed Lan Crossing when no one was optimistic about him, and it was a brutal killing. With this battle as a foundation, no one dared to say that Lin Ming was stupid. He has the capital to be arrogant. However, Zuman has won 70 consecutive victories. In this case, except for himself, no one knows where the limit of Zuman's strength is. In the absence of any information about the opponent, Lin Ming still dared to take action. This kind of confidence that penetrated into his bones made the audience feel trembling. A terrible young man. This was not the time to discuss how much chance Lin Ming had of winning. The mere fact that he could take action at this time was enough to impress the warriors present. Even Fengling, who was ranked 6th in strength, did not have the courage to do so. Seeing Lin Ming calmly walking up to the ring, a warrior suddenly thought of something and picked up a sound transmission talisman and lit it. Third brother, there's an exciting match at the fighting arena, come and see. We're busy. What exciting match. Didn't Zuman have a dull performance this time? Is there some idiot who wants to send Zuman to his death? The warrior was holding a beautiful fairy woman under him and venting his anger. He responded reluctantly after receiving the message from the sound transmission talisman. I don't know if she's sending herself to death or not, but the person who took action will definitely dazzle you. It's not Merinu, not Ao Quan, not Feng Ling, but Lin Ming, the top newcomer. There's also a small chapter later. Chapter 558 Divine Power. What? Are you kidding? The warrior who was enjoying the pleasure of sex was suddenly shocked. In a sense, Lin Ming had a greater impact on Zuman than Merinu did on Zuman. They knew Merinu's strength to some extent, but Lin Ming's strength was a mystery. Could he really compete with Zuman? That would be incredible. If so, he would be at the upper level even among the emperor level geniuses. Give me a seat. I'll be there right away. The warrior pushed the charming woman away, rubbed her hips hard, and then ignored the woman's coquettish anger, put on his clothes, and ran to the fighting field. This scene was staged in many places. Some strong men were not only there to watch the fun, but also to understand the hidden strength of Zuman and Lin Ming. One of them was a current celebrity on the second floor of the Tower of Babel, and the other was a future celebrity on the second floor. It would not hurt to understand them, so as not to die in the future, if they met each other. The referee intentionally delayed the start of the match, to give many warriors a chance to enter and watch. Warriors who entered earlier did not have to pay an entrance fee, but those who came later had to pay an entrance fee of 80 blood crystals. More and more spectators came to the fighting arena. In the center of the ring, Zuman looked at Lin Ming with interest. Hey, kid, you really have the courage to come up. Not bad. It's a pity. You would have had a bright future, and even become a powerful emperor. Do you know why I like to kill geniuses so much? Because every time I see someone who has the hope of becoming a hegemon in the future die in my hands, I get excited, and my blood boils. As Zuman spoke, a crazy smile appeared on his face. Lin Ming just looked at him coldly. So, in our fight, there is no such thing as surrendering, and the victory or defeat will only be decided by death. Victory or defeat. You don't seem to understand the situation yet. What is about to begin is my slaughter feast against you. Zuman suddenly pulled out the splitting axe behind him and slammed it heavily on the ground. With a loud bang, the floor tiles cracked into spider web-like cracks, and even the thick black gold floor under the floor tiles was smashed into a gap. Just a casual axe hit down had such power. Zuman's strength was shocking. Lin Ming glanced at the dent on the ground indifferently, slowly pulled out the purple Zuan gun, and said, "Go." He really didn't know where Zuman's limit was. In this battle, he would not be careless and underestimate the enemy. As you wish, the earth will crack. Zuman shouted violently, and without waiting for the referee to announce the start of the game, he waved the splitting axe with both hands and rushed towards Lin Ming. The barbarians were not inferior to the trolls in terms of physical strength, and Blood Barbarian was a top expert with extreme physical strength. In terms of frontal impact force, he was the best on the second floor of the Tower of Babel. He rushed all the way, and the floor tiles were completely shattered by Blood Barbarian. The terrifying momentum burst out, as if facing the charge of thousands of troops, and the audience were all trembling. Lin Ming stared at the figure of Blood Barbarian rushing over, and his mind recalled the war illusion he saw on the war array. The predecessor who had fallen 8 times was facing the troll quasi-emperor who was also good at strength and frontal collision, and he chopped it away with a sword. The trajectory of the heavy sword chopped appeared in Lin Ming's mind. In an instant, Lin Ming seemed to understand something. He did not activate the power of the evil god, but faced the attack of Blood Barbarian directly, and stabbed it with a spear. The attack carried the momentum of mountains and rivers. No one would have expected that Lin Ming would actually go head to head with Blood Barbarian. The purple Zuan spear was a bullet gun. The spear shaft was only 80% thick and only 9 feet 9 inches long, and it collided head on with the axe, that was as thick as a child's arm, and weighed tens of thousands of pounds. What's more, Lin Ming was only a human who was not good at frontal combat and strength competition. Crazy. This was the thought that flashed through everyone's mind at that moment, but in the blink of an eye, they had no time to comment. The purple Zuan spear was like a purple dragon out of the sea, mercilessly hitting the axe. Boom. The spear tip and the axe blade collided with each other, and the weapons were completely disproportionate. Light burst out, and the true essence and magic essence twisted into a vortex and soared into the sky. The surrounding floor tiles were completely torn apart, and a large amount of rubble flew wantonly. The warriors sitting in the first row were so shocked by the shockwave that their blood and ki surged, and they had to stretch out their body protecting true essence to barely resist. None of these people were weak, but they were so embarrassed by the impact. The energy that erupted from the head-on collision of these two forces was too strong. The gravel exploded into fine sand, and Lin Ming took several steps back, a burst of blood rising. In contrast, Zhu Man's body flew backwards, his knuckles cracked, and the blood vessels in his right arm burst, and a trace of blood spurted out. Bang! Zhu Man fell heavily to the ground, carrying the mountain axe on his shoulder, kneeling on one knee, and the floor tiles were completely crushed by him. He glanced at his right hand and the knuckles that were still dripping with blood, and then looked at Lin Ming, his eyes full of horror and disbelief. For many years, since he became famous, he has also tasted the taste of defeat, but he has never been forced back by someone from the younger generation with strength from the front, not even crossing Qian. And today, he was actually forced back by a teenager younger than him, and the other party was even a human being. How is this possible? Question mark? Not only was Zhu Man stunned, but all the warriors present were also shocked. The entire fighting field was in complete silence. This battle was originally shrouded in mystery. A few people present thought that Lin Ming might have a chance to defeat Zhu Man, because Lin Ming had easily defeated Blue Star a month ago. However, no one would have thought that Lin Ming would actually use his strength to knock Zhu Man away in a head-on collision, causing his tiger's mouth to crack and his blood vessels to burst, while Lin Ming himself only took a few steps back and stood firm. What kind of strange power is this? Is he really a human? Could this kid named Lin Ming also practice the body training method? On the ring, the black-clad referee muttered to himself. It was rumored that humans also had body training methods in ancient times, but they were very different from the trolls and were extremely difficult to practice. Often, after investing 10 times the resources, they were not as good as the Jueyuan system in fighting, so that this body training method was regarded as useless and gradually lost. It shouldn't be like this. Not to mention that the human body training method is useless and extremely difficult to practice. Even if he practiced it, it shouldn't be so powerful. Is this little guy gifted, or has he eaten some natural treasures? Not only the black-clad referee, but also the audience, after a brief silence, began to discuss. This scene was beyond their expectations. Lin Ming actually defeated the Blood Barbarian head-on, and Lin Ming's cultivation and age were both younger than the Blood Barbarian. When did humans, who have always been able to gain a slight advantage by speed and comprehension, become so fierce? On the ring, the Blood Barbarian listened to the discussions of these warriors and became angry. Being defeated head-on by a human was his lifelong shame. Boy, very good. You have successfully angered me. I will make you die without a complete corpse. Chapter 559. The Power of Artistic Conception. With a loud shout, Zhu Man's aura burst out, and his originally black skin was covered with a layer of enchanting red luster, which looked like it was oozing blood. It's the devil blood divine art. Someone in the audience recognized Zhu Man's moves at a glance. Zhu Man also came from a 5th grade sect of the barbarians. This devil blood divine art is the top level technique in that sect. The Zhu Man who uses the devil blood divine art is the most terrifying Zhu Man. Zhu Man went all out. He just underestimated the enemy. Now that kid is in trouble. A troll who was looking forward to Lin Ming's defeat said with a grin. Idiot, don't be stupid. It's true that Zhu Man didn't use his full strength in the previous move, but how do you know that the human kid used his full strength? Wait and see. This is a fight between dragons and tigers. I really don't know how this human kid practiced. As several people were talking, they suddenly felt the air around them get cold, as if a gust of cold wind blew into their bones, making them shiver uncontrollably. The warrior who spoke looked back and suddenly stopped breathing. Behind him, a giant demon with a heavy sword on his back stood there suddenly, his eyes fixed on the ring, his face gloomy. Crossing Qian. On the 2nd floor of the Tower of Babel, Crossing Qian was synonymous with the king. Seeing Crossing Qian appear, these people were suddenly terrified and dared not breathe. Crossing Cheyenne actually came to watch the game. The warriors in front of Crossing Cheyenne were all terrified. Crossing Cheyenne had not appeared in the fighting arena for half a year. On the ring, Zuman also saw the appearance of Crossing Cheyenne, which made his face look worse. Before, he patted his chest in front of Crossing Cheyenne and promised that he could easily deal with Lin Ming, but now, he was forced back by Lin Ming with one move, and his face was gone. "Boy, I want you to die," Zuman shouted violently, waving the mountain-splitting axe and rushing towards Lin Ming. This time, he did not hold back at all and wanted to cut Lin Ming into pieces. Lin Ming looked at Zuman, took a step back, holding the gun in both hands. He still did not activate the power of the evil god. After breaking through the middle stage of the innate, Lin Ming wanted to test his own limits, and he did not want to show too much strength. After being targeted by Zuman and Crossing Cheyenne, Lin Ming also began to slowly find that things were unusual. It seemed that he was being targeted. It was always right to retain a little more strength. The huge axe blades formed a blood-red magic cloud. From a distance, it looked like a burning sea of blood. Lin Ming stepped back fiercely, stepped on the golden peng breaking the void body technique, and his body pulled out countless phantoms. Since he had a deeper understanding of the artistic conception of space and the artistic conception of wind, Lin Ming's golden peng breaking the void body technique has officially entered the threshold of the second level, and it is natural when it is deployed. Idiot, stop struggling in vain. Any skill is meaningless in front of absolute power. Break it. Boom. The axe blade exploded and covered the entire fighting field. In this way, no matter how exquisite Lin Ming's body movements were, there was no space for him to dodge. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Ming's afterimage was completely swallowed up by the bloody magic cloud and turned into nothingness. Lin Ming himself was also trapped in the vortex of the magic cloud. The raging axe blade rushed into Lin Ming's body without mercy and collided violently with Lin Ming's body protecting true energy. With a sound like a tearing of silk, Lin Ming's body protecting true energy was shattered, his shirt exploded, and a trace of blood flew out. His body retreated dozens of feet, and Lin Ming inserted the purple spear into the ground to stop his retreat. However, due to the great inertia, as his body retreated, the fierce friction between the spear tip and the ground opened a gap several dozen feet long, almost tearing the ring apart. Seeing this scene, the audience exclaimed continuously. Lin Ming had the upper hand in the previous move, but in the blink of an eye, it was Zuman who had the upper hand. If the fight continued like this, no one knew what the result would be. Crossing Cheyenne stood in the corner, his face never showing any sign of relief. Although Zuman's attack forced Lin Ming back dozens of feet, Lin Ming was only slightly injured, which did not affect his combat effectiveness at all. Does this kid have an iron body? Crossing Cheyenne knew very well the horror of Zuman's attack. It had torn Lin Ming's body protecting essence and rubbed his flesh. If it was a general mid-stage innate warrior who was rubbed by the axe blade, his body would definitely be torn apart, but Lin Ming only had a little flesh injury. Lin Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After tempering his marrow, his bones were comparable to treasures, and his self-healing ability was abnormal. This injury was nothing at all. Zuman's attack is more than brave, but it lacks artistic conception. An attack without artistic conception lacks soul, and is not to be feared at all. It's just that his magic essence is too dense. It's difficult for me to defeat him without activating the power of the evil god. Lin Ming turned his head and glanced at Crossing Cheyenne in the audience. At this point, Lin Ming knew that Crossing Cheyenne wanted to take his life for some reason, and Zuman was just a vanguard. Does my existence violate the interests of the trolls and barbarians? Lin Ming sneered in his heart. He was not afraid of enemies. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to expose all his strength to the enemy. Otherwise it would not be Zuman who attacked today, but someone stronger. Lin Ming, die. Zuman rushed up again. He strode forward, and the ground was shattered by his steps. The mountain axe in his hand swept across. Lin Ming's eyes focused, and his mental power sank into the evil god seed. Finally, the power of the evil god was activated. He did not detonate all the compressed true essence in one breath, but used 30% to 40% of his strength. In this way, the power of the evil god would be activated for a longer period of time. With the spear thrust out, the endless King Kang true essence roared out. Ding. Lin Ming pointed a spear at the axe blade, and the purple spear was pressed by the giant axe to complete a full moon. The axe blade was directly facing Lin Ming's face. Evil God Thunder Spirit. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and flicked it. The evil god steel needle that merged with the triple thunder spirit flew out and pierced Zhu Man's eyes. HMPH. Zhu Man's body suddenly retreated and chopped down the evil god thunder spirit with an axe. It was no secret that Lin Ming possessed the thunder spirit, and Zhu Man had been prepared for it. Crack. The evil god steel needle was chopped and exploded, and purple and red electric light flew wantonly, piercing Zhu Man like a poisonous snake. Get out of here. Zhu Man shouted loudly. After the sound he roared was fused with his true essence, it actually condensed into substance. This was a sound wave attack, which was essentially the same as the attack method of the Kixuan Valley Kin sect. The sound wave collided with the lightning, the true essence was agitated, and the energy melted into each other. In this fierce collision, several invisible and immaterial purple lights penetrated the sound wave and pierced Zhu Man. Boom. In an instant, Zhu Man's body shook violently, and it seemed that countless thunders exploded in his ears. His spiritual sea was hit by the spiritual impact of the illusionary dream light. The physical attack was combined with the spiritual attack. Zhu Man used the sound wave attack to disperse the purple dragon god thunder and the blood destroying evil thunder, but did not disperse the invisible and immaterial illusionary dream light. Damn it. Zhu Man's eyes bulged out, and his eyeballs were covered with bloodshot. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly stepped forward and used the power of the evil god with an additional 20% of his strength and stabbed Zhu Man with a gun. Slaughter. Pouring all his will and physical strength into this attack, the purple spear seemed to penetrate the space in an instant and appeared in front of Zhu Man. The sea of spirit was injured, and the body was still somewhat paralyzed. A trace of ferocity and madness flashed in Zhu Man's eyes. He bit his tongue and forced himself to wake up. However, at this time, Lin Ming's purple spear had already pierced Zhu Man's face. Zhu Man was a step late, and the mountain-splitting axe was not as flexible as the purple spear. It was too late to block. Boy, I'm going to fight you. Zhu Man shouted and chopped Lin Ming with an axe. It was a brutal fighting style of death. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only go all out and force Lin Ming to retreat. Seeing Zhu Man's completely annihilated fighting style, Lin Ming's eyes sank. If it was normal, he wouldn't mind exchanging injuries with Zhu Man. With his terrifying defense of 100% marrow tempering, he would definitely fight to the end. However, now that Crossing Shine was watching him covetously, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't do that. The body retreated violently, and the tip of the spear was raised. The trajectory of the purple spear seemed to have undergone some strange changes, and then an incredible scene happened. In terms of length, the purple spear was obviously more than a foot shorter than the mountain-splitting axe. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. It stands to reason that when the mountain-splitting axe attacked Lin Ming, the purple spear could not pierce the blood barbarian. However, the fact was exactly the opposite. Lin Ming dodged the blood barbarian's mountain-splitting axe, and at the same time, the purple spear pierced the blood barbarian's chest. Blood spurted out, the blood drink seal erupted, and the blood barbarian groaned and flew backwards. Lin Ming dodged the direct attack of the axe, but was only hit by the axe blade. The protective true essence was shattered, and a surge of blood and ki in his body surged, but he quickly suppressed it. What happened? What happened just now? Lin Ming retreated before he could stab the blood barbarian, but how did his spear hurt the blood barbarian? Seeing the scene just now, the audience was stunned. Lin Ming's attack had an extremely uncoordinated feeling. Lin Ming dodged the attack of the blood barbarian under almost impossible circumstances, and at the same time, stabbed the blood barbarian in the chest with a spear, knocking the blood barbarian away. It is indeed the spatial artistic conception. This kid. Crossing Shine's face became even uglier. As early as when Lin Ming fought against the Black Rat, Lin Ming's spear moves showed the spatial artistic conception. Not many people paid attention to it at the time. This time, Lin Ming's spatial artistic conception was obviously a step further. The spatial artistic conception is illusory, and even many young heroes of the Goblin clan cannot comprehend it, but Lin Ming, who is only in the middle stage of the innate realm, can perfectly apply it to his spear moves. This kid is growing too fast. If we keep him, he will be a disaster sooner or later. Crossing Qian's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. In the fighting arena, Zhu Man climbed up from the ground. There was a shocking blood hole in his chest, and a large amount of blood gushed out of the blood hole. For the barbarians, such injuries were barely bearable. "Asshole, I'm going to kill you." Zhu Man coughed up another mouthful of blood while speaking. Lin Ming frowned slightly. "You are really tenacious, but it's a pity that I don't comprehend the realm of space well. Otherwise this shot would have pierced deeper, and the blood drinking seal would have exploded in his body, and he would have died for sure." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560 Crossing Qian declares war. Seeing this look of blood man, Lin Ming frowned slightly. "You are really tenacious. It's a pity that I don't comprehend the realm of space well enough. Otherwise this spear would have penetrated deeper, and the blood drink seal would have exploded in his body, and he would have died for sure. I will tear you into pieces." Bloodman gritted his teeth, and his magic essence was circulated to the extreme. A 3-foot thick blood-colored light column burst out. This attack was completely transformed by the magic essence. Bloodman had already made a desperate bet. Stubborn. Lin Ming held up the purple Zuan spear, his eyes full of indifference. Around the tip of the spear, the force of space trembled, and bloodlight flashed. Blood seal spinning kill. This spear thrust out with a strong spiral force, like a jet of arrows. This is a move in Great Wilderness halberd art, that uses a point to break the surface. The rotating blood drink seal crushed the magic cloud, and then threw it away. In addition, Lin Ming's own true essence had the upper hand, and with the restraint of the move, the spear thrust out was unstoppable. The axe blade shattered, and the spear blade as thick as a python pierced in front of Zhu Man, shining brightly. Zhu Man let out a thunderous roar. "I will not lose, Qiankan axe." After all, Zhu Man had been through hundreds of battles. Although he was completely suppressed by Lin Ming, he would never surrender. Seeing Lin Ming stabbing at him with a spear, he immediately put away the overwhelming magic energy and slashed at Lin Ming's purple spear with an axe. Without the attack of artistic conception, you have lost the most important soul, and your profound cultivation is useless. With a flash of blood, Lin Ming used a spear to pick up the mountain-splitting axe, and the seal of blood drinking separated the blood waves. The artistic conception of space merged into the purple spear, and the tip of the spear pierced through the space and appeared in front of Zhu Man in an instant. This time, Zhu Man was no longer able to resist. Puff! Zhu Man's body protecting magic energy was torn apart like paper, and the purple spear pierced straight into his heart. The powerful spiral force exploded in Zhu Man's body, and his heart was directly minced into pieces. Blood spurted out from Zhu Man's back, and Lin Ming pierced Zhu Man with a gun. Zhu Man's face was twisted as his heart was crushed. He looked at Lin Ming with a pair of eyes full of hatred. "I will die with you." Zhu Man shouted wildly and chopped down Lin Ming's head with an axe. He was completely crazy. However, how could an attack that had lost its mind hurt Lin Ming? Stepping on the golden peng breaking void body technique, Lin Ming's body suddenly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a trace of residual image. Crack. Zhu Man's axe hit the ground heavily. Zhu Man's eyes began to blur. After the purple Zuan gun was pulled out, blood gushed out of his chest like a fountain. His vision gradually blurred. Zhu Man's eyes passed Lin Ming and fell on Crossing Qian, who was standing in the audience of the martial arts arena. Crossing Qian's face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. "Big brother." Zhu Man wanted to say something, but his skin suddenly exploded. A cloud of blood mist rushed out of his body and condensed into a blood drink mark. At the same time, the demon tattoo on Lin Ming's arm seemed to come alive, turning into a demon with bared fangs and claws, wantonly devouring the blood evil energy emanating from Zhu Man. The blood evil energy on Zhu Man's body was too strong. After the second pair of wings, the demon tattoo appeared a third pair of wings, and it changed from blurry to clear at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it was just a little short of condensing into a 6-winged demon. At the moment when the demon tattoo stopped growing, a red light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes, and then quickly disappeared. After Zhu Man died, the 6 or 7,000 spectators in the audience were silent for a long time. In fact, after Lin Ming injured Zhu Man for the first time, many people expected that this battle might end with Lin Ming's victory. However, after this scene really happened, the warrior's presence still felt unbelievable. Zhu Man had been famous on the second floor of the Tangshan Tower for a long time, and he already had the strength to go to the third floor. In the second layer, blood barbarian is synonymous with killing, cruelty, and brutality. The 70 consecutive victories were built up by the piles of 70 corpses. Blood barbarian strength and cruelty make people tremble. Over the years, it has been deeply rooted. When it comes to blood barbarian, even the top 10 people in the second layer dare not challenge him. But now blood barbarian died at the hands of a human rookie, who is at most in his 20s, and has only a mid-stage innate cultivation. Strong defense, incredible strength, condensed true essence, that is completely inconsistent with his own cultivation, plus the understanding of artistic conception and laws. This guy. Crossing Qian looked at Lin Ming deeply. He had already predicted that as long as Lin Ming did not die, his future achievements would be limitless. Lin Ming wins. The middle-aged referee walked onto the stage. He looked at Lin Ming with awe. Young Master Lin, do you want to continue the challenge? No. Lin Ming refused outright. In a battle with blood barbarian, his condition was not the best, and there were so many masters present, and many of them wanted to kill him. Haha, it's good to take a break. The referee laughed and said, young Master Lin is so young, and has such strength. His future achievements are limitless. Thank you. Lin Ming smiled slightly, took away Zhu Man's Zumi ring, and turned to leave the stage. Lin Ming. When Lin Ming was about to leave, a deep voice suddenly sounded in the fighting arena, echoing in every corner. Lin Ming paused and looked over. The person who spoke was Crossing Qian. Crossing Qian, the king of the entire second floor. His words at this time immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Crossing Qian sneered, Lin Ming, you really surprised me. You are the most talented among all the young human warriors I have met. But even so, I didn't expect you to be able to defeat Zhu Man. You really gave me a surprise. Good. Very good. Very good. Crossing Qian said 3 good words with a face, but his stern face and fierce momentum made these 3 good words carry a strong murderous intent. Lin Ming was silent for a moment, staring at Crossing Qian with burning eyes. What do you want to say? It's very simple. You can kill Zhu Man, so you have the capital to fight me. I haven't met an opponent that interests me in the second floor for a long time. I'm challenging you to a duel now. Do you dare to accept? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was stunned. Thousands of eyes focused on Crossing Qian, and then turned to Lin Ming. Crossing Qian declared war on Lin Ming. For a moment, everyone was silent and stunned. Crossing Qian is the undisputed #1 master on the second floor of the Tower of Babel. He has not made a move for half a year, and has been practicing hard. Half a year ago, there was a master on the second floor of the Tower of Babel who was even stronger than Zhu Man. Crossing Qian's last battle was with him. In the end, Crossing Qian killed his opponent, and cut off his head. At that time, Crossing Qian's strength was far beyond Zhu Man. Now he has been in seclusion for another year, and his strength is unfathomable. No one knows where his limit is. Now, he is going to declare war on Lin Ming, the first time he has made a move in half a year. In this case, will Lin Ming agree? Dare to agree? In the huge fighting arena, no one spoke. The whole place was silent. They were all waiting for Lin Ming's answer. One was the first king of the second floor, who dominated the fighting arena for many years and was undefeated. The other was the new king, a peerless genius who killed Blue Star and Blood Barbarian. There is no doubt that if Lin Ming is allowed to grow, he will definitely surpass Crossing Qian one day, but Crossing Qian does not want to give him this opportunity. Maybe he is afraid that Lin Ming will threaten his position, or maybe he is worried that he will be damaged by Lin Ming in the future. In short, Crossing Qian will take action in advance. This approach is not glorious, but it is understandable. Why, you dare not accept it? Crossing Qian had a playful smile on his face. Lin Ming smiled. It's not that I dare not, but you dare not. Although you are laughing, you are actually panicking in your heart. Lin Ming's words hit the nail on the head and pierced Qianxue's heart. Qianxue was indeed panicking. Lin Ming's growth rate made him feel scared, so he took the initiative to challenge. Qianxue frowned. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. You are really arrogant to the extreme. In the Tower of Babel, arrogant people often die the fastest. Haha. According to what you said, if I agree to your challenge, wouldn't it be even more arrogant? Lin Ming counterattacked, leaving Qianxue speechless. You talk too much nonsense. Do you dare to fight me? Lin Ming smiled slightly. Why not? But I will decide the time. Qianxue was stunned. This kid, could it be that he wants to set the day of the decisive battle to a year later? However, in the Tower of Babel, if Lin Ming hides in the training ground and does not come out, he will have no way to deal with it. Thinking of this, Qianxue said, okay, in a month, we will fight to the death here. Lin Ming's voice resounded throughout the martial arts arena. In the battle with the Blood Barbarian just now, Lin Ming retained a large part of his strength. In the end, defeating the Blood Barbarian was not much more difficult than defeating Blue Star. This was mainly because Lin Ming broke through the middle stage of the Xiantian and his strength was further improved. With so many cards in his hand, Lin Ming still set the battle time limit to 1 month later. It was not because he was afraid of Qianxue, but because he was afraid of the forces behind Qianxue. Lin Ming would eventually step into the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel. Compared with the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor was even more full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He had to give himself some time to grow. 1 month. Qianxue sneered. He thought Lin Ming would ask for a longer time. But it was only 1 month. Lin Ming had just broken through the middle stage of the innate realm. It was impossible for him to break through the late stage of the innate realm. As long as he did not break through the realm, his strength growth would be acceptable. 1 month. Okay, I'll wait for you. Qianxue agreed. As a result, the audience in the fighting arena immediately talked about it. 1 month later, Lin Ming will fight Qianxue. People did not know where the limit of Lin Ming's strength was, but similarly, no one knew the limit of Qianxue's strength. This was a war in which neither side knew the details of the other. Lin Ming probably hid his strength in the battle with Zhu Man. Otherwise, how could he dare to fight Qianxue a month later? Too scary. The battle just now has reached this point. He can still hide his strength? A warrior suddenly realized this. Lin Ming is not stupid. If he only has that little strength, fighting Qianxue is not a death sentence. So what if he hides his strength? His opponent is Qianxue. Lin Ming's 1 month deadline is too short. The warrior who spoke was not optimistic about Lin Ming. After all, Qianxue's strength is deeply rooted. The unfathomable Qianxue against Lin Ming, who has no idea how much strength he has hidden. This battle made the 2nd level warriors look forward to it. Chapter 561 Ancient Map. In the training ground, Lin Ming looked at the demon tattoo on his body. There were 3 pairs of wings. The first 2 pairs were fully formed, and the 3rd pair was also very clear. I'm only 1 step away from becoming a 6-winged demon. The blood evil spirit on Zuman is too strong. If I don't suppress it carefully and cultivate my body and mind, even I will be affected by it. Although I won't lose my original heart, it will affect my nature. People's nature will change because of some things. Lin Ming doesn't want to be affected by the evil spirit and change his nature. He took out Zuman's Zumi ring and poured out all the things inside. There were more than a dozen boxes of medium-grade blood evil crystals, a small box of high-grade blood evil crystals, and a large number of elixirs, jade slips, and treasures. Zuman was much richer than Blue Star. Lin Ming roughly counted and found that there were 80,000 to 90,000 medium-grade blood evil crystals and more than 70 high-grade blood evil crystals. This was indeed a terrifying fortune, but it was not surprising that Zuman had accumulated so much wealth after killing so many people. As for the jade slips, most of them contained secret manuals of cultivation techniques. Zuman was born in a 5th grade sect, and these cultivation techniques were of great value, but to Lin Ming, they were not of much significance. He glanced at them and was about to put them away, but at this moment, he suddenly let out a soft "A." In this pile of messy things, Lin Ming found an ancient wooden box. He opened the box and found an ordinary jade slip inside. Next to the jade slip was a sheepskin atlas that looked extremely old. Lin Ming first picked up the jade slip, which contained some notes made by Zhu Man himself. The characters used by the barbarians were the same as those used by the trolls, and Lin Ming could understand them completely. As Lin Ming read along, several words appeared, one of which was Blood-Flamed Lord. In the Tower of Babel, the 10-winged sky demon was called the Lord. This Blood-Flame Lord must be one of the 12 lords of Polaris City. In the jade slip, Zhu Man always mentioned the Blood-Flame Lord with unusual respect. This was a kind of respect from the bottom of his heart, and even a little fear, which surprised Lin Ming. In his impression, Zhu Man was a cruel and arrogant person. How could he be respectful to a person from the bottom of his heart? What was so special about this Blood-Flamed Lord? In addition to the first word, there were a few more words that caught Lin Ming's attention. The Eternal Demon Pit, the bones of the demon god. These were mentioned in the jade slip of Zhu Man, but the records were not detailed, and Lin Ming didn't know what they were. Looking down, there was no more valuable information, so Lin Ming put the jade slip away and turned his eyes to the album on the other side. Opening the album, it was full of portraits of trolls or barbarian warriors, which seemed to be copied from some stone or metal carvings. Next to each portrait, there was an annotation of the character's name and life, and some even stated their cultivation. Most of them were Demon Emperor level masters. Among these people, some lived tens of thousands of years ago, while others lived nearly 1,000 years ago. One thing that was common to all of them was that they were all dead. No matter how brilliant and invincible they were, or how famous they were in the Holy Demon continent, they were all dead. Who were these people? Why were they printed in this atlas? What was the connection between them? Lin Ming was just thinking about it when he suddenly felt a shock in his heart. He saw a familiar face in the atlas. He was holding a blood axe that was 10 feet long, with red hair and a ferocious face. This face was somewhat similar to the red demon that Lin Ming had seen in the Sea of Spirit after absorbing the fragments of the demon heart crystal. Could it be? Lin Ming's eyes suddenly fell on the note next to the portrait, which read, Emperor Netherworld, born in the 36,500th year of the Holy Demon calendar, died in the 39,700th year of the Holy Demon calendar, with a lifespan of more than 3,000 years. This person's talent was comparable to that of gods and demons. He achieved the realm of Demon King at the age of 24, entered the realm of Quasi-Emperor at the age of 50, and reached the level of Emperor at the age of 60. He was called Emperor Netherworld. He was hard to find an opponent at the age of 100, and then disappeared mysteriously. He died 3,000 years later, and the cause of death is unknown. Seeing this note, Lin Ming was stunned. Sure enough, it was the Emperor Netherworld who founded the Demon Emperor City. He was also in this set of atlases. There is no doubt that the so-called disappearance of the atlas was because he went to Xianan continent. However, since he had already gone to Xianan continent, how did the person who wrote the atlas know that he would die 3,000 years later? Lin Ming was confused and continued to flip through the pages. After a few pages, he saw another person who surprised him, the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor is also in this atlas. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. Compared to the Nether Emperor, who only had a lifespan of 3,000 years, the Demon Emperor, who lived for tens of thousands of years, eventually ascended to the Divine Realm, dominated the Divine Realm, and participated in the siege of the Qianxue Holy Land, was even more legendary. Such a person who existed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago, with very little information left, was actually recorded in this ancient atlas. He glanced at the annotation about the Demon Emperor next to the atlas, which only had a few words on it. The Demon Emperor, the year of birth is unknown, the year of death is unknown, and the cause of death is unknown. He even knew that the Demon Emperor was dead. Lin Ming felt a chill in his heart, because the Demon Emperor died in the Divine Realm. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Lin Ming continued to flip through the pages. The characters behind were all from tens of thousands of years ago, some of whom didn't even have a name, let alone their realm of cultivation. After flipping through most of the atlas, there are not only trolls and barbarians, but also humans and goblins. These people are also outstanding. Most of them have reached the Emperor level. Those who did not reach the Emperor level died at a young age, usually under 50 years old. And these people who died young were all gifted with extraordinary talents. They often achieved Zuundan at the age of 25 or 26, and died in their 30s or 40s. In other words, although these people did not reach the emperor level, in fact, as long as they did not die, they would eventually be crowned emperors. All the people recorded in this atlas are the top geniuses in the past tens of thousands of years. Since this ancient atlas is a rubbing copy, there should be original relief carvings. Who carved so many strong people? Lin Ming couldn't help but wonder. You know, most of the strong people in the atlas are like dragons that can only be seen from head to toe. How can the carver know whether they are alive or dead? Moreover, the appearances copied from the atlas are very lifelike. Take the Nether Emperor and the Demon Emperor for example, they are very similar to the real people. The Demon Emperor is a figure from tens of thousands of years ago. How can the carving know what the Demon Emperor looks like? Lin Ming was full of doubts. Unable to figure out what was going on, he could only close the atlas and put it into the Zumi ring. It's useless for me to care about these things now. The battle with Crossing Cheyenne is only 1 month away. The time to practice is the real thing. After Lin Ming killed Zuman, he accumulated 7 killing points. With his original 2 killing points, there were a total of 9 killing points, enough for him to practice at will in the special training ground. Lin Ming took out the top grade blood evil crystals in the Zumi ring, holding one in each hand, and placed another row beside him. 10 top grade blood evil crystals were used together. This method of practice was extremely luxurious. Even a figure like Zuman usually used top grade blood evil crystals for practice, but he used them one by one, and would not waste them so much. You should know that there are only 70 top grade blood evil crystals in the blood barbarian Zumi ring. If used in this way, they will be used up in less than 10 days. Lin Ming doesn't care about the cost at all. As long as it can improve the speed of cultivation, it is worth it, no matter how much he pays. The Great Wilderness Halberd art is originally a top-level technique. Coupled with the rich evil spirit of the special training ground, the 6-winged demon tattoo, and the increase of the ethereal martial spirit, Lin Ming's training speed is extremely fast. And just like this, after only 10 days, all the top-grade blood evil crystals were used up. Lin Ming left the training ground and went straight to the market on the 2nd floor and found the fat man of the goblin tribe who he contacted more than 10 days ago. When the fat stall owner saw Lin Ming coming, he immediately smiled humbly. The news that Lin Ming killed the blood barbarian 10 days ago had already spread throughout the 2nd floor. The fat stall owner knew the strength of the blood barbarian very well. Such a legendary figure was defeated by Lin Ming, so that he felt scared when he saw Lin Ming now. Young Master Lin, what do you have to say? The fat stall owner lowered his hands with a respectful look. Have you exchanged the top grade blood evil crystals I asked you to exchange last time? Yes, a total of 100 yuan. Please count. The fat stall owner pushed out a box, and after opening it, there were crystal clear top grade blood evil crystals inside. Lin Ming glanced at it and found that the number was correct. According to what we agreed before, 100 yuan is a total of 11,500 medium grade blood evil crystals. I'll give you the crystals, Lin Ming said, and took out 11 boxes of blood evil crystals. The fat stall owner kept smiling. Young Master Lin, you are too polite. In this way, I will give you the lowest price. You can give me 10,000 yuan. It's the amount you want. Lin Ming still counted out 11,500 medium grade blood evil crystals. What he wanted was to exchange a large amount of top grade blood evil crystals quickly. If he didn't have enough money, he could exchange it once or twice, but if he exchanged more, the fat stall owner couldn't afford it, so he naturally had nothing to exchange. Then thank you, young Master Lin. The fat stall owner's eyes narrowed with smile. It's just what we need. This time I'm here to exchange for top grade blood evil crystals. The more the better. In addition, these things are consigned to you. You can get 5% of the things sold. You'd better not play tricks on me on the price. I know roughly how much it can be sold for, Lin Ming said, taking off a Zumi ring from his hand and throwing it to the fat stall owner. The fat stall owner immersed his mental power in the Zumi ring. He glanced at it casually and was secretly shocked. The things inside were all valuable. Most of them were treasures, jade slips, elixirs, etc. left by Lin Crossing and Zuman after their death. If all of them were sold, it would be at least 100,000 medium grade blood evil crystals. I would take 5%, which is 5,000. This is a considerable fortune. The fat stall owner's breathing was slightly rapid, and he immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, young Master Lin, I wouldn't dare to cheat you, even if I had the guts. It's best to exchange it for top grade blood evil crystals for me. The medium grade ones are useless if I come. Young Master Lin, don't worry, I will definitely do things beautifully." Chapter 562. War begins. There is no sun or moon in cultivation, and a month is too short for cultivation. Qianxue is one of the few restaurants opened by humans on the second floor of the Tower of Babel. The layout of the restaurant is elegant and grand, and the waiters in the restaurant are all beautiful girls. Some are human, and some are fairies. At this time, in the lobby on the first floor of Qianxue, several human warriors in green clothes walked in with long swords. "Bring up a table of blood sheep feast," one of the young men shouted. The blood sheep is a high-level fierce beast. It is not only delicious, but also contains powerful blood and qi. Eating it is very good for the human body. Of course, corresponding to this, the price of this blood sheep feast is also very expensive. "Okay, it's here." A big customer came, and the waiter went to the kitchen to greet him attentively. "Haha, big brother, these days, we humans have finally gotten rid of our anger. We don't have to be looked down upon by those guys anymore. This is all thanks to Master Lin. In the Tower of Babel, humans are few in number and relatively weak in strength. Whether it is the second floor or the first floor, humans are a vulnerable group. It is normal for them to be excluded. However, this time, because Lin Ming killed the blood barbarian and even accepted Xingqian's challenge, he gave the human race a chance to fight. Because they were afraid of Lin Ming, the other warriors on the second floor did not dare to bully humans. Well, let's count the days. Tomorrow is the time for Lin Ming and Xingqian to fight. I wonder how likely Lin Ming is to win. The man called the Big Brother looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He wore a green scarf on his head and a green suit. He looked very majestic. Mr. Lin must have some confidence. A girl who looked to be in her 20s interrupted. Mr. Lin won the previous battles against Zuman and Land Crossing. This time, he must have some confidence in taking on the challenge against Crossing Cheyenne. No one who can get this far will take on a challenge without any confidence. Well, that's right, but by the same token, Crossing Cheyenne will not declare war without any confidence. In short, this battle is full of suspense. Several people were discussing, and suddenly a voice interrupted. "What were you talking about just now? Lin Ming wants to fight Crossing Cheyenne?" Several warriors turned their heads and saw that the person who was speaking was a young man in black, about 27 or 28 years old, with an imposing manner. Next to the young man in black was a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s, dressed in black, and with a veil on her face. This couple was Emogu and Emoking. Emoking had been practicing on the second floor for many days, and Emogu came to see her recent situation, and happened to run into this scene. "Yes, Lin Ming will fight Crossing Cheyenne tomorrow. You are newcomers, right? You don't even know this?" In the eyes of these warriors, those who didn't know about the battle between Lin Ming and Crossing Cheyenne were mostly newcomers. This battle had been widely reported for a long time. Emogu took a breath of cold air. It had only been a few days since they last met, and Lin Ming was actually fighting against Crossing Cheyenne. Although Emogu was a warrior of the 3rd level, he thought he was far inferior to Crossing Cheyenne in terms of strength. Crossing Cheyenne had been in the 2nd level for so many years, and his strength was already unfathomable. How could Lin Ming have the courage to challenge him? Emoking also found it unbelievable. Although she was not happy to be suppressed by Lin Ming, she had to admit that Lin Ming was talented, and Lin Ming didn't look like a fool. He dared to challenge Crossing Cheyenne. Did he think he had the capital to fight? "My dear brother, I'm also a newcomer on the 2nd floor. Please tell me the details. When was the battle between Lin Ming and Crossing Cheyenne decided?" "As far as I know, Lin Ming has not been on the 2nd floor for long. How could he declare war on Crossing Cheyenne? It was decided a month ago. Lin Ming killed Zuman. Crossing Cheyenne issued a declaration of war, and then Lin Ming accepted it." "Killed Zuman?" Emogu was stunned. Zuman was notorious on the 2nd floor. He had been practicing on the 3rd floor for the past month, and didn't know that Zuman was dead. Such a ruthless man who kills without blinking an eye actually died at the hands of Lin Ming. Yes, and Lin Ming probably hid some of his strength in that battle. The decisive battle between Lin Ming and Crossing Shine will be tomorrow. Don't miss it if you want to watch it. However, the ticket price has been raised to 800 blood evil crystals per ticket, and it is difficult to buy. If you want to buy it, you should prepare early. I see. Thank you for telling me. Emogu took a breath, pulled out a blood evil crystal from the Sumeru ring and slapped it on the table. Waiter, check out. Brother, do we want to watch it? Of course. Emogu said in a tone without any suspense. Watching this battle will be of great benefit to both me and you. And I have reported Lin Ming's situation to the sect, and the sect has begun to pay attention to Lin Ming. If we can make friends with Lin Ming, it will be of great benefit to our sect. In the Holy Demon continent, there are many 5th grade sects, but there are very few holy places with powerful emperors. Many emperor level geniuses say that they will be able to break through the divine sea realm in the future, but they often die halfway. The human divine sea powerhouses in the Holy Demon continent are really rare, and the benefits of making friends with one are self-evident. The battle between Lin Ming and Crossing Shine became more and more popular, and the price of admission tickets soared from 500 blood evil crystals to 800, 900, and even had a trend of breaking through 1000. But even so, it was hard to get a ticket. Many warriors who had been in seclusion for several months or half a year came out of seclusion specifically to watch this battle. There were also some second-level wealthy people who were not trial takers themselves, but made a fortune by doing business, and they were also very interested in watching this battle. On the day of the finals, when it was dawn, people had already come out of their respective residences, and noisy sounds filled the major corridors. A stream of surging people gathered towards the martial arts arena. Looking down from the air, the scale of 10,000 people was very spectacular. Originally, the martial arts arena could only accommodate 8,000 people. For this battle, extra seats were added. Many people who were not originally second-level trialists also came. When there were more than 2 hours left before the final battle, the entire martial arts arena was full. Oh my god, we came before dawn, and they came earlier than us. The front row seats are gone. The admission tickets issued by the Babel Tower Martial Arts Arena did not have seats arranged. The quality of the seats depended on how much you occupied. Are these guys kidding me? Did they come last night? Hey, you're right. They came last night. You see, they are still practicing. They must have been meditating all night. Awesome. If we had known, we would have practiced here too. Meditation is the same anywhere. Forget it. It's okay to sit here. If you sit in the front row, you might be caught in the aftermath of the battle and get seriously injured and vomit blood. Those who are weak should not sit in the front row. Someone said something, and the warriors present looked at each other. That's right, the last time Lin Ming fought against Zhu Man, he had already injured several people. This time against Crossing Shine, he would definitely fight more fiercely. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the weak would vomit blood. Well, let's sit here. Well, life is important. In this hellhole, getting hurt is a very dangerous thing. Several warriors were discussing, and suddenly one of them said, "Look, it's Crossing Shine. Crossing Shine is here." A group of people looked over. At the entrance of the fighting arena, Crossing Shine was naked, casually wearing a piece of animal skin, and strode in. It was indeed Crossing Shine. He carried a black heavy sword on his back, had unruly long red hair, cyan skin, and muscles as solid as granite. He was wrapped in thick chains that the trolls liked. To the trolls, this kind of chain was the same as the necklaces and collars worn by humans. Crossing Shine's appearance immediately caused warm cheers from the audience, especially the trolls. Their voices were originally loud, and with the thick magic energy infused into their voices, their shouts shook the entire venue. There were also wild screams from the goblin women. For them, a strong man like Crossing Shine was undoubtedly the most attractive sexual partner. Crossing Shine's popularity was definitely much higher than Lin Ming's, because the audience was mostly made up of trolls and barbarians, who could not possibly support humans. In addition, Crossing Shine's accumulated prestige over the years made Crossing Shine's supporters several times more than Lin Ming's. Crossing Shine is becoming more and more unfathomable. In a corner of the fighting arena, Emogu stared at Crossing Shine with a burning gaze. The opponent's aura was restrained, without any dissipation, but even so, he still felt frightened, as if seeing Crossing Shan made him shudder from the bottom of his heart. It's really not easy for Lin Ming to defeat Crossing Shan. Emogu was worried in his heart. Lin Ming was not a reckless person, and he must have some confidence in declaring war on Crossing Shan. However, although his reason told him so, when he really saw Crossing Shan, Emogu still felt no confidence at all. When he was on the second floor, Crossing Shan was already famous, and he also had some understanding of Crossing Shan. Crossing Shan's attack power is extremely terrifying, his defense power is terrible, his soul power is not weak, and he even has a good understanding of artistic conception. In addition, he is also fast, and has almost no weaknesses. He was an all-round warrior at the beginning. Now, more than a year has passed, and his strength has been further improved. It is difficult to estimate. I'm no longer his opponent. If we fight head on, I guess I can't last more than 3 moves. Emogu sighed as he spoke. Emoking was beside Emogu, silent. Whether it was Crossing Shan or Lin Ming, they were completely beyond her level of understanding. She just had to watch the game quietly. Lin Ming is here. Not long after Crossing Shan appeared, Lin Ming also appeared. He was wearing a simple green robe, holding a purple spear, and his face was calm. Lin Ming, come on. Mr. Lin, we support you. Compared to the roaring shouts that were almost like a tide when Crossing Shan arrived just now, Lin Ming's supporters were much thinner. Most of them were humans, and there were also some fairies, especially some fairies girls. Some orcs also joined the team to support Lin Ming out of sympathy. You really didn't break your promise. Crossing Shan looked at Lin Ming and said with a half smile, since you promised, I will be there. Lin Ming stood on the fighting arena, with the purple spear unsheathed, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at Crossing Shan. The two stood 20 feet apart, facing each other. Chapter 563 Destruction. Crossing Shan vs Lin Ming. At the moment when the two of them confronted each other, the audience in the entire martial arts arena held their breath. There was not a single noise in the audience seats of tens of thousands. A strong sense of oppression enveloped the place, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Lin Ming, I know that you hid your strength during the battle with the Blood Barbarian. Let me see how much strength you have hidden. Is it enough for me to take you seriously? Crossing Shan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyelids slightly raised, with an aura that looked down on the world. No more talk, attack. With his spear lying across, Lin Ming's aura burst out. On the ring, the kai sound of the two auras colliding with each other could be clearly heard. You seem to be very confident in yourself. Coincidentally, I'm also confident in myself. We are both equally confident, but only one of us will survive. Crossing Shan said as he took off the heavy sword on his back. The 9-foot-long heavy sword was taller than the height of a human man, and the wide sword body could almost be used as a door when it was erected. Such a huge sword does not even need a blade. It can smash a person into a pulp when it hits him. Boom. A black wave of air erupted around Crossing Shan, and the rolling magic energy surged out like waves. The surrounding floor tiles were directly blown away by this magic energy. At the moment, when the bricks were blown away, an incredible scene happened. The flying floor tiles seemed to be weathered in the waves of magic energy. In full view of the crowd, they silently turned into a pile of sand and disappeared in the wind. Lin Ming's pupils shrank slightly. He could turn a brick into ash, but Crossing Shan didn't even use any moves. Just the surge of magic energy could make the bricks and stones break into sand. This was surprising. Could this be Destruction Realm? Crossing Shan has indeed comprehended some Destruction Realm. In the audience, Emogu's face darkened slightly. The Destruction Realm was no worse than the Space Realm, and it was also an illusory realm lore. Many geniuses of the fairy tribe had no chance to comprehend it, so how could Crossing Shan comprehend it? Crossing Shan is indeed a peerless figure. Awesome, worthy of being the king of the second level. In front of Emogu, many troll warriors were talking excitedly, but Emogu frowned slightly. Genius? He also had some understanding of Crossing Shan. In terms of physical fitness and the speed of cultivating magic essence, Qianxue was of course first class, but in terms of the comprehension of the law, Qianxue could only be considered average, and there was a big gap compared to the fairy tribe. How could he comprehend the destruction realm after such a short time? Lin Ming, you will be like these bricks and stones, reduced to ashes under my moves. Go to hell. Qianxue shouted, his bones crackling and popping, which sounded frightening. The heavy sword in his hand turned into a gust of wind. The whistling wind swept the entire martial arts arena, and the sword slashed down like a mountain collapsing, mixed with infinite power. At that moment, Lin Ming only felt that the air around him was instantly sucked away, and the place where he stood was completely locked, and he could only face Qianxue's attack. The whole body's true energy burst out, and a spear was stabbed out. The blood-drinking seal merged into the purple Zuan spear, infusing the whole body's strength and will. Slaughter. The spear blade as thick as a bucket pierced on the sword edge of Qianxue, and there was a loud bang, as if two mountains collided. The wanton true energy and magic energy intertwined, and shot out like a razor, shattering the floor tiles, and then was blown away in an instant, leaving the black gold ground under the floor tiles, and countless white marks were cut by the airflow. Be careful. The group of warriors closest to the fighting field all stretched out their body protecting true essence. They had expected such a scene to happen. It can be said that those who were not strong dared not sit in the first row. Squeak, squeak. The airflow knife cut on the body protecting true essence, making a harsh sound, and the stone platform in front of the audience seats was cut like tofu. It is worthy of the fight between the two strongest people on the second floor. Just the aftermath of the true essence made it difficult for us to defend. Everyone be careful, these two people haven't used their full strength yet. The powerful ones are still behind. If you feel tired, lean back and be careful not to get hurt. A warrior suddenly said, making the young people around him look a little unnatural. Indeed, the moves that warriors use at the beginning of a fight are generally based on probing. If the probing alone has such power, how terrible must their full strength be? These spectators are also the best of the younger generation, but facing Lin Ming and Qianxue, they are like ordinary warriors. The gap is too big. These two people have exceeded the level of understanding of many of them. These two monsters shouldn't be on the second floor. This is not the place for them to stay. If they stay here, how can we stay here? Many warriors complained in their hearts. Not bad, he took it. Qianxue looked at Lin Ming, his pupils shrank slightly. In the previous attack, he had used most of his strength except for not using the power of the law, but Lin Ming did not take it reluctantly, and it was obvious that he still had some strength to spare. Very good, you do have the capital to make me take you seriously. I didn't use the state of mind in the previous attack. This time, I will let you see the power of the law that I have comprehended. Let me see where the limit of your strength is, and how much of my strength you can force out. Facing Qianxue's momentum, Lin Ming stood with a gun in his hand, not caring at all. You didn't use the state of mind, and I didn't use the state of mind either. Then let's try and see whose state of mind is stronger. You are really confident. Your state of mind of time and space only makes your moves unpredictable and hard to defend against. It is completely different from my state of mind of destruction. My state of mind of destruction can directly disintegrate your attack and make you unable to even resist. In terms of attack power, the state of destruction is of course more terrifying. It is said that once the state of mind is released, it will destroy everything, including the enemy's treasures, flesh, momentum, true essence, and soul. Relatively speaking, the state of time and space makes the moves more bizarre and difficult to dodge. The increase in attack power is not very obvious in the initial stage of state of mind comprehension. The state of destruction and the state of time and space, each has its own strengths. It is impossible to say which is stronger or weaker. It can only depend on how each understands it. Qianxue held the sword across his chest. As the rolling magic cloud roared out, the gravel under his feet turned into ashes. Qianxue is going to use a state of destruction. It is said that it can directly destroy the opponent's true essence. If the true essence is destroyed, how can the moves be blocked? Facing the destructive power of the state of destruction, Lin Ming's true essence must be much stronger than Qianxue's magic essence to fight a draw, but Qianxue is already so strong. Can Lin Ming be stronger than him? The state of destruction can dissolve the opponent's true essence. In the fight of martial arts, if the true essence is dissolved and annihilated by the opponent, it will naturally suffer a lot. In other words, in the same fight, Lin Ming must pay 20% to 30% of the true essence, that is stronger than Crossing Shan, in order to barely fight a draw. His consumption and strength are more than Crossing Shan. Once he fails to reach this level, he will be suppressed by Crossing Shan, or even defeated. Mu took a deep breath. Lin Ming's situation is very bad. Lin Ming is indeed strong, but he probably can't kill Crossing Shan at a loss of 20% or 30% of his strength. If he can't suppress Crossing Shan's destructive state of mind, he will lose sooner or later. If he drags on like this, I don't know how he will deal with it. Mu was worried about Lin Ming. On the arena, Crossing Shan held a heavy sword, and the blade was covered with a layer of grayish black light. The black light layer was very thin, but after the black light appeared, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, and even the air and light were twisted into the black light, and disappeared into thin air. The power of destruction. Crossing Shan shouted loudly, and slashed out with a sword. This sword was not accompanied by a huge wave of demonic energy, only the strange black light was overwhelming, and covered Lin Ming. Weird. Lin Ming's eyes condensed. He felt the strange power of annihilation in that layer of black light. Your power is to destroy, but my King Kang true essence is endless. Let's see, is your power of destruction stronger, or is my King Kang true essence stronger? After fusing with the blood of the reverse scale, Lin Ming's true essence has always carried a trace of endless attribute, and the appearance is blue. If you want to destroy Lin Ming's true essence, you have to spend several times the power. Raw. Facing the overwhelming black light, the bones in Lin Ming's body made a low explosion, as if a dragon awakened in Lin Ming's body, making a shocking dragon roar. Facing the state of destruction for the first time, Lin Ming did not underestimate the enemy. While using the power of the real dragon, he resolutely opened 40% of the power of the evil god. With a spear, Lin Ming condensed into a blue dragon phantom behind him. At that moment, the purple spear seemed to have turned into a blue dragon, rushing towards the black light with fangs and claws. Crack. The spear pierced the black light, but strangely, there was no violent explosion. Instead, the two energies collided with each other, and annihilated and melted each other in the excitement of the true essence, just like ice and fire coming into contact, desperately trying to devour each other. Swish, swish, swish. The black light was constantly shattered, and at the same time, Lin Ming's blue spear light was constantly corroded. However, after several confrontations, the blue spear light destroyed by the black light was recondensed, and rushed back more fiercely. What? Crossing Shan was shocked. How is this possible? Not only Crossing Shan was shocked, but the audience was also stunned. The power of the destruction state of mind was even greater than the 5 element of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Once the destruction state of mind appeared, warriors of the same level were simply unable to compete. How can you fight if your true essence is destroyed? Unless you have an overwhelming advantage in strength. But Lin Ming is obviously not. His momentum is not necessarily stronger than Crossing Shan, but his true essence has an extremely tenacious attribute, which is endless, and cannot be destroyed. This brat. Crossing Shan gnashed his teeth, and increased his strength again, but he still couldn't suppress Lin Ming's King Kang Zenyuan. This King Kang Zenyuan is the power of the real dragon, which is the blood of the King Lang and Island, the ultimate beast of the god realm. Although there is only one drop, it is also extremely terrifying. Compared with the power of the real dragon, the state of destruction is one of the ultimate states of mind, and it is naturally extremely powerful, but the key is, how much can Crossing Shan comprehend? He is far from enough in terms of cultivation and age, and what he comprehends is just a drop of water in the ocean. Recommend a book, Backfire. Book number 2,742,994. Author, Let Go of That Queen. Currently rushing to the new book list. The type of alien continent tends to be cute. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Chapter 564. The Blood Demon arrives. On the arena, the true essence collided, and Crossing Shan's destructive power was completely restrained by King Kang's true essence. Crossing Shine's face was extremely gloomy. Boy, your true essence is of a special nature, which really surprised me. Let's see how long you can hold on. In terms of endurance, our trolls are far stronger than you humans. Let's see how long you can hold on. Crossing Shine's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity, and the magic essence in his body circulated more and more fiercely. Lin Ming sneered. In terms of endurance and recovery ability, I have never been afraid of anyone. But, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Your artistic conception has already come out, but mine has not. My time and space artistic conception, I have only comprehended the fur, and it is good that I can't increase my attack power for the time being, but can you completely avoid those weird and unpredictable moves alone? When Lin Ming said this, his eyes turned cold, and his spear turned, and the power of the evil god burst out to 70%. The space under his feet seemed to be weirdly distorted, and then Lin Ming turned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated in the wind. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining few black lights shot at the place where Lin Ming disappeared, directly smashing the floor tiles there into ashes and corroding a big hole in the black gold foundation. Arrogant, let's fight if you want to, so much nonsense. Crossing Shine said angrily, and his proud state of destruction failed, and he was a little angry. The wind was howling, and the air vortexes rolled up by Lin Ming's rapid body movement were all around. The wind state and space state were integrated into the body movement at the same time, and Lin Ming's speed reached the extreme. Swoosh. Lin Ming appeared in front of Crossing Shine in an instant, without any signs, as if he had moved instantly. A spear stabbed out, and the blood drink seal flew, and the blood seal spun to kill. HMPH. Crossing Shine shouted angrily, and the heavy sword in his hand chopped down directly. The heavy sword weighing tens of thousands of pounds was like a light straw in Crossing Shine's hand, and the huge weight of the heavy sword did not affect the attack speed at all. However, when the sword was halfway through, the sneer on Crossing Shine's face rose. Although Lin Ming's spear was fast, Crossing Shine was confident that he could block it in time. However, for some reason, when he was halfway through swinging his sword, the time around him seemed to slow down, so that he watched Lin Ming's spear pierce his throat. Damn it. Crossing Shine's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted violently. Black light burst out from his body, and the state of destruction rushed out in all directions. Only then did he barely break through the shackles of the time and space cage. At this time, Crossing Shine could no longer swing his sword to resist Lin Ming's purple spear. He retreated violently, but he was still a step slower. The purple spear mercilessly pierced Crossing Shine's chest. The protective magic element was pierced, and a trace of blood spurted out. Crossing Shine retreated more than 10 feet away. Because of retreating, he avoided the throat, but it still pierced his chest. The entire spearhead was immersed in it, and a destructive true essence and evil spirit rushed into his body, but was forcibly suppressed by Crossing Shine. Looking at Lin Ming, Crossing Shine's face was deep, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Crossing Shine was injured. The audience was a little dazed. First, the strange King Kang Zenyuan withstood Crossing Shine's destructive state of mind, and then the attack that integrated the time and space state of mind injured Crossing Shine. Although Crossing Shine was not seriously injured, on the second floor of the Babel Tower, Crossing Shine has always been an invincible existence, and no one can shake his position. In his last battle half a year ago, he fought a life and death battle with another top master on the second floor of the Babel Tower. In the end, Crossing Shine cut off the opponent's head and was not injured. Today, he was injured by a human youth. How did this human cultivate? Judging from his age, he must be in his 20s at most. He is stronger than the blood barbarians, and his physical defense is also extremely strong. How can this be an ability that a human can have? Even the trolls are not as strong as him. Hasn't the human physical training technique been lost long ago? And it is said that it was eliminated because the human physical training technique was too rubbish. Even if they learned it, it would be useless. Humans are weak and unsuitable for physical training. This is a fact recognized by the Holy Demon continent, and even humans themselves admit it. Not only is his body strong, his speed is also abnormal, and he has comprehended many laws of time and space that the goblins have not comprehended. Oh, and he had a battle with the Black Rat before. Facing the soul attack that the dwarf demons are good at, he didn't even blink and completely ignored it. In terms of soul power, he is also extremely strong. Does he have any weaknesses? If you don't think about it carefully, it doesn't make any sense. After listing it carefully, the warriors present looked at Lin Ming with different eyes. His physical strength was stronger than that of the trolls, his affinity with the laws was better than that of the goblins, his soul power was stronger than that of the dwarfs, and in addition, he was fast, his true essence was thick, and he had a special toughness attribute. In the eyes of these people, Lin Ming was completely a monster without any weaknesses. How could he fight against such an enemy? Very good. Crossing Shan's eyes were cold. It's been a long time since anyone has pushed me to this point. I never thought of using this move on the second floor of the Tower of Babel, because the trialists here don't have the qualifications for me to use this move. Now you are honored to have obtained this qualification. You talk too much nonsense. Let's suppress me first. Lin Ming sneered and said sarcastically, you said you didn't think of using all your strength on the second floor of the Tower of Babel, but I didn't see you go to the third floor. Are you so brave? Humph. What do you know? I stayed on the second floor for so long, and I naturally have my reasons. How can you know it? You can die in peace. Crossing Shan shouted, clenched his fists, and his muscles bulged. His hair began to grow longer, and the magic energy in his body became more and more intense, spreading around like a rolling wave. His skin and eyes were covered with a faint blood light, and his blood vessels bulged like earthworms, and some parts even burst directly. The blood demon is coming. Similar to the Demon King battle body of the Goblin clan, when the ancient troll blood in the troll clan's body is rich to a certain degree, it can be recognized by the ancient trolls and perform the blood demon's arrival to increase its own strength in a short period of time. However, compared with the Demon King battle body, the blood demon's arrival is a more brutal skill, which will consume a certain amount of blood essence, so it will not be used easily. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Crossing Shan. It seems that my strength can no longer be hidden. Lin Ming clenched the purple Zuan gun. For the third floor, where there are many strong people, for those potential enemies who are targeting him for some unknown reason, Lin Ming has always shown weakness. Now facing Crossing Shan, his strength is a little bit difficult to hide. When masters fight, if you misjudge the opponent's strength and do not use your full strength, you may be seriously injured or even die. The mental power is connected to the evil god seed, and the evil god's power is fully opened. Boom. The highly compressed evil god's power bound in the evil god seed erupted like a volcano. Since entering the second floor of the Tower of Babel, this is the first time that Lin Ming has released all the evil god's power. After the battle with Crossing Shan, Lin Ming has been training in the secret room for a month. The biggest achievement is the improvement of the power of the evil god. Now, Lin Ming has entered the middle stage of the innate. After the marrow is fully tempered, the power of the evil god can be activated for half an incense stick of time. Moreover, after the battle, if the compressed true essence of the evil god's power is not used up, it can be stored again. In other words, as long as there is enough true essence, the power of the evil god can be opened and closed continuously. It is no longer like before. After opening it once, even if the true essence is not exhausted, it can only be allowed to dissipate. The momentum continues to rise, and Lin Ming's true essence seems to have condensed into a sharp spear, piercing everything in the world, unstoppable. The audience around the ring saw this scene, and their faces changed, and they retreated one by one, after using their body skills. The previous fight had made it very difficult for them to resist, not to mention that now, their strength has soared again. Maybe they will be seriously injured and killed, if they are caught in the aftermath. Too strong. Crossing Shan can already be considered an emperor level genius. Lin Ming is even stronger than Crossing Shan. This is the most pinnacle battle on the second floor of the Tower of Babel in the past 10 years. It will probably be difficult to surpass it in the next 10 years. I really don't know how they practiced. The warriors in the audience discussed one after another. Some were inexplicably excited, while others had complicated expressions. If you don't leave the sect, you don't know how high the sky is. Everyone is a young hero, but the gap is too big, which makes some people inevitably feel helpless. The momentum burst to the extreme. Crossing Shan's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared and slashed with a sword. At that moment, he was like a demon god, with a momentum like a towering mountain, unattainable. The sword slashed down, like a mountain of gods pressing down on the top, with a terrifying momentum of mountains and rivers. Lin Ming's pupils shrank slightly. Facing such a blow, he didn't have the confidence to block it by just slaughtering. As for the stronger moves in the art of the great wilderness halberd, he had not yet had time to comprehend it. The soul power connected to the evil god seed, and on the purple spear, thunder and flames trembled. The two energies intertwined, and under the amplification of the 10,000-year purple lightning bamboo and the 10,000-year holy fire phoenix tree, the power climbed to the extreme. The flames were swallowed up, and the thunder roared. Since entering the Tangshan Tower, Lin Ming performed the thunder fire kill for the first time. The explosion of flames and thunder swallowed everything, and the dazzling light made it impossible to look directly. On the riddled arena, the floor tiles were completely blown away, and the first few rows of seats in the surrounding stands were also broken. In such a terrifying explosion wave that swallowed everything, Lin Ming seemed to be in an independent space. His perception and vision were extremely clear, and he instantly locked Crossing Shan's position. Being hit by the thunder fire kill first, Crossing Shan was covered in blood and his chest was broken, but in his blood-red eyes, a monstrous hatred and murderous intent burst out. Thunder and fire kill was finally hit by Crossing Shan's last attack, and the protective magic element blocked most of it. At this time, he was seriously injured, and the protective magic element was completely broken. Good opportunity. Lin Ming moved his feet, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The purple Zuan spear instantly passed through space, and appeared in front of Crossing Shan. Under the cover of the explosion and fire, the purple Zuan spear, which was integrated with the artistic conception of space, was unpredictable and difficult to resist. What's more, Crossing Shan was already seriously injured, and many meridians in his body were broken. One shot pierced his throat without suspense. Blood spurted out. Chapter 565 King's Badge. At the moment when the purple Zuan spear pierced through Crossing Shan's throat, the blood-drinking seal flew out and directly cut off Crossing Shan's head. Blood spurted out several feet high like a fountain. Bang! Crossing Shan's head fell to the ground. The dazzling flash just ended, and people just happened to see the scene of blood gushing out. Crossing Shan died in battle. Seeing this scene, the audience had an extremely unreal feeling. Crossing Shan, who had dominated the second floor for many years, died just like that, died at the hands of a human youth. Especially the trolls present, they all felt it was hard to accept. Crossing Shan was like their spiritual belief. The impact of his death in battle was too great for them. From now on, the king of the second floor of the Tower of Babel will be replaced. Damn it. Where did this kid come from? Before Lin Ming defeated Blue Star, he could only be said to be an emperor-level genius. However, in the Tower of Babel, although there are not many emperor-level geniuses, you can always find them, if you want to. Emperor-level geniuses are not equal to emperor-level strongmen. There are many emperor-level geniuses in the entire Holy Demon continent, but those who can successfully reach the emperor level are rare. If a genius wants to grow, he must constantly experience and find opportunities. Many times, he has to go through dangerous situations, and has a high probability of falling. This requires luck. If Lin Ming was only an emperor-level genius, although he was amazing, he was not worthy of the attention and fear of superpowers. But now, his victory over Crossing Shan has made some forces feel uneasy. In the corner of the audience, Emogu sighed. Lin Ming is only in the middle stage of the innate realm, but he can already surpass the top masters of the trolls. If he achieves Zuandan in the future, survives 7 or 8 deaths, recondenses his body, and finally enters the Sea of Gods, I don't know who can match him at that time. While Emogu was talking, King was silent on the side. Her face was covered by a veil, and no one knew what she was thinking. Bang! On the ring, Crossing Shan's body exploded, and a large amount of blood and energy gushed out, and finally condensed into a fist-sized red crystal ball in mid-air. Such a rich blood and energy. Lin Ming was secretly surprised. This Crossing Shan's blood and energy was more than twice as strong as Zhu Man's. And the key is that the quality is extremely high. If the strength is insufficient, it can be compensated by quantity. If the quality is insufficient, it will be useless, no matter how you make up for it. If the blood drinking seal is condensed by such blood and energy, then the power of Great Wilderness Halberd out will definitely double. After absorbing the blood and energy, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly focused. In front of him, the evil spirit formed after crossing Qian's death gathered, and did not disperse. It turned into a demon with bared fangs and claws in the air. Roar. The demon condensed by the evil spirit roared and rushed towards Lin Ming. If it was an ordinary trial participant, the evil spirit would be directly absorbed by the winner after death. But the evil spirit on crossing Qian was too strong. It was so strong that it took shape and wanted to devour Lin Ming in turn. Lin Ming snorted coldly, flicked his finger, and the purple dragon divine thunder rushed out. The lightning flashed, and the demon condensed by the evil spirit screamed, and his face was completely distorted. Break. Lin Ming suddenly squeezed his palm, and a flash of lightning as thick as his arm shot out. With a slight sound of kai, the demon phantom was completely shattered. The scattered evil spirits scattered in all directions, and the demon phantom on Lin Ming's arm pounced out and absorbed it completely. The third pair of wings stretched out at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon condensed into a six-winged demon. Next was the fourth pair of wings, which also slowly appeared. The fourth pair of wings was obviously much more difficult to condense. After absorbing the large amount of evil spirits left after crossing Qian's death, it only condensed into a vague outline. Lin Ming closed his eyes and entered a state of emptiness. He used the reincarnation martial arts as a millstone to continuously grind away the fierceness in the evil spirits, so as not to affect his own character. The last step was to put away crossing Qian's Zumi ring. Crossing Qian had accumulated countless things in the Tower of Babel over the years, and no one knew what was in his Zumi ring. Lin Ming was looking forward to it. Congratulations, young Master Lin, for becoming the new generation king of the second floor of the Tower of Babel. The referee walked up to the stage and looked at Lin Ming with some awe. Thank you. Lin Ming replied calmly. Young Master Lin ended crossing Qian's 82 game winning streak and can get 8 kill points. In addition, according to the rules of the Tower of Babel, young Master Lin can also accumulate 52 consecutive wins. In the Tower of Babel, challengers who defeat warriors with a high winning streak can get cumulative wins. The winning number is calculated by subtracting 30 from the opponent's total winning streak. For example, crossing Qian's -30 is 52. If the challenger's winning streak is not enough, then it will be accumulated to 52 games. If it is more than 52 games, it will be useless. I see. I should be able to go to the third floor now, right? Of course you can. You can go to the third floor at any time, or you can stay on the second floor. As the king of the second floor, you can get a 10% discount on anything you buy in the market, as long as it is officially sold by the Tower of Babel. In addition, you will also get a new badge of honor, the King's Badge. This badge originally belonged to Crossing Qian. If you kill him, you can take it away. If you get the King's Badge, you will get 20 killing points as a gift. There is no bomb badge on the second floor, only the King's Badge. Relatively speaking, the King's Badge is much more valuable than the bomb badge. The bomb badge on the first floor is issued once every 10 days or half a month, while the King's Badge on the second floor is often issued once every 1 or 2 years. The bomb badge can only increase 10 killing points, while the King's Badge increases 20. Oh. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. He now has 2 badges, the bomb badge on the first floor and the King's Badge on the second floor. Together, Lin Ming has 3-star authority. 3-star authority allows you to watch the Emperor level war array. Although the 8-fold life-falling human warriors before were comparable to the Emperor level, they were only at the beginning of the Emperor level. You know, there is also a big gap between Emperor level masters. The late stage of the Sea of Gods is not the same concept as the early stage of the Sea of Gods. I don't know how much it would cost to exchange for a formation plate for a late stage of the Sea of Gods master to fight. My current wealth sounds like a lot. If I squander it, it won't take long to use it up. Lin Ming earned 7 killing points by killing Zuman and 8 by killing Crossing Qian. In addition to the 5 points for the 50 consecutive wins and the 20 points for the second level King Badge, Lin Ming earned a total of 40 killing points in just 1 month. This number is quite terrifying, but if it is 4 or 5, it will not take long to use it up. Is there anything else that young Master Lin needs to tell you? The referee asked respectfully. No, thank you. Lin Ming clasped his fists and left. I wish young Master Lin to ascend to the throne of the Lord as soon as possible, the referee said with a flattering face. In the past few hundred years, Polaris City has never produced a human 10-winged lord. This referee was originally a mixed blood, with the blood of trolls, humans, and goblins. He didn't care which race ascended the throne of the Lord. Lin Ming smiled, said nothing, and left the ring. Brother Lin. When Lin Ming walked into the audience, Emogu and Emoking came up to greet him. Brother Lin, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for many days, you have become the king of the second floor of the Tower of Babel. It's just an empty title. Lin Ming shook his head. There should be many strong people on the third floor, who can easily sweep the second floor. Indeed, there are many strong people on the third floor, such as the 7 stars of the Sky Demon. There are quite a few who can sweep the second floor, but there is no one who can sweep the second floor at Brother Lin's age. The warriors on the third floor are much older than those on the second floor, and it is not considered a skill. Emogu sincerely admired Lin Ming. He had been on the second floor for a long time, so he naturally knew the value of the king's badge, especially since Lin Ming was so young. Brother Lin, do you plan to stay on the second floor for a while, or go to the third floor? Emogu knew very well that Lin Ming was here to gain experience. After he had no opponents on the second floor, he would probably go to the third floor soon. Brother Emo, please tell me about the situation on the third floor. I don't know much about the Tower of Babel. Emogu laughed and said self-deprecatingly, I went to the third floor more than half a year ago. I have always been at the bottom of the third floor. The only thing I have gained in the past 6 months is my understanding of the third floor. Brother Lin has asked the right person. Let's find a place to talk in detail. How about it? Emogu would naturally not miss this opportunity to help make friends with Lin Ming. Well, that's what I meant. Lin Ming always felt that he was being targeted. If he rushed up without knowing anything about the third floor, he would probably encounter danger. Make an understanding in advance, know yourself and the enemy, and you will never be in danger in 100 battles. Suiaxen is a restaurant on the second floor of the Tangshan Tower that mainly caters to human trialers. At this time, in the private room on the second floor of Suiaxen, Lin Ming, Emogu, and Emoking simply ordered a few dishes and talked. Brother Lin, the ground part of the Tangshan Tower has a total of 5 floors. Each floor is 70 or 80 feet high, and there are teleportation arrays connecting the floors. One of the floors is the outer city, and you can enter as long as you hand in a piece of blood evil crystal. The second floor and above is the inner city, and you must have enough strength or cultivation to enter here. The third floor is similar to the second floor, but the strength requirement is higher. The fourth floor and above is the Lord floor, and the 12 10-winged demon lords are all on the fourth floor. The fifth floor is more mysterious, and I don't know what's inside. Emogu said as he poured a glass of wine for Lin Ming and made a gesture of invitation. All the etiquette was done just right, making people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. So, for the trial takers, the third floor is the top floor, right? Yes, the fourth floor and above are the residences and places of practice of the Lord. Lin Ming thought for a while and asked, Brother Emo, do you know what the strength of the top warriors on the third floor is? Emogu shook his head. I don't know either. I haven't reached that level yet. On the third floor, there are many people like Crossing Shan who haven't taken action for a long time. I really don't know where their limits are. HMM. Lin Ming nodded. In the Tower of Babel, everyone hides their strength. He was on the second floor before, and he also didn't know where the limit of Crossing Shan's strength was. This is normal. Chapter 566. The Road to the Emperor. 2 beautiful waitresses from Suiaxen served tea and fine wine to the people, filling everyone's cups. They knelt respectfully while serving, and every posture was strictly trained. The sweet smiles on their faces were just right. In the Tower of Babel, as long as the warriors had money, they would enjoy the same enjoyment as an emperor. Emogu was already accustomed to all this, but Lin Ming was not too interested. He took a sip of tea, and after the young waitress left, He slowly asked, where does crossing Cheyenne strength rank in the third floor of the Tower of Babel? Emogu thought for a while and said, I can't say for sure. I can only roughly estimate that he is in the middle, or at most in the upper middle. You have to know that the warriors on the third floor are much older than those on the second floor. Although crossing Cheyenne has good talent, he can't stand up to his long-term practice. Most of these people have to go to the third floor because they are over the age limit of the second floor. The total number of people on the third floor is very small, only a few hundred. Hundreds of people. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. I remember that there is an honor badge in the Tower of Babel that can only be obtained after 100 consecutive wins. If there are only a few hundred people on the third floor of the Tower of Babel, this badge is too difficult to get. You have to know that crossing Cheyenne has only won 82 consecutive games. It is extremely difficult for a trial taker to accumulate a high number of consecutive wins. It's not that the warriors are not strong enough, but that there is no one to fight with you. For example, when one's strength reaches crossing Cheyenne's level, knowing that they will lose miserably, or even die in a fight with him, who would still fight him? That's why crossing Cheyenne hasn't fought again in the past 6 months. There are thousands of warriors on the second floor of the Tower of Babel, and crossing Cheyenne spent several years to achieve 82 consecutive victories. Then there are only a few hundred warriors on the third floor of the Tower of Babel, and it would be amazing to achieve a dozen or 20 consecutive victories in a few years. But how can you get the honor badge of 100 consecutive victories? Hearing Lin Ming bring up this question, Emogu's face changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, regarding this, there is a rule on the third floor of the Tower of Babel. On the third floor, if you only defeat your opponent and accumulate one winning streak, it's the same as on the second floor. But if you kill your opponent on the third floor, you will accumulate 10 winning streaks at once. What? Lin Ming's heart trembled slightly. This rule is completely encouraging warriors to kill each other. Emogu exhaled lightly and said, that's right. The Tower of Babel is encouraging killing. Don't forget that accumulating 10 winning streaks can also gain killing points for the winning streak. In other words, if you kill your opponent on the third floor, not only will you get 10 winning streaks, but you will also get killing points for the corresponding matches. Killing someone and not killing someone are completely two different treatments. So on the third floor, the trial participants are very careful in the competitions and generally don't take action easily because taking action often results in deaths. In addition, there are few warriors, which makes the fighting field unused most of the time. So, Lin Ming frowned. It seemed that the high-ranking officials of the Tangshan Tower were not kind-hearted. They did not want to see the geniuses grow up, but hoped that they would kill each other in the Tangshan Tower. The hundreds of warriors on the third floor of the Tangshan Tower were the elites of the entire Holy Demon continent. Their future achievements would at least be extremely high. If they were a little stronger, it would not be surprising if they could reach the 3rd or 4th level of life, 5 or 6 star Demon King, or Quasi-Emperor level. For such a group of evildoers, the death of one of them would be a huge loss. Lin Ming said, none of these young heroes are fools. Since the high-ranking officials of the Tangshan Tower obviously hope that they will kill each other here, will they just let it go and not leave? Is it just to carry out their killing path to the end? It is understandable that they came to the 1st and 2nd floors of the blood killing plane to practice the killing path. There were a lot of cannon fodder on the 1st and 2nd floors, but there was basically no cannon fodder on the 3rd floor. Everyone was a peerless figure, and their killing path experience had reached the extreme here. Emogu sighed. Birds die for food, mortals die for money, warriors fall for resources. There is no way. Greed makes warriors unable to stop. Simply put, they go on the battlefield to kill, not only to test their strength, but more importantly to kill points and earn points to obtain resources. Resources? What valuable cultivation resources are there on the 3rd floor that attract so many warriors? These geniuses are at least from the top 4th grade sects, and they are short of resources? Lin Ming asked, puzzled. Of course they have no shortage of skills, elixirs, blood evil crystals, and true essence stones, but some things are unique to the Tower of Babel. The war array that Brother Lin saw before is one of them, but it is only a less important one. Oh. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. The war array has benefited him a lot. What other scarce resources are there in the Tower of Babel? Emogu said, there are some very bizarre things on the 3rd floor of the Babel Tower. If you have enough authority, you can even go to the 4th floor, to the place where the Lord practices. It is even more mysterious there, and you will benefit endlessly from enjoying those resources. Many warriors on the 3rd floor of the Babel Tower did not originally have such talents. It was because they came to the Babel Tower, fought all the way down in the Shura battlefield, and used top-level resources, that they were able to break out of their cocoons and become butterflies. Ordinary geniuses becoming saint-level geniuses, and saint-level geniuses becoming emperor-level geniuses. Therefore, they knew that the probability of their death in the Babel Tower was very high, but they still couldn't resist the temptation, and wanted to continue staying here. Lin Ming was aroused by Emogu and asked, what are these bizarre things? Emogu said, I know only a limited amount of details. Some things are spread very bizarrely. For example, in the place where the Lord practices on the 4th floor of the Babel Tower, there is a magical corridor called the Emperor's Road. It is said that, if you can walk to the end of this road, you can become an emperor-level powerhouse. What? Lin Ming was speechless. You can become an emperor-level expert by walking to the end of a road. Is there anyone who believes such a ridiculous thing? It should be true. It is said that there are reliefs on both sides of this road. These reliefs are all emperor-level experts from ancient times. There are many mysteries in them. I'm not very clear about the details. I'm far from having the authority to enter the road of emperors. Emogu's understated explanation shocked Lin Ming's heart. He was stunned for a long time and took out an ancient picture album from the Zumi ring. This picture album was taken from the Zumi ring of the Blood Barbarian after he killed the Blood Barbarian. It was full of rubbings of images. They were emperor-level experts or top emperor-level geniuses in the Holy Demon continent for tens of thousands of years. Among them were the Nether Emperor and the Demon Emperor. When Emogu saw the picture album, his eyelids twitched slightly. This is. Lin Ming did not speak, but just turned the picture album open. One by one, the vivid rubbings of emperor-level experts, from thousands of years ago to tens of thousands of years ago, appeared in front of Emogu one by one. Emogu browsed through the pictures one by one, and the more he looked, the more frightened he became. Emoking couldn't help but lean over to take a look out of curiosity. Where did you get this album? After I killed Zuman, I found it in his Zumi ring. The portraits of the characters in this album are all rubbings from reliefs. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably the Emperor's Road you mentioned. Emogu let out a long breath, closed the album, and said, yes. It is said that the reliefs on the Emperor's Road are vivid and contain all kinds of artistic conception. Many of the images on Brother Lin's rubbings are characters from tens of thousands of years ago. How could an ordinary person draw them so realistically and even perfectly embody the aura and majesty that dominates the world? This album should be a rubbing of the reliefs on the Emperor's Road. Lin Ming nodded. He still had two questions in his mind. One was who carved the reliefs on the Emperor's Road? Since this relief contains all kinds of mysteries and is used to decorate the Emperor's Road, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can carve. From 70,000 to 80,000 years ago to the present, the span is so long that even the great power of the god realm, such as the Demon Emperor, has fallen. Who can have such a long life and carve it until now? Second, why does Zuman have such a relief in his hand? He is not even considered a king in the 2nd floor, so he is not qualified to watch the Emperor's Road. Lin Ming feels more and more that the Tangshan Tower is full of fog and is not as simple as he thought. It is said that the blood-killing plane has a mysterious power that can kill top powerhouses, so that the powerhouses of the sealed emperor and the powerhouses of the life-destroying dare not set foot in the blood-killing plane. In addition, the rules of the blood-killing plane are weird, with 12 main cities of the heavenly demon and 12 sources of evil spirits. Each source of evil spirit is a 1,000-foot abyss, from thousands of feet high in the sky to the ground, and no one knows where the end is. Everything makes Lin Ming feel the mystery and weirdness of the blood-killing plane. Brother Lin, I would like to advise you that most warriors will try to stay on the 2nd floor for as long as possible, because the 3rd floor is too stressful. Not only are there many masters, but the Tower of Babel also has a rule that every warrior must complete at least one battle every 2 months. Otherwise he must leave the Tower of Babel and Polaris City. Once he leaves Polaris City, the heavenly demon tattoo will slowly dissipate over time. If he wants to condense it again, he has to start all over again. Lin Ming nodded. In other words, if I want to practice in seclusion for a year, I must finish these 6 battles first. That's right, and the opponents are randomly assigned according to your strength level, not found by you. This is different from the second floor, so you must pay attention to hiding your strength. If you show too much strength, the opponents you are assigned will become stronger and stronger. I understand. The conversation with Brother Mo really helped me a lot. Lin Ming thanked him sincerely. This information was very valuable to him. Brother Lin, you are too polite. We are all human beings. It's just a small favor. I can only help you this much. If you go to the 3rd floor, come find me here. Emogu said, leaving an address with his residence written on it. Lin Ming took a look, folded it up, and put it away. I still have some trivial matters to deal with on the 2nd floor. It shouldn't be long before I go to the 3rd floor. When the time comes, I will trouble you again, Brother Mo. Brother Lin, you are too polite. Just come find me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567, 8 Gates. After saying goodbye to Emogu, Lin Ming went straight to the 2nd floor market. The originally lively market suddenly became much quieter because of Lin Ming's arrival. There was no warrior present who didn't know Lin Ming. As the king of the 2nd floor, Lin Ming's visit to the market was like the emperor of the mortal world. Young Master Lin. From a distance, the fat man of the goblin tribe who cooperated with Lin Ming came up with a smile on his face. Young Master Lin, what do you want? Have you exchanged the blood evil crystals? Lin Ming had consigned many things to the fat man of the goblin tribe before, all of which were used to exchange for high quality blood evil crystals. There is still a little short. These days, I haven't sold my own things. I have been arranging things for you. The fat man seized every opportunity to get closer to Lin Ming. He really tried his best these days. The things Lin Ming consigned were very scattered. Although each one was valuable, it was not easy to find a suitable buyer in a short time. Well, I won't treat you unfairly. You won't lose the commission we agreed on before. Haha, young Master Lin, you are too polite. It is my honor to sell things for you. The fat man of the goblin tribe said as he took out a box of blood evil crystals. After opening it, it was full of top grade blood evil crystals. This is what I got from the recent exchange, and I also exchanged for medium grade blood evil crystals. There are a total of 400 top grade blood evil crystals. Please count them. Lin Ming took a rough look and found that the number was correct. He reserved 20 pieces from it. This is the 5% agreed on before. It would be best if all of them can be exchanged within this month. That. The fat man of the goblin tribe looked at the 20 pieces of top grade blood evil crystals in front of him and swallowed quietly. Don't worry, young Master Lin. I will try to do it in a short time. The fat man patted his chest and promised. Okay, I will give you another reward after the matter is done. Lin Ming put away the blood evil crystals and strode away. After returning to the training ground, Lin Ming first meditated for a while, and then took out Xingshan Sumeru Ring, a top-level Earth-level mid-grade Sumeru Ring. After sensing and probing inside, he found that the internal space was 3 or 4 times larger than Zuman Sumeru Ring, and the space was extremely stable. It would not collapse, even if it was placed for 3 or 4,000 years. What a good ring. This ring alone is worth a fortune. After taking out all the things in the ring, the first thing that caught his eye was a whole box of top grade blood evil crystals. A rough count showed that there were as many as 500 or 600 pieces. As for the mid-grade blood evil crystals, there were even more. Dozens of large boxes were filled to the brim, and a conservative estimate was that there were more than 100,000 pieces. This was a huge fortune. Lin Ming packed the blood evil crystals in a separate Sumeru ring, and then there were elixirs, jade slips, treasures, etc. Because he wanted to find some clues about the secrets of the Babel Tower from Xingshan's Sumeru ring, Lin Ming patiently flipped through all the jade slips, but unfortunately, From beginning to end, he did not find any valuable information about the Babel Tower. The contents recorded on these jade slips were basically secret manuals of magic skills, which were not very valuable to Lin Ming. Feeling slightly disappointed, Lin Ming looked through the pill bottles. There were dozens of pill bottles, and Lin Ming took out the pills one by one. Most of them were high-level healing pills such as the God Blood pill, which were not very special. When Lin Ming was about to put away all the pill bottles, he suddenly exclaimed softly. He picked up one of the pill bottles and weighed it gently in his hand. Is this a restriction? Lin Ming suddenly discovered that some seemingly ordinary celadon patterns of insects, fish, birds and beasts on this pill bottle actually cleverly concealed a small restriction. Lin Ming was very familiar with the restriction, and after studying it for a while, a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. I wonder what's inside. After rubbing his fingers on the pill bottle for a while, Lin Ming carefully injected his true essence into it. After a while, the originally flawless white porcelain bottle was covered with a layer of black luster. Crack. With a slight sound, the porcelain bottle shattered, and then a half-foot square metal box flew out of the porcelain bottle. The porcelain bottle, which was originally only half the size of a fist, could contain such a large metal box. This was naturally the effect of the ban. The things placed in my Zumi ring have to be hidden with great effort, so carefully. What could it be? Lin Ming was curious. The things in this metal box must be very important to crossing Cheyenne. The metal box was blue-gray in color, and it felt cold in the hand, full of texture. Such a small square box weighed no less than 100 kilograms. Unscrewing the small lock on the box and opening the lid, inside the box was a ball of exquisite yellow silk. Opening the yellow silk cloth back bit by bit, Lin Ming finally saw the true face of the thing in the box. It was a pigeon egg-sized bead, all black, with some patterns on it, looking like black glass full of impurities. Holding the bead in his hand, he felt a slight coolness, and this coolness spread throughout his body along his meridians, making him feel as if he was connected to the black glass blood. What is this? Lin Ming felt that this bead was extraordinary, as if it contained a pure power. And just looking at the importance crossing Cheyenne attached to this bead, he could guess something. This must be a treasure, but I don't know how to use it. Lin Ming had searched through the jade slips in crossing Cheyenne's Zumi ring before, but he didn't see any records about this thing. After all kinds of research failed, Lin Ming could only put it away first. Through a conversation with Mogu, Lin Ming also had a general understanding of the third floor of the Tower of Babel. This is the last floor of the Tower of Babel for the trialists. Although he was confident, he didn't dare to go up rashly. In the battle with crossing Cheyenne, Lin Ming used almost all the moves he could use, except the blood of the ancient phoenix, and crossing Cheyenne's strength was only ranked in the middle of the third floor of the Tower of Babel. This also means that there are quite a few people on the third floor that Lin Ming may not be a match for. In this case, Lin Ming would not rashly provoke those third layer masters. Lin Ming is only 18 years old now. He has a lot of time and is not in a hurry. He plans to retreat for a long time, maybe a few months, maybe a year or two. It has not been long since Lin Ming broke through the middle stage of Xianshan. It is a bit difficult to enter the late stage of Xianshan in one retreat. Moreover, even if he enters the late stage of Xianshan, his strength will not increase too obviously. However, Lin Ming has another plan. That is to practice the marrow tempering system. Since the marrow tempering was 100%, Lin Ming has not had time to practice the chaos gang douging. Now, he plans to calm down and practice the chaos gang douging well, to try to open the illusory 8 gates of Dungia. Above the marrow tempering is the 8 gates of Dungia, and above the 8 gates of Dungia is the Deo Palace 9 stars. The physical training system of the God realm can reverse the world and create the world when it is practiced to the extreme. Of course, the price to pay for the physical training system is also very terrifying. So many warriors in the God realm also choose the Juan system. In the Holy Demon continent, even in the ancient times, when geniuses emerged in large numbers, the physical training system was regarded as useless, with large investment and low output. Over time, the human physical training system was eliminated, and those skills were lost in the dust of history. Lin Ming took out 100 blood evil crystals from the Zumi ring in one breath. The advantage of blood evil crystals over true essence stones is that they can replenish ki in blood, temper the body, and nourish the soul. The trolls practiced physical training techniques based on blood evil crystals. By the same token, blood evil crystals are also effective for human physical training techniques. Rely on the top grade blood evil crystal to practice the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra. Don't leave until you reach a bottleneck. Lin Ming made up his mind. After swallowing a few fasting pills, the true energy in his body overflowed from his bone marrow. He operated it bit by bit according to the Chaos True Energy Sutra. Soon, Lin Ming entered the ethereal martial spirit and lost the control of consciousness. The operation of the true energy completely followed the spontaneous inertia, and the operation route was perfect. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel, in a magnificent hall with dim light, the sound of da-da-da sounded, and a 12-foot tall troll man wearing a black cloak walked towards the hall door. Crossing Cheyenne is dead. A voice suddenly sounded in the hall, but there was no figure at all, as if the voice was made by a ghost. I know. The troll man paused slightly. Like many trolls, he had green skin, but his appearance was not as rough as other trolls. Instead, he was very delicate and looked extraordinary. Although we have been paying attention to Lin Ming for a long time, we still underestimated him. I originally intended to let Crossing Cheyenne deal with him, but I never expected that he could kill Crossing Cheyenne in turn. This boy is definitely not an ordinary person. Even among the emperor level geniuses, he is also an upper level existence. If he is allowed to develop, he will definitely become a Sea of Gods in the future, and he will be an extremely powerful Sea of Gods. The voice sounded again, and at this time, there was a distortion in the air in the hall, and the evil spirit gathered. A floating shadow slowly appeared. The floating shadow was erratic. It was a barbarian man. This is an application method of the war array. Through two connected arrays, the floating shadow and the sound are transmitted together, so that they can talk directly. If you want to talk with the sound transmission note, you have to use many sound transmission notes one by one, which is very troublesome. His becoming a Sea of Gods has nothing to do with my blood killing plane. The troll man said casually. The blood killing plane is known as the forbidden area for Sea of Gods. Not to mention the Sea of Gods, even the high level life falling strongmen dare not set foot in it, otherwise they will be suppressed and killed. Whether Lin Ming can become a Sea of Gods has nothing to do with them. That's true, but before he becomes a sea god, he will become the 13th 10-winged demon. We don't want anyone else to take away a share of power, especially if the other party is a human. The voice was silent for a while, and then slowly said, at this moment, in the dark hall, another floating shadow lit up. The owner of the floating shadow was a fairy man. He had a beard, which made his originally handsome face look a little more decadent. He smiled slightly and said, the guy named Lin Ming has started to retreat on the 2nd floor. It's his smart move. The barbarian lord smiled indifferently and said, if he just retreats and practices hard without practicing actual combat, he will soon encounter a bottleneck. He can't retreat forever. When he comes out, I will find someone to deal with him. Chapter 568, Nameless Divine Bill. For the Lord of the Tower of Babel, having one more lord is not good news, but it is not a terrible thing either. What they want most is to recruit the young heroes of the Tower of Babel as their subordinates, and consolidate their dominance. The troll man hesitated for a moment, took out a sound transmission talisman from the Sumeru ring, stretched out his hand and lightly tapped it, and a flame ignited in the dark hall, which was particularly bright. On the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, in a completely enclosed metal chamber, a sturdy young man with a black cloth wrapped around his hand was boxing. Every time he threw a punch, there was a sharp whistling sound of the air. The punches were swung quickly and connected together, like rolling thunder, which was endless. The leader asked us to deal with Lin Ming. When the sturdy young man was practicing, a woman in black suddenly broke into the stone chamber and spoke. Oh. The sturdy young man stopped. Lin Ming, the Lin Ming who killed Crossing Cheyenne? Yes. The sturdy young man didn't say anything, but continued to swing his fists, hitting the metal wall one by one. With a dull loud noise, the specially made black gold wall was completely dented by the sturdy young man. Don't you have any feelings? The woman in black said. The sturdy young man stopped, rubbed his wrist, and said, Crossing Cheyenne underestimated his enemy, but it is human nature. Anyone who fights a child as a second level king will underestimate his enemy. I have seen the war between Lin Ming and Crossing Xian. I guess the strength shown by Lin Ming at that time was close to his limit. With such strength, he can be ranked at the upper level among the 3 levels of the Tower of Babel. Compared with Lin Ming's age, this level is very evil, but compared with us, the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, the upper level is nothing at all. While the sturdy young man was speaking, he kicked out fiercely. There was a loud bang, and the entire black gold metal wall was completely deformed. The root was torn by the strong pulling force, and the whole wall was lifted up like a door. The woman in black shook her head when she saw this scene, and asked the alchemist to repair the wall again. Lin Ming is now training on the 2nd floor. After he goes to the 3rd floor, according to the practice of the Tower of Babel, he will not be assigned top level expert in the first few matches. In other words, he still has a long time to grow before he meets our 7 stars of heavenly demons. You should take care of yourself, the black-clothed woman said, casually raised her hand, and turned to leave. The sturdy young man rubbed his nose, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He laughed and said to himself, I'm just afraid that he can't grow up, then it's completely meaningless. In the secret room of the Tower of Babel, Lin Ming naturally knew nothing about all this. With the help of the ethereal martial spirit, he had completely entered a state of selflessness. There was not a trace of consciousness left in his body. The root of the true energy was perfectly operated according to instinctive inertia. In this state, Lin Ming's training speed was extremely terrifying. Training does not take time. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ming has been in seclusion for 3 months. In the middle, he went out once to consign some items in the Xingqianzumi ring that he did not need, and also took back a large amount of high-quality blood evil crystals from the fat man of the Goblin clan. Including consignment and exchange, Lin Ming has already taken back more than 1,000 top-grade blood evil crystals from the fat man of the Goblin tribe. The resources consumed in practicing the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra are really too great. A top-grade blood evil crystal will lose its luster in Lin Ming's hands in a short time, and then break into pieces and completely turn into waste stone. Lin Ming often uses several top-grade blood evil crystals together, which makes the top-grade blood evil crystals consumed faster. In 3 months, Lin Ming used up 1,200 top-grade blood evil crystals, which is equivalent to more than 100,000 medium-grade blood evil crystals. In this process, the fat man of the Goblin tribe has made great contributions. At the beginning, the number of top-grade blood evil crystals on the 2nd floor was large and easy to exchange, but later, as Lin Ming exchanged more and more, the number of top-grade blood evil crystals became less and less, and the price also rose all the way, making it more and more difficult to exchange. Without this fat man of the Goblin tribe, just exchanging crystals gave Lin Ming a headache. After 3 months of retreat, Lin Ming also gave the more than 100,000 medium-grade blood evil crystals in the Xingqianzumi ring to the fat man of the Goblin tribe. This was equivalent to more than 1,000 high-grade blood evil crystals, and even Lin Ming felt that it was a bit embarrassing. However, what surprised Lin Ming was that this fat man was really capable. When the high-grade blood evil crystals on the 2nd floor became increasingly scarce, he found a way to contact the 3rd floor and exchanged high-grade blood evil crystals from the 3rd floor. There were more high-grade blood evil crystals on the 3rd floor. The warriors here only used high-grade blood evil crystals for cultivation, and the medium-grade blood evil crystals could only be used for daily consumption. This also made the high-grade blood evil crystals on the 3rd floor more expensive, and the exchange price reached 125 to 1. Lin Ming didn't care about this, as long as he could exchange it. In this way, another 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. Lin Ming had been in retreat for 5 months. In these 5 months, Lin Ming consumed high-grade blood evil crystals regardless of the cost, and with the increase of blood evil energy in the special training ground, plus the effect of ethereal martial intention, Lin Ming's training speed can be said to be 1,000 miles a day. In terms of physical training, Lin Ming's aptitude is not bad. He originally fused a drop of true dragon blood, which greatly improved his physical fitness. In addition, Lin Ming's body has been tempered many times over the years, and his foundation is already very solid. One day, Lin Ming, who was meditating on the stone bed, opened his eyes. 5 months. I practiced for 5 months in a row under the blessing of the ethereal martial spirit, but it only laid a little foundation for opening the 8 gates of Dungia. It is still a long way to open the 8 gates of Dungia, and my practice is approaching a bottleneck. Lin Ming's practice speed has been getting slower and slower in the past month, and he must be close to the bottleneck. There is a long way from marrow tempering to the 8 gates of Dungia. The first half of the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra must be practiced to perfection. It is impossible to achieve it in one fell swoop. Even if everything is practiced well, in order to open the 8 gates of Dungia, you need the best body tempering medicinal materials, which is more difficult than marrow tempering. This kind of natural treasure requires a great opportunity to find in Xi'an continent. Therefore, it is difficult for Lin Ming to continue on the road of physical training. Lin Ming hesitated for a long time, silently chanting a spell, and a fist-sized golden light ball flew out from Lin Ming's danshan, spinning in the air. After a moment, it turned into a small golden furnace, which was the Qianxue furnace. Open. Lin Ming pointed with his right hand, and the furnace cover opened. A blue pill flew out of the Qianxue furnace, and flew into Lin Ming's hand. At that time, the white eyebrow abbot of the Great Zen Temple used the Ming Buddha Great Handprint to forcibly open the Qianxue furnace, and 2 light balls flew out, one red and one blue. The red one was the blood of the ancient troll, which had been swallowed by the magic cube, and the blue one was the nameless divine pill in Lin Ming's hand. The nameless divine pill was the size of a langan, and the whole body was covered with a layer of cold light. Holding it in his hand, Lin Ming could clearly feel the waves of icy air in it, as if it was going to pass to his meridians and freeze his soul. This ancient icy breath seemed to contain tens of thousands of years of time, exactly the same as the Brahma dragon root. Lin Ming could be sure that this nameless divine pill was made from the Brahma dragon root. A Brahma dragon root could help him complete the 100% marrow tempering. So what effect would the pill made from the Brahma dragon root have? Lin Ming looked at the pill from top to bottom, but he didn't dare to swallow it. He could feel the highly compressed energy and the icy breath in it, which made him feel frightened. Generally speaking, the medicinal power of the pill is much more overbearing than the medicinal materials itself, and it is not uncommon to explode and die if you swallow it rashly. It's a pity that the 3-headed old dog was injured in the soul after the space storm and fell into a deep sleep. Otherwise, if it were here, it might be able to give me some advice. Lin Ming frowned slightly. His current situation is that he has encountered a bottleneck in his closed-door cultivation. He has to go to the 3rd floor to gain experience. Although Lin Ming is confident, he is not so confident that he does not take the world's heroes seriously. He knows that with his current strength, he may encounter danger if he rashly goes to the 3rd floor. Lin Ming pondered for a while and said to himself, when I absorbed the Brahma dragon root, I used the water refining method. I boiled the Brahma dragon root with spring water to dissolve the medicinal effect into the water. Then I soaked my body in water and absorbed all the essence into my body. The old dog Mo Guang said that this is better than swallowing the Brahma dragon root directly. This nameless divine pill is made from the Brahma dragon root. It should not be wrong to take it in the same way as taking the Brahma dragon root. The advantage of using the water refining method is that the original strong medicinal power is dispersed in the water, and the medicinal power is milder and easier to absorb. Since he had made up his mind, Lin Ming no longer hesitated. Even if the way of taking the water refining method was not correct and a lot of the blue pill's medicinal power was wasted, he would not feel bad. He still had a long way to go in the future, and there were more opportunities waiting for him. Now that he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and was facing internal and external troubles, it was a good time to use this blue pill. If he was reluctant to use it because he was afraid of wasting the medicinal power, it would only waste a lot of time. For Lin Ming, time was the most precious resource. Other resources could be found again if they were gone, but time could not be recovered if it was gone. He took out the water of the source of the sun from the Zumi ring. The spring water of the source of the sun came from the warrior level trial in the Shenhuang secret realm. The spring water contained a very rich vitality of heaven and earth, and it was extremely pure, without any impurities and toxins, and was very precious. Lin Ming had been drinking this water when he was in the Shenhuang secret realm, and when he left the Shenhuang secret realm, he took a lot of it away. After continuous consumption over the years, only 2 large jars were left. The container for refining medicine was naturally the Qianxue furnace. Lin Ming opened the first level of the Qianxue furnace and pointed his finger. The source of the sun gushed out from the water tank, like a rainbow drinking from a stream, and all flew into the Qianxue furnace. Then Lin Ming flicked his finger, and the nameless divine pill turned into a blue light and flew out, and also entered the Qianxue furnace. Lin Ming stood on the edge of the Qianxue furnace, overlooking the roiling source of the sun in the furnace. The moment the nameless divine pill was thrown into the source of the sun, the water in the source of the sun actually condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few blinks of an eye, it formed a large block of ice. There is still an hour until June. Please reserve the guaranteed monthly ticket for June. Thank you everyone. Chapter 569. The Rest Gate of the 8 Gates. It's frozen? Lin Ming was slightly startled. What should he do? Should he use the fire of falling stars to burn it? The water refining method uses water as the medium for refining medicine. To put it bluntly, it is to cook medicine. It is not strange to use fire, but this nameless divine pill is obviously of cold and yin nature. Is it appropriate to use fire to cook it? Lin Ming was hesitating. At this time, the ice in the Qianxue furnace began to melt. It seemed that some blue silk in the nameless divine pill had penetrated into the source of the sun. Wherever it passed, the ice condensed by the source of the sun melted. However, after the ice melted, the cold air did not decrease at all, but became more terrifying. Lin Ming just looked at the cold spring in the Qianxue furnace, and he felt as if all the blood in his body was frozen. The ice melted, it should be, because the blue silk substance melted into the ice, which is even colder. If this continues, Lin Ming suddenly had an idea, stretched out his hand, and touched the nameless divine pill, and called it back with willpower. The brief contact of willpower made Lin Ming feel as if his soul was frozen. What a terrible cold air. Looking at the nameless divine pill, the size of the divine pill has shrunk a circle. Lin Ming dared not continue to let the sun source absorb its medicinal power. If this continued, he would not be able to bear it. You know, generally, several main medicines are used in alchemy. Brahma dragon root is probably just one of them. There are some other medicines that Lin Ming doesn't even know the ingredients of. Who knows how overbearing the medicinal power of this nameless divine pill will be. Lin Ming shot out arcs of electricity to wrap the nameless divine pill, and soon the divine pill was wrapped into a cocoon. Then he moved his fingers and cast a series of seals to prevent the medicinal effect of the divine pill from escaping. Then he took out a jade box from the Zumi ring and carefully put away the nameless divine pill. If it is boiled at this speed, the nameless divine pill can be boiled 4 or 5 times. Looking at the blue cold spring water under his feet, Lin Ming could feel a dead cold, and his muscles began to tremble involuntarily. My muscles start to tremble just by approaching. If I jump in directly, won't my body be torn apart by the cold? Lin Ming's face was solemn. Who knows who is the master who refined the nameless divine pill? What medicine did he mix with the Brahma dragon root to make it so cold? Both are high level medicines, but the effects can be mild or overbearing. The Brahma dragon root has a relatively mild effect, while the nameless divine pill is overbearing. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ming jumped into the Qianxue melting sun furnace. There is another Qianxue inside the Qianxue melting sun furnace. The first space looks very small from the outside, but it can accommodate Lin Ming if he jumps in. After approaching the green cold liquid, Lin Ming felt that all the hairs on his body stood up. After closing his eyes and meditating for a long time, Lin Ming adjusted his state to the best and then urged the body protecting true essence in his body to enter the cold liquid. With the protective essence wrapped around him, Lin Ming only felt bone-chilling cold, but he could bear it. However, using the protective essence was equivalent to completely isolating himself from the medicine. If he wanted to absorb the power of the medicine, he had to remove the protective essence and let the medicine enter his body through the pores. Lin Ming took a deep breath and first removed the protective essence wrapped around his right hand. In this way, Lin Ming's right hand was completely in contact with the blue ice liquid. In an instant, Lin Ming felt as if his right hand was pierced by thousands of needles, and the pain was piercing his heart. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Ming watched helplessly as the skin of his right hand was frozen pale in an instant, and then torn apart. The blood was frozen before it could be retained. The cold air poured into Lin Ming's pores, and even the meridians were frozen. Lin Ming's hand was almost completely frozen to death in an instant. Horrible. Lin Ming's forehead was sweating, and his face was slightly distorted because of the pain, but he still stubbornly accumulated and unsealed the protective essence of his left hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Unsurprisingly, the left hand suffered the same fate. Lin Ming only took a look, then he calmed down and began to circulate the Mu Qianxue essence in his body. His left and right hands were frozen and lost their vitality in an instant, so he relied on the endless Mu Qianxue essence to make up for it. Over the years, Lin Ming has already condensed extremely powerful blood and ki in his body. With the blood of the reverse scale and the blood of the ancient phoenix, Lin Ming is most confident, not in his physical defense, but in the vast and powerful life force in his body. As long as there is a supply of true essence, Lin Ming's meridians and body can continue to repair themselves. This nameless divine pill should be refined for the use of Mingyan and Shenhe, and the medicinal effect is overbearing. With my current strength, it is extremely difficult to absorb it. I can only let the medicinal power destroy my body, and rely on the vast life force in my body to recover myself. Let's see whether you destroy faster, or I recover faster. Using the body to resist the power of the medicine, letting the medicine destroy the body, and then repairing it again. This method of absorbing the power of the medicine can be called crazy. Only Lin Ming can do this relying on his powerful recovery ability. Of course, the pain in this process is self-evident. Lin Ming sat cross-legged in the blue ice liquid and felt as if his hands were being brushed by two steel brushes full of barbs, and his muscles were already frozen and torn apart. This kind of severe pain can easily make people feel that life is worse than death. Most warriors may faint directly and then wake up in pain, which is very painful. Under this severe pain, Lin Ming forced himself into the ethereal martial spirit and stuck to his original intention. He knew that once he fainted, it would be dangerous. Just like a mortal fainting in the snow, freezing his hands and feet after waking up as a light matter. If the cold penetrates into the meridians, it is not impossible to freeze the meridians throughout the body and freeze the internal organs to death. Silently reciting the Chaos True Yuanjia technique in his heart, Lin Ming guided the energy of the nameless divine pill into his whole body and slowly circulated it. Wherever it passed, the icy and violent energy destroyed wantonly. This kind of pain was enough to make the sea of spirit of a weak-willed warrior collapse and die of pain. Even Lin Ming was in pain and his face was distorted, and sweat was pouring down. After tempering the marrow, the warrior's bones have become extremely tough. At this time, the shackles that restrict the warrior's physical strength have become the flesh. The role of the 8 gates of Dunjia is to rebuild the flesh. For warriors who practice the Juan system, the true essence flows through the meridians and Anshan, separates from the flesh, and communicates with the heaven and earth through the 360 acupoints around the body. When the physical training reaches the stage of the 8 gates of Dunjia, it is to use the heaven and earth's vital energy to temper the body. The channels for the heaven and earth's vital energy to enter the body are the 8 gates in the body. These 8 gates are the Xiu gate, Shen gate, Shang gate, Du gate, Jing gate, Si gate, Jing gate, and K gate. The first gate Lin Ming wants to open is the Xiu gate. This gate is located in the middle of the 2 clavicles. After the ki and blood gather here, they suddenly enter the brain. It is the center point where the human body's ki and blood meet. After penetrating this gate, not only will the strength be greatly increased, but the recovery ability and physical strength will also be greatly improved. However, it is extremely difficult to fully open it. Lin Ming followed the root of the true essence in the Chaos True Essence art, and gathered all the energy of the nameless divine pill at the center of his collarbone. The icy feeling penetrated deeper and deeper, as if a steel needle had pierced into this place. In this state, ordinary warriors would have been in a state of blurred consciousness due to the pain, let alone using willpower to guide energy to open the 8 gates of Dunjia. Bit by bit, after an unknown amount of time, Lin Ming had become numb to the pain. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if all the bone marrow ki and blood in his body were rushing to this point, as if they were about to condense into a blood bead here. Lin Ming suddenly woke up from his ethereal martial intention. He was about to feel this power carefully, but this feeling came and went quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking inside the human between the collarbones, he found that a ball of green mist had condensed near the human, and there was no other change. After opening his eyes and seeing the sun source water around him, Lin Ming exhaled lightly. It turned out that the blue energy contained in the water had been completely absorbed by him, and what was left was just water without much spiritual energy. It has been absorbed. Lin Ming shook his head and looked at the hourglass that had been placed here for a long time. 16 hours had passed. It's been more than a day. I spent more than a day to completely absorb part of the medicinal power of the nameless divine pill, but there is still a long way to go before the opening of the Xiu gate. Now my 8 gates of Dunjia can only be considered as just getting started. Lin Ming jumped out of the Qianxue melting sun furnace and saw his hands. He smiled bitterly. His 2 hands were completely unconscious. If it were a mortal, these hands would be equivalent to being useless. For Lin Ming, it was naturally not a problem. He only needed to recuperate for 7 or 8 days to recover. Ignoring his hands, Lin Ming looked inside his danshan and found that the true energy vortex in his danshan had faintly increased by another circle. In this way, the realm of the middle stage of the innate was further consolidated. This nameless divine pill is truly a miraculous medicine. It can not only help me open the 8 gates of Dunjia, but also help me refine the cultivation of the Juyuan system. This time, I feel that my strength has been significantly improved. Lin Ming originally did not expect to open the Xiu gate in one go. From the quenching of the marrow to the 8 gates of Dunjia, it is equivalent to a great realm. Everything is difficult at the beginning. How can it be opened so easily? You should know that Lin Ming spent a lot of effort to quench his marrow to the fullest. Lin Ming's mind moved, and suddenly his whole body burst out with momentum. The power of the evil god opened. The highly compressed true essence burst out, and even the restrictions in the training ground were stirred. Evil god Ling, go. Lin Ming's mind moved, and the Pan Lang steel needle shot out from his body and pierced the wall. With a loud bang, the metal wall blessed by the formation shook violently, and a huge dent appeared out of thin air. Shoot again. Lin Ming commanded the Pan Lang steel needle to attack with the magic weapon again. Boom. 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 With each bombardment, the formation on the metal wall trembled violently and was in danger. This special training ground was built with a very solid formation, considering that warriors might attack during training. But now it was about to explode under the bombardment of Lin Ming. Lin Ming had been silently estimating the time in his mind. From the time he activated the power of the evil god to the time when the compressed true essence was about to be exhausted, about an incense stick of time had passed. An incense stick of time. My evil god power can actually last for an incense stick of time. Lin Ming was overjoyed. Chapter 570. Entering the 3rd floor. Lin Ming's human failed to open, but a cloud of green mist condensed near it. Even so, every time Lin Ming attacked, he could clearly feel the heaven and earth energy passing through the cloud of mist between the collarbones and merging into the meridians and the flesh around the body, as if an invisible vortex of energy had formed at the location of the human. With the supply of energy, Lin Ming's ability to sustain combat was greatly improved, which was also the fundamental reason why his evil god power could last for an incense stick of time. Since Lin Ming debuted, the evil god power has helped him reverse the situation and win countless times. However, the evil god power has always had a fatal weakness, that is, it cannot last long, and after using it, it consumes a lot. So Lin Ming dare not easily open the evil god power every time he fights, and has to list it as a trump card. When he first entered the Tower of Babel, Lin Ming's evil god power could only last for a few dozen breaths, and once it was opened, it could not be closed. After arriving at the Tower of Babel, Lin Ming's evil power has been further refined through long-term practice, and can be turned on and off at any time. Now, after touching the threshold of the rest gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, the duration of the evil power has also been extended to the time of an incense stick. It can be said that the practicality of the evil power has been greatly improved. After putting away the Qianxue Rangri furnace, Lin Ming, who was exhausted, had a good sleep. He hadn't really relaxed for a long time. In the past 6 months in the practice area, he also spent his sleep in practice. This time, Lin Ming slept very deeply, sleeping for a day and a night in one breath. After waking up, He took a shower, changed into a refreshing set of clothes, and took back the blood evil crystals on consignment in the market. It's time to go to the third floor. Unknowingly, Lin Ming has been on the second floor for more than half a year, and it has been nearly a year since Lin Ming came to the Holy Demon continent. In a year, I don't know how Miss Mu and Qianxue are doing, and whether Shenhuang Island can be defended. How are my parents, and are my younger brothers and sisters okay? Lin Ming's heart is full of worries. This is the token to open the teleportation array on the third floor. Please keep it. Beside the teleportation array on the second floor, the guard in charge of receiving the trial participants respectfully handed the token to Lin Ming. Thank you. Lin Ming took the token and placed it in the teleportation array. A flash of white light passed by, and the next moment, Lin Ming had arrived at the third floor, which was also the last floor of the Tower of Babel used for trials. The Tower of Babel was conical in shape, getting smaller as it went up. The third floor was nearly half the size of the second floor. Stepping out of the teleportation array, a fairy girl was already waiting here. Is this young Master Lin? My name is Lin, and I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Starting from the second floor, new trial participants were greeted by a receptionist who could introduce the location of the training ground and the martial arts arena to save them the trouble. It is Lin. Lin Ming clasped his fist slightly. The girl named Lin was slightly startled. Then she covered her mouth and chuckled. Generally, warriors who came to the third floor were over 26 or 27 years old. Moreover, these warriors were arrogant and usually disdained to talk to waiters like her. She was very surprised to meet a polite boy like Lin Ming. Young Master Lin, I can serve you in the next few days. Where are you going? The training ground, the arena, the market, or the entertainment venue? The training ground. Lin Ming answered without hesitation. After talking with Mogu, Lin Ming was full of interest in the training ground on the third floor. He wanted to know what resources there were here that made so many young talents on the third floor flock here. Well, follow me. The third floor was much quieter than the second and first floors. After walking on the corridor here for a while, it was difficult to see a warrior. Most warriors were in seclusion. On the third floor of the Tower of Babel, the pressure was very great. None of the warriors here were ordinary people. Practicing here was like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Once you retreat, you will fall directly into the abyss and there will be no recovery. The huge pressure spurred the warriors here. If they didn't become emperors, they would become ghosts. The training ground on the third floor was next to the market. When Lin took Lin Ming to the market on the third floor, the warriors around them finally gradually increased. Like the second floor, there were many warriors setting up stalls here. Lin Ming took a quick look and saw that many of the warriors were only at the initial stage of innate cultivation, and some were even at the acquired stage. Lin Ming was slightly surprised. These people, oh, they are all hired by the trialists to set up stalls for trading. The real third level trialists don't have the time to waste time buying and selling things. Fighting is prohibited in the third level market in the cultivation ground, so people who buy and sell things will not be in danger, even if their cultivation is low. Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, the third level is not like the second level. Every second counts here, and hiring others to complete the transaction is the wisest approach. Lin Ming casually glanced at the consignment items in the market. As expected, they were much more expensive than those on the second level. However, Lin Ming was used to seeing natural treasures and was not very interested. When he was about to quickly pass through the market, Lin Ming suddenly felt that he was locked by a breath of energy. He paused and turned around, but saw a dwarf demon man sitting in front of a square table a dozen feet behind him, shaking a folding fan in his hand and looking at him with a smile. Although his smile looked friendly, Lin Ming always felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. This man is so strong. Lin Ming took a deep breath, his face slightly solemn. The other part his aura was completely restrained in his body, giving people a feeling of being unfathomable. The third floor of the Tower of Babel was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Feeling the potential hostility in the other party's smile, Lin Ming did not make trouble and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, a true energy transmission sounded in Lin Ming's ears. Stop. The slightly commanding and overbearing tone made Lin Ming frown slightly. He turned his head and saw that the other party closed his folding fan and said, "Come over and talk." As he said that, he pointed to the stool opposite, meaning that Lin Ming should go over and sit there. "What's the matter?" Lin Ming asked. No one would feel comfortable being ordered around by a stranger. At this moment, the fairy girl beside Lin Ming also saw the dwarf demon. Her face changed slightly, and she hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "It turns out that you are Lord Qiang of the 7 Stars of Heavenly Demons. I meet Lord Qiang." 7 Stars of Heavenly Demons? Lin Ming had heard of this name more than once. It seemed that the 7 Stars of Heavenly Demons were well known on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel. It turned out that this dwarf demon man was one of the 7 Stars of Heavenly Demons. No wonder he was so arrogant, but he did have strength. Lin Ming was silent for a while, and at this time, he heard the fairy girl's slightly panicked true essence transmission in his ears. "Young Master Lin, although Lord Qiang looks kind and amiable, he is actually bloodthirsty and cruel. Young Master Lin, please go over quickly, and don't anger him. He will hold a grudge against you in the future." Seeing that Lin Ming didn't react at all, the fairy girl was a little anxious, fearing that she would offend Qiang because of this. She had a good impression of Lin Ming, and didn't want Lin Ming to suffer in the future. Sure enough, Qiang's face darkened slightly when he saw Lin Ming's indifferent look. However, it seemed that he suddenly thought of something, and his face returned to a warm smile, and he stood up on his own initiative. "Since you don't want to come over, I'll go over there." Qiang waved his fan and slowly walked towards Lin Ming. Lin was a little scared. She had heard before that Qiang was moody. When he smiled, it was very likely that he wanted to kill someone. She subconsciously took a step back, but thinking that this was the forbidden fighting area of the market town, Qiang would not dare to kill anyone here, no matter how brave he was. Finally, she calmed down a little. It's not her fault that she was timid. On the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, it was normal for a trialist to kill a servant because of a momentary displeasure. Lin Ming was secretly on guard in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. He knew before that he might encounter some people who were against him when he came to the 3rd floor. When Qiang approached, Lin Ming clasped his fists and asked, "What can I do for you, sir?" The question was neither humble nor arrogant, which made the dwarf demon man laugh. When he laughed, the wrinkles on his face were folded together, which made people feel a little disgusted. "Lin Ming, right? Yes, it is Lin. Well, I heard that Crossing Shan died in your hands." Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. "Yes, sir. Do you want to avenge him?" "Revenge? I don't have the leisure to think about it, but after you killed Crossing Shan, you should have obtained his Sumeru ring, right?" Lin Ming's heart trembled. "Is the other party here for this?" He nodded. "It is impossible to hide such a thing." The dwarf demon man chuckled twice, and then used his true essence to transmit his voice, saying, "In Xingqian's Zumi ring, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a black glass-like bead, the size of a pigeon egg, covered with impurities, and cool in the hand, right?" Lin Ming was silent. There was indeed such a bead in Xingqian's Zumi ring, which was cleverly hidden in the restriction of a pill bottle. If you don't check it carefully, you will miss it. Although Lin Ming didn't understand the effect of this bead at all, just by Xingqian's carefulness towards the bead, plus some vague feelings about the aura of the bead, you can judge that this thing is extraordinary. Seeing Lin Ming's silence, the dwarf demon man laughed. In fact, without Lin Ming's answer, he could guess that this thing most likely fell into Lin Ming's hands. 1,000 blood evil crystals. I'll buy this thing. The dwarf demon man threw out a price. The 1,000 blood evil crystals mentioned here are naturally high-grade blood evil crystals, equivalent to more than 100,000 medium-grade blood evil crystals. "Sorry, I don't want to sell it." Lin Ming refused. The blood evil crystal could make money, but this bead sounded like something that was out of stock. Lin Ming would not be stupid enough to sell it. Qiang frowned, but he didn't get angry. He said coldly, "How much do you want? Name your price." Lin Ming said, "I've already said it before. I don't want to sell this bead." Qiang's face suddenly darkened. "If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit." Chapter 571. The artistic concept of thunder. Although the Tangshan Tower is based on strength everywhere, it is actually a place that follows rules, especially the forbidden fighting area. Even the Lord will not rashly violate it, because they need to maintain the reputation of the Tangshan Tower. Since fighting is prohibited in the Fangxi district, naturally no one dares to start a fight here. Lin Ming did not care about Kaiyang's threat at all. 1,500 top-grade blood evil crystals. This is my last bottom line. You are a king on the second floor, but you are nothing on the third floor. I have plenty of ways to make you unable to move here. Lin Ming smiled and said, how about this? I give you the blood evil crystals, and you tell me how to use this black glazed round bead. How about it? Okay, very good. Kaiyang looked at Lin Ming deeply and snapped the folding fan in his hand. Do you think you can use it? Naive. Crossing Shine was also unable to use it at the beginning. Otherwise how could Crossing Shine keep this thing in the Zumi ring? Lin Ming glanced at Kaiyang indifferently and said, Crossing Shine is not me. I want to thank you for reminding me of the value of this black round bead again. Kaiyang sneered. In that case, there is nothing to say. I will make you regret it. One day, you will obediently hand it over to me. Kaiyang said and turned away. After Kaiyang left, Lin looked at Lin Ming with fear and trembling. Mr. Lin, you. It's okay. Take me to the training ground. Lin Ming had no expression on his face. He made up his mind to find out what this black round bead was as soon as possible. As a human being, it was normal for him to be excluded in the Tower of Babel. In such a place of right and wrong, as long as the other party did not bully him, Lin Ming did not want to cause trouble. Mr. Lin, Lord Kaiyang is a subordinate of the Dark Lord. The fairy girl hesitated for a moment and reminded Lin Ming tactfully. Oh, Dark Lord? He is one of the 12 lords, born in the dwarf demon clan. Many big figures in the third floor have surrendered to a certain lord. There are many benefits to surrendering to a lord. The fairy girl only said this and then kept silent. In fact, for a servant like her, talking nonsense can easily bring disaster. She reminded Lin Ming, because she did have some good feelings for Lin Ming before. Lin Ming heard some hidden meanings. It turned out that Kaiyang had the support of the Lord. If so, he must have some tricks to make me unable to move. Thank you. Take me to the training ground. By the way, this is for you. Lin Ming took out a bag of medium-grade blood evil crystals from the Zumi ring, with as many as 60 or 70 crystals. This. Lin was a little stunned when she saw the blood evil crystals. Take it, it's nothing to me. Lin Ming directly stuffed the blood evil crystals into Lin's hands. Is this the place where the third floor of the Babel Tower is located? Lin Ming looked at the black stone house in front of him. Relatively speaking, this house was really ordinary, only a few feet high, and not very large. Well, this is the registration office. The third floor of the practice land has different prices depending on the level of the practice land. Lin Ming nodded and pushed the door to enter. Inside the house, two middle-aged men were playing chess. What surprised Lin Ming was that one of them was a human. Pure humans were rare among the deacons of the Babel Tower. Choose a practice land? The middle-aged man who was playing chess raised his eyelids. Yes. Are you going to practice the exercises? Or the artistic conception law? Lin Ming was slightly startled. Is there a practice land specifically for practicing the artistic conception law? The practice lands of the Babel Tower are far more diverse than you think, and they are extremely precious. It's just that you don't have enough authority and have no right to understand. You can read this jade slip yourself, the middle-aged man said, and threw a jade slip to Lin Ming. As his consciousness sank into it, information about the cultivation ground appeared in front of Lin Ming one by one. The more he read, the more frightened he became. Putting aside those things he had no right to know, just the information that had been made public in front of him frightened him. The cultivation ground for the skills was thousands of feet deep underground at the source of the evil spirit. The evil spirit there was so dense that ordinary warriors could not resist it at all. In addition, there was also the practice of actual combat. This Tangshan Tower had several cultivation killing arrays, which contained various enemies formed by energy for warriors to fight in actual combat. These two things were not the most rare. The most rare thing was the cultivation ground for artistic conception. In the Tangshan Tower, there were several strange places where one could hone one's artistic conception. When a warrior entered one of them, he could get close to a certain source artistic conception. For example, when one entered the cultivation ground for the artistic conception of fire, he could feel the source power of the flame, which was amazing. I really don't know who built this Tangshan tower. It actually accommodates so many strange places. The ones I can see on the jade slips are already extremely precious, not to mention some cultivation resources that I have no right to know. No wonder many young talents would rather risk their lives to stay on the 3rd floor of Tangshan Tower. The resources here are really exciting. Every 2 months, you must participate in a competition. Once you compete, people often die. Moreover, none of the opponents here are weak. Under the huge pressure of life and death, warriors are often the easiest to break through the realm. What's more, there are unique cultivation conditions here. With all these factors added up, the geniuses who have been trained on the 3rd floor of Tangshan Tower can often break through their own limits. Excellent geniuses become saint-level geniuses, and saint-level geniuses become emperor-level geniuses. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. Tangshan Tower is a paradise for young talents, but also a tomb for young talents. If you can survive, you can break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, breaking through the limit. Otherwise you will never recover. It's really a step to heaven and a step to hell. While he was thinking about it, the middle-aged human who was playing chess put away the jade slip and said lazily, "Have you chosen?" "I have chosen." Lin Ming glanced at the middle-aged man and felt a little strange. Logically, there were so few humans in the Tower of Babel. Even if they didn't show any concern, they should have some intimacy when they met. However, the middle-aged man looked at him with an impatient expression and was cold when introducing the cultivation site. "What did you choose?" The middle-aged man took out a blank jade slip and prepared to register. "I chose a cultivation site of artistic conception. I need the artistic conception of space and time." Hearing Lin Ming talk about the artistic conception of space and time, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Ming in surprise. The artistic conception of space and time was ethereal and most people had no chance to come into contact with it. This kid actually comprehended the artistic conception of space and time. No. The middle-aged man refused outright. The illusory artistic conception of time and space is not called that for nothing. It is not so easy to show the mystery of space and time. Even in the Tower of Babel, there are no resources in this regard. Otherwise, although the artistic conception of time and space is not rampant on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, at least those young elites of the Goblin clan with extremely excellent comprehension have already mastered the artistic conception of time and space. What is there? The artistic conception of the 5 element of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the artistic conception of wind, the artistic conception of thunder. In addition to these, there are some derivative artistic conceptions, such as the artistic conception of mountains and waters, the artistic conception of ice clouds, the artistic conception of fog, and so on. The artistic conception of mountains and waters, the artistic conception of ice clouds, and the artistic conception of fog mentioned by the middle-aged man are, after all, the artistic conception of the 5 element, but they have been processed on the artistic conception of the 5 element, which is a bit tricky. Although it can improve some strength, the development potential is not particularly large. The most basic artistic conception can be developed to the extreme, including those more advanced artistic conceptions, such as the artistic conception of time and space, the artistic conception of destruction, and the artistic conception of immortality. But these more mysterious artistic conceptions are not available in the Tower of Babel. Is it because I don't have enough authority? Xingqian's artistic conception of destruction seems to have been learned in the Tower of Babel. Lin Ming pondered slightly. "Have you chosen it?" The middle-aged man was a little impatient. "I have chosen it. I choose the artistic conception of thunder." Lin Ming did not choose the artistic conception of fire or the artistic conception of wind, but the artistic conception of thunder. Before this, when Lin Ming entered the Divine Phoenix secret realm, he had already understood a lot about the artistic conception of fire, not to mention the artistic conception of wind, which Lin Ming had been studying from beginning to end. Only the artistic conception of thunder, Lin Ming had never come into contact with it. In terms of comprehending the artistic conception of thunder, Lin Ming can be said to be uniquely gifted. If he does not comprehend it, it would be a waste of his great conditions. Every 10 days, 1 killing point and 20 high-grade blood evil crystals. This is your token. The middle-aged man threw a token to Lin Ming, which also contained a jade slip indicating the location of the training ground. Lin Ming glanced at it. 1 killing point and 20 high-grade blood evil crystals were really expensive. It was even more difficult to earn killing points on the 3rd floor than on the 2nd floor, because the warriors here were stronger. Just one artistic conception training ground would consume 1 killing point every 10 days. If a warrior only participated in a battle once every 2 months, the killing points he earned would definitely not be enough for him to use. Lin Ming left the registration office with the jade slip. After passing through a small teleportation array, Lin Ming arrived at his destination, the Thunder Artistic Conception Training Ground. Originally, Lin Ming thought that the Thunder Artistic Conception Training Ground would be a place similar to a secret room, but when he really entered here, Lin Ming was completely stunned. He almost thought he had come to another world. Here was an extremely vast space. There were large and small boulders floating in the sky. Some of these boulders were still growing grass and trees, which looked lush and green. In the vast sky, there were blue light curtains everywhere, one after another, stretching for dozens of miles, hundreds of miles long, changing unpredictably, like a blue river across the sky, beautiful beyond compare. After Lin Ming approached, he discovered that this long blue light river was condensed by the energy of thunder. The energy of thunder condensed into a blue light river, but it did not become thunder. It evolved in the light river in thousands of ways, which contained many mysteries. Lin Ming was stunned. Is this really the Tower of Babel? Lin Ming couldn't help but have such a question in his mind. With the size of the Tower of Babel, it is absolutely impossible to accommodate such a vast space. So either he is in the formation, or he has been teleported outside the Tower of Babel. Chapter 572, Self-Created Moves. Lin Ming was proficient in the Divine Realm Array. If this vast space was an illusion array, he might not be able to break it, but he should be able to identify it. But now he looked around, and could not find any signs of an illusion array. This is a real space. Maybe I was teleported out of the Tangshan Tower. There is another possibility. This is a small world, but it was sealed up by someone with great magical powers, and compressed in the Tangshan Tower. Suddenly realizing this, Lin Ming took a breath. When passing through the teleportation array, he did not feel dizzy at all, which was enough to prove that it should have been a short distance teleportation. In this way, he was probably still in the Tangshan Tower. In the Tangshan Tower, a small world was sealed. Although there were small worlds in the Zumi Ring, those small worlds were extremely unstable, and could only exist for hundreds or thousands of years, and could not accommodate living things. It was completely different from the stable space in front of him. How powerful was it to seal such a vast and stable space in the Tangshan Tower, which also contained the principles of the artistic conception law? Lin Ming found more and more that the Tower of Babel was shrouded in fog, and behind the blood-killing field, there seemed to be some earth-shattering secrets. Of course, that level was not something he could touch now, so he just sighed and stopped thinking about it. Now it was more important to comprehend the power of the law. Slowly floating to the blue river of light, his mind sank into it, and Lin Ming could clearly feel the mysteries of thunder and lightning contained in it. The blue river of light was completely composed of the energy of thunder, but it did not form an arc. It could be said that this was the most original and primitive state of thunder and lightning. Artistic conception is the rule. In this world, nothing can be separated from the rules. From the changes of years and the evolution of celestial bodies to the growth and withering of plants and trees, the birth, aging, illness and death of mortals. Everything and every change cannot be separated from the rules. Even a drop of rain or a grain of sand contains the power of the law. Things that seem simple are not necessarily simple, and as long as you understand simple things, then complexity is just a simple interpretation. Lin Ming sat cross-legged beside the blue light river, meditating. His consciousness was completely immersed in the blue light river and merged with the thunder energy. The evil god seed was trembling slightly, and countless thunder energy poured into Lin Ming's body and then discharged from the acupoints around his body. Slowly, Lin Ming's body was completely immersed in the blue light river, in close contact with the thunder energy, allowing the vast energy to drown him. Lin Ming completely opened his body, opened all the meridians and acupoints in his body, including the rest gate and the 8 gates of Dunjia that had not yet been opened. He also opened it as much as possible, allowing the thunder energy to flow freely through his limbs. Under the existence of the evil god seed, the violent thunder energy never hurt Lin Ming at all. No warrior dared to do this. Even warriors with a thunder fit of the 8th or 9th grade could not. The thunder energy is known for its violent and aggressive nature. If they want to enter the blue river of light, they must stretch out their body protecting true energy. Otherwise the fragile internal organs and meridians in their bodies cannot withstand the baptism of thunder energy. However, if they stretch out their body protecting true energy, how can they get in close contact with the thunder energy and feel its mysteries? Only Lin Ming can devote himself to the ocean of thunder energy and use this method to comprehend the artistic conception of thunder. In this way, Lin Ming sat quietly in the blue river of light. It is unknown how long he has been sitting there. Outside the training ground, Lin Ming's killing points are deducted by 1 point every 10 days, and he has already deducted 4 points. Not knowing the day and night, not knowing the new moon and full moon, Lin Ming almost forgot himself. In the past few dozen days, he himself has turned into a wisp of thunder energy, floating between heaven and earth, and merging into the vast ocean of energy. This is yin, yang. Lin Ming silently read out these 2 words. It turns out that thunder energy is divided into yin and yang. Yin and yang complement and counteract each other. When the negative thunder energy collides with the positive thunder energy, the flashes between them are thunder and lightning. The so-called electric current is nothing more than the flow of negative thunder energy and positive thunder energy. Lin Ming could feel the humming of the evil god seed in his body. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a blazing light flashed in his eyes, like lightning in the dark night. The power of yin and yang. This is the source of the power of thunder. Lin Ming drew out the purple Zuan gun, and the purple lightning god bamboo came out. The surrounding thunder energy was stirred up in an instant, forming a faint purple vortex. The 10,000-year-old purple lightning god bamboo was originally a spiritual plant nurtured by the thunder energy. Now it appeared in such an environment, like a dragon in the sea, and the whole purple Zuan gun made an excited hum. Lin Ming's heart was full of fighting spirit, as if there was a surge of energy in his body, and he would not feel comfortable if he didn't vent it out. Go. Lin Ming thrust out with his spear suddenly. However, this time, the energy wrapped around the purple spear was no longer the blood-drinking seal, but a dazzling thunder light. A hint of thunder was perfectly integrated into the spear move. Slaughter. All the will and potential of the whole body were poured into the purple spear. The evil god seed in Lin Ming's body roared excitedly, and the evil god thunder spirit sprayed out and merged into the purple spear. At that moment, Lin Ming himself seemed to have turned into lightning. The man and the spear became one. The speed reached a terrifying level in an instant. The air whistled and pierced through the void. Swoosh. In an instant, a purple electric light crossed the sky, and a distance of 100 miles flashed by. The sky seemed to be divided by a thunder. Lin Ming and the purple spear turned into lightning together, stirring up the thunder energy between heaven and earth. The power and speed of this attack were amazing. This move. Lin Ming suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing with excitement. With the support of the evil god seed, he mobilized the true essence and thunder power of his whole body, infused all the potential and will of his body, and integrated the evil god thunder spirit into the tip of the spear. At the same time, he attracted the thunder energy between heaven and earth, and in an instant, both energy and speed exploded to the extreme. This is his own move. Only martial arts masters can create their own inheritance. This is the first time that Lin Ming has created his own moves. Of course, he created this move by referring to the killing move in the Great Wilderness Halberd art, and at the same time, he has the support of the perverted secret method of the evil god's power. Originally, with Lin Ming's cultivation, the power of his own moves would not be very great, but because of the above 2 points, the power of his move is actually very terrifying. It is a coincidence and a creation by chance. In a sense, this move cannot be copied. It belongs only to Lin Ming himself. Others cannot learn it, unless he also has the evil god seed, and the evil god thunder spirit in his body. This is the first time I have created my own moves. Although I refer to other people's moves, which martial arts master created his own moves without referring to other martial arts secrets. This is a very good start. A martial artist should have his own moves. No matter how powerful other people's moves are, they are still other people's. A set of inheritance is naturally created by the founder according to his own situation. It is most suitable for the founder to practice himself, and it is also in his own hands that the power is the greatest. If it is given to others, the power will inevitably be discounted, but the moves created by oneself are different and can exert 100% of their power. The artistic conception contained in the spear move has suddenly increased the attack power to a high level. This is almost all thanks to the seed of the evil god. This power of the evil god is truly the world's first miracle. I used to have a mountain of treasures, but didn't know how to use them. It was really a waste of heaven's gift. Lin Ming thought self-deprecatingly. In fact, it was not Lin Ming's fault. The power of the evil god was a magical skill that was independent of the existing cultivation system. It was not easy to comprehend it without a reference. At that time, the great man in the god realm found the power of the evil god in the ancient ruins, but he didn't have time to comprehend much. As a result, he died in the battle to siege the Qianxue Holy Land. This is my first self-created move. With the purple spear as the medium and the evil god thunder spirit as the blade, the whole body turns into lightning, and the man and the spear become one. I will name this move Chasing Lightning. After creating a move, the first thing to do is to give the spear move a name. Chasing Lightning is appropriate to describe this move. The speed of this move is comparable to lightning. I created the lightning chase by integrating the artistic conception of thunder into the slaughter. What if it is other spear moves? Lin Ming thought so. His eyes lit up. While Lin Ming was comprehending the artistic conception of thunder, in a restaurant on the third floor of the Babel Tower, a dwarf demon man was playing with a folding fan in his hand, with a faint smile on his face. The letter of challenge has come. Do you know your opponent? This dwarf demon man was Qiang, one of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon. In front of Qiang sat a giant demon man named Hang Zhang. When he heard Qiang say this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, Lord Qiang knows my opponent? Warriors on the 3rd floor of the Babel Tower have to participate in a battle every 2 months. They can find their opponents themselves, or they can be arranged by the Babel Tower, based on their personal strength. Most of the time, warriors are busy practicing in the Babel Tower, and their opponents are arranged by the Babel Tower, and the warriors themselves don't know who they are until the day of the competition. This also avoids the possibility of finding out the details of the opponent. If you know who the opponent is, it is of course good to be prepared in advance. Hey, of course I know. Qiang said with a smile. Qiang had joined the Dark Lord and had a lot of connections in the Tower of Babel. It was not difficult for him to investigate an opponent. Hang Zhang's opponent was Lin Ming. To be exact, Qiang first investigated Lin Ming and found Lin Ming's opponent before finding this giant troll. Qiang took a sip of wine and said slowly, not only do I know, I also brought the war formation used by the opponent, as well as his detailed information. When the troll heard it, he was overjoyed, but suddenly thought of something and put on a bitter expression and said, Lord Qiang, what do you like about me? You can't provide me with information for free, right? I'm a poor man. Haha. Qiang smiled and patted Hang Zhang on the shoulder. Don't cry, poor. You are one of the top 50 people on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, and I know that you have hidden some of your strength. In fact, your strength can be ranked more than 30. There are a total of 300 or 400 warriors on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, and warriors ranked more than 30 are definitely at the top of the top. Chapter 573 The First Battle. In the Tower of Babel, there are naturally a set of rules for arranging the 2 sides of the battle. The difference in strength ranking cannot be too big, otherwise it is clear that someone is going to die, and of course he will not do it. Therefore, when arranging a battle for a newcomer, it is naturally impossible to find an opponent of the level of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, otherwise it will be difficult to convince the crowd. Originally, Crossing Shine was ranked about 150 on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, barely in the upper middle. Lin Ming defeated Crossing Shine, and his strength was considered to be ranked 120 or 130. However, Lin Ming practiced on the 2nd floor for 8 months before coming to the 3rd floor. The management of the Tower of Babel was absolutely happy to overestimate Lin Ming's strength and directly judged that his strength level was in the top 50 after 8 months of practice. This is not a big deal. The Tower of Babel also specially found Hong Zhang, who was ranked in the top 50 and had hidden his strength, to be Lin Ming's opponent. This was Lin Ming's first battle. It was naturally not a good intention to directly arrange such an opponent. Hearing Qiang say that he was hiding his strength, the smile on the face of the troll man froze slightly, and then he forced a smile and said, "How can I hide my strength? Even if I hide a trick, it will not be in the eyes of Lord Qiang. Besides, who here doesn't hide some unique skills? I'm the worst among them." Qiang smiled indifferently and then became serious. "Okay, I won't tell you these useless things. To make a long story short, I don't want you to pay any price this time, as long as you can give me one thing in his Sumeru ring after killing the opponent." "What is it?" The troll man's eyes moved. The thing that can make Qiang interested is definitely not an ordinary thing. If the opponent is not as good as himself, he can easily defeat him by showing a little strength. Then giving such a precious thing to Qiang for nothing, wouldn't it be a big mistake? So Hong Zhang naturally became alert. The dwarf demons are known for their insidiousness and cunningness. He doesn't want to be taken advantage of. Haha, Hong Zhang, are you afraid that I will cheat you? First of all, let me tell you clearly that this person, according to common sense, is not as strong as you, but he often goes beyond common sense, so. Qiang paused here and kept it a secret. "Who is it?" Hong Zhang asked. "It's okay to tell you, Lin Ming. Him. He is a newcomer to the 3rd level. He fought me in the first battle." Hong Zhang was a little surprised. He had heard about Lin Ming. He defeated Crossing Shan with injuries, so his strength should be ranked more than 100 in the 3rd level. Of course, Lin Ming practiced for another half a year, but the warriors of the 3rd level were not idle in the past half a year. Everyone practiced under pressure. Lin Ming could make some progress, but not too much. This Lin Ming must have offended someone. Arranging me as the opponent in the first battle is not looking for death. But no matter what, I have made a profit. Hong Zhang thought to himself, feeling good. He could pick up a victory for free and then end Lin Ming's winning streak, which would probably give him 5 or 6 killing points. This is a good deal. Qiang guessed Hong Zhang's thoughts and laughed. "Do you think you're sure to win?" Back then on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Babel, Zuman and Crossing Shan also thought so, but they are all dead. Hong Zhang didn't agree with that. Lin Ming had indeed never lost from the 1st to the 3rd floor, but whoever could reach the 3rd floor had won all the way, so winning streaks was nothing. Hong Zhang was sure that Hong Zhang was here to get something for nothing, so he naturally raised his guard. He slowly said, "Lord Qiang, I'm not Crossing Shan. It seems you still don't believe me. The thing in Lin Ming's Zumi ring is called the Soul Orb. It has no effect on you. It is mainly used to nourish soul power. You should know that my dwarf demons have some talent in soul power, but for you trolls, it is equivalent to chicken ribs. How about this? I will offer 1,500 high-grade blood evil crystals, and after you win, you can buy this soul orb. What do you think? 1,500 high-grade blood evil crystals?" Hong Zhang was stunned. Even on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, this was a big deal. He had vaguely heard that Lin Ming had good attainments in soul power, so it was reasonable for him to have such a soul bead. However, he still couldn't believe Qiang. Who knew if this so-called soul bead had any other uses? If it was a treasure that even the Lord coveted, what would 1,500 high-grade blood evil crystals mean? In addition to these 1,500 high-grade blood evil crystals, I can also lend you the magic gold bug. If you can really beat Lin Ming easily, you can name the price for this soul bead and we will discuss it. On the contrary, if the battle is extremely difficult, and you even have to rely on the magic gold bug I give you to win, then 1,500 high-grade blood evil crystals and soul bead are for me. Qiang's words were sincere enough, and Hong Zhang was also a little surprised that Qiang, who had always been violent and moody, was so easy to talk to today. This magic gold worm was cultivated by Qiang with great effort. It was one of his most powerful weapons. He was willing to lend it to him. Although Hang Zhang did not think that he would need to use the magic gold worm in his fight with Lin Ming, he could take this opportunity to understand the power and weakness of the magic gold worm, which would be of great help in dealing with Qiang in the future. Hang Zhang had his own ambition. He wanted to become one of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon. Qiang was ranked at the bottom among the 7 stars of the heavenly demon. If he could replace him and establish a relationship with the Lord, he would be able to enjoy the cultivation resources of the 3rd floor. After calculating, he had nothing to lose. Hang Zhang finally agreed. Okay. Since brother Qiang is so straightforward, I will not refuse it. Qiang smiled in his heart. Hang Zhang really didn't know the origin of the black glass bead. If he knew that the black glass bead belonged to Crossing Shan, his lie would be broken. Crossing Shan was also a troll. How could he keep a bead that nourishes soul power around him? Qiang slapped the spirit insect bag on his waist, and with a loud buzzing sound, a group of dark golden spirit insects flew out like smoke and surrounded the 2 people. It was the magic gold bug. This magic gold bug had sharp teeth and a fierce and ferocious mouth. It was about the size of a bean, and its body was covered with a dark golden shell, which was extremely hard and invulnerable. This kind of insect specializes in eating various rare metals. It is very expensive to raise. Ordinary warriors have to spend all their money to raise them. Only top warriors like Qiang can raise such a small bag, which is only a few hundred in total. When Hang Zhang saw the magic gold bug, his eyes suddenly lit up. It would be great if he could have such a rare bug. When the 2 sides fight, releasing these magic gold bugs, when the strength difference is not big, will definitely have a miraculous effect. This is the war array that Lin Ming fought with. The whole set is here. You'd better pay attention to it. This opponent is not simple, so as not to capsize in the ditch. Qiang threw out a Zumi ring, which contained all the war arrays that Lin Ming had used since entering the Tower of Babel. Don't worry, I will definitely help brother Qiang get the soul beads back. Hang Zhang laughed and held the Zumi ring in his hand. Time passed quickly. It has been 2 months since Lin Ming entered the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel. During this period, Lin Ming has been comprehending the laws, and his artistic conception has become more and more perfect. In 2 months, according to the rules of the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, you must participate in a battle to continue to stay on the 3rd floor. If you apply for an extension, it is also possible. Some warriors retreat for a long time, and after coming out, they need to complete the games they owe at one time. However, most warriors dare not do this. For example, if you retreat for a year, you need to fight 6 games in a row after coming out. And these 6 games will be completed in 1 day, which is very consuming. On the 1st and 2nd floors of the Tower of Babel, fighting 3 or 4 games in a row is not a big problem, but on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, no one is a weakling, and fighting 6 games in a row is courting death. Young Master Lin, this is your match schedule for today, as well as information about your opponents. A waiter in black handed the information slip to Lin Ming. Hang Zhang. Lin Ming was naturally unfamiliar with this name. The information on the so-called information sheet was actually pitifully small. It only marked that Hang Zhang's strength ranked around 50th on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, and his demon tattoo was a late stage 6-winged demon. As for his proficiency in martial arts, personal moves, and information about the war shadows he had fought in the past, there was no mention at all. But Lin Ming didn't care. After defeating Crossing Shan, he practiced hard for 10 months, the Realm of Thunder, and created his own moves. In addition, he had initially opened up the 8 gates of Dungia, so he was full of confidence in his strength. Lin Wu wins. Killing the opponent will earn you 10 consecutive victories, accumulating 1 killing point, and ending the opponent's 42 game winning streak will earn you 4 killing points, a total of 5 killing points. An old man in black announced loudly in the martial arts arena. Several staff members came to the arena to carry Lin Wu's opponent down. The blood-stained arena reminded people of the brutality of the previous battle. As the winner, Lin Wu was also covered in blood and consumed a lot of energy. He was holding on with one breath. He hurriedly swallowed a pill and began to regulate his breath secretly. Because killing the opponent can get 10 consecutive victories, while defeating the opponent alone can only get 1 consecutive victory, the battles of the 3rd level warriors are very bloody, often fighting to the death. Such a battle is extremely stressful for warriors. Even warriors who have experienced life and death for a long time find it difficult to remain calm. After Lin Wu left the arena, a new warrior jumped onto the arena. On this day of every month, the third level martial arts arena is the most lively, with dozens of matches. Lin Ming was estimating the strength of the warriors on the field and comparing them with his own. At this moment, he heard a hoarse laugh coming from the side. Turning his head, he saw a troll man with strange curse marks painted all over his body with unknown paint. He was looking at him with a sinister smile, revealing his sharp fangs. Lin Ming frowned slightly and realized something in his heart. Are you Hong Zhang? Smart. You are my opponent today. In the next game, it will be our turn. Oh. Then there is no need to wait. Haha, you are really confident. I don't know who you offended, but you were arranged to be my opponent in the first game. Don't worry, I don't have the habit of torturing my opponents. I will give you a quick victory. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574, Wonderful Use of Artistic Conception. In Hong Zhang's eyes, Lin Ming is now worth 1,500 high-grade blood evil crystals. Later, Qiang promised again that, if he could successfully obtain the things in Lin Ming's Zumi ring, he could introduce Hong Zhang to become a direct subordinate of the Dark Lord. This condition made Hong Zhang very excited. Once he climbed up to the high branch of the Lord, he could use the training ground at a 20% or 30% discount, or even completely free. For Hong Zhang, although the Soul Orb may be of great value, it is an unknown thing after all, and there is no way to compare it with such visible benefits. So now, he can't wait to fight with Lin Ming. I didn't offend this guy, did I? Lin Ming turned around, but he didn't know what this guy called Hong Zhang was excited about. Inadvertently, Lin Ming saw Qiang in the audience, looking at him with a smile. Qiang. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with cold light. He basically didn't leave the training ground these days, so Qiang naturally had no chance to attack. This time he appeared in the competition. Qiang would not miss the opportunity. You make your move, and I'll follow. Lin Ming didn't care about it. Even if he faced Qiang himself, he wouldn't be out of breath. The battle on the stage was indecisive. Lin Ming watched the battle quietly. At this moment, a true energy transmission sounded in Lin Ming's ears. Brother Lin. A familiar voice. Lin Ming turned around and saw that the person was Mo Gu. Brother Mo. Brother Lin, today is your first battle. I only learned about your opponent 2 hours ago and helped you collect some information. Mo Gu said, handing over a jade slip. Time is short and the information is limited. Please take a look. Thank you. Lin Ming felt a little warm in his heart. Although he knew that Mo Gu made friends with him because he was optimistic about his future, it was a very comforting thing to meet a friend on the third floor. Perception was immersed in the jade slip. Before Lin Ming had time to read much, the battle on the stage had already been decided. What was rare was that the opponents were close in strength this time. Both sides were injured and no one died. If it were on the first floor, such a match might have attracted a round of boos, but on the third floor of the Tower of Babel, the few spectators in the audience kept silent without any prior agreement, and a depressing atmosphere filled the fighting field. This fight, AOU wins. The referee determined the winner based on the situation of the previous fight between the two sides, and glanced at the audience, and the referee said loudly, the next match is Hong Zhang vs. Lin Ming. Suddenly hearing the name Lin Ming, some people in the audience paid a little more attention, but it was just attention. The name Lin Ming was in the limelight on the second floor, but relatively ordinary on the third floor. In the eyes of these warriors, Lin Ming was indeed a top genius, but now, he was still a little immature. If I remember correctly, this is Lin Ming's first match. I didn't expect that he would have to fight against Hong Zhang. Hong Zhang is considered a tough guy in the third floor. His apparent strength can be ranked in the top 50. I don't know how much hidden strength he has. It seems that the judges of the Tower of Babel think that Lin Ming has the strength of the top 50 in the third floor. I really don't know how this evaluation was made. A newbie who just upgraded from the second floor is actually ranked in the top 50 opponents. This Lin Ming is going to be unlucky, a warrior said gloatingly. No warrior in the Tower of Babel wants to see a new talent grow up. If they are unlucky, they will become stepping stones for others. I think Lin Ming has probably offended someone, but it's too early to say that Lin Ming is going to be unlucky. Let's wait and see the result. Lin Ming pointed his toes and flew lightly onto the ring. Opposite him, Hong Zong was holding her overlord spear and was already waiting on the ring. Gun against gun. However, Lin Ming's purple Zuan spear was a little smaller than the overlord spear in Hong Zong's hand, which was like a python. The battle begins. The referee started the match without any nonsense. Hey, kid, it's your bad luck to meet me. Give me your life. Hong Zong strode forward, making the ground rumble. With every step he took, his momentum increased, as if he was stepping on the drumbeat of people's hearts. Step by step, the more he stepped, the faster he stepped. Lin Ming felt that his heartbeat was affected. A very clever step to accumulate momentum. On the stage, Emoga's heart trembled. The warriors on the third floor of the Tower of Babel were not ordinary people. This stepping method seemed simple, but it was actually full of mysteries. If it were him, facing an attack like Hong Zhang, his momentum would be completely suppressed. How could he fight when his momentum was suppressed before the battle? In the audience, there were still many warriors who secretly admired Hong Zong's steps in their hearts. Even the arrogant Ke Yang showed a smile on his face. However, Lin Ming just stood there casually, not caring at all. What is this kid doing? Hong Zong frowned, but his footsteps did not stop at all. His momentum quickly reached its peak. The overlord spear in his hand was ready to go. At this moment, Hong Zong suddenly felt that his steps slowed down. He should have taken this step earlier, but for some reason, his movements could not be fast. The originally perfect rhythm was disrupted by this sudden slowdown. The momentum he had accumulated step by step was also destroyed. What's going on? Hong Zong was shocked. At that moment, he felt that the time around him seemed to have become extremely slow. Although it had no effect on his body, it easily broke his spear momentum. The third level warriors watching the battle around were also shocked. Anyone who could reach this step was not an ordinary person. Naturally, they saw the mystery of the fight just now. Time conception. Yes, Lin Ming, this freak, has comprehended the laws of time and space. A warrior suddenly remembered this. They knew a lot about Lin Ming. Humph. It's just a little bit of fur. Next to this warrior, a young hero of the fairy tribe said with a sullen face. In terms of conception, the fairy tribe is gifted, but as a young hero of the fairy tribe, he has not been able to comprehend the conception of time and space, but a human has comprehended it. Of course, his face is not good. However, the warrior next to him did not understand what the fairy youth meant, and continued to talk to himself. It is indeed just the fur, but it is not easy, and he simply used a little time conception to easily destroy the rhythm of Hong Zong's steps. This application method is really ingenious. The warrior became more and more excited as he spoke, and as a result, the fairy youth's face naturally became uglier. Good boy, I underestimated you. However, even if you can break my spear power, what does it matter? I don't rely on leverage. I can completely suppress you with my absolute strength. Take my shot. Hong Zong shouted, and the overlord spear in his hand suddenly pulled down from the air, like a mountain pressing down on his head. The rolling magic energy was like a dark cloud over the city. At that moment, Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and the purple Zuan spear in his hand stabbed out like lightning, the artistic conception of thunder. This shot did not use any killing moves, but only burned a blazing purple electric light on the gun body. Under the blessing of the artistic conception of thunder, the power of this electric light is incomparable to the past. Swish. The purple Zuan spear hit the center of the overlord spear's spear, just like hitting a snake at its weakest point. The overlord spear suddenly paused, and the violent power of thunder poured into Hong Zong's body without mercy. Hong Zong paused, his whole body was almost paralyzed. He was horrified, but Hong Zong was indeed a top-ranked expert on the third floor of the Tower of Babel. Seeing the purple Zuan spear piercing his throat like a venomous snake, he bit his tongue fiercely, forced himself to wake up, and shouted, "Get out!" A shot swept across Lin Ming's face, and Lin Ming flew backwards, turned in the air, and used the Hunyuan spear. A shot was stabbed out, and the blood drink seal flew. Since Lin Ming's training in the Tower of Babel, not only has the number of blood drink seals increased greatly, but there are also more blood drink seals condensed after the death of strong men such as Zhu Man and Crossing Shan, and the power has also been greatly improved. This shot was stabbed out, and the blood drink seal spun rapidly like a jet of steel needle. Hong Zong's pupils shrank slightly, and he was shocked inexplicably. Lin Ming's strength far exceeded his imagination. Boom. The magic essence completely exploded, and a huge magic wave was set off around Hong Zong. The magic patterns on his body were completely shining. It was obvious that he had used the core skills and went all out. Lin Ming sneered, and the power of the evil god was activated. Crack. A spear stabbed at him, and Hong Zong blocked the purple spear, but the flying blood drink seal cut through the magic waves he released and stabbed him in the face. At this time, the Overlord's spear was outside, and Hong Zong couldn't resist it with the spear at all. "Break it for me," Hong Zong shouted, and punched out, using his flesh and blood body, to fight the blood drink seal. Crack. Dozens of blood drink seals were actually smashed away by Hong Zong's punch, and Hong Zong's fist only broke a little skin. Lin Ming's eyes were stern. What a strong fist. However, Lin Ming was shocked, and Hong Zong was even more shocked. His punch seemed ordinary, but it actually consumed a lot of energy, highly compressing the magic energy in the body. To resist the attack was their sect's top defense technique, Hong Zong cover, but the punch just now almost completely shattered his Hong Zong cover. This kid, if we keep him, he will definitely be a disaster. Hong Zong licked the blood on his fist, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to force me to this point. In this case, I will let you bear my full force attack. This move is the first time I use it in the Tower of Babel." Yang had said long ago that Hong Zong had hidden his strength. If Hong Zong exerted his full strength, he could at least rank in the top 30 of the third floor, and might even challenge the top 30. Hong Zong's bones crackled, and his face began to become more and more ferocious, with a protruding forehead, exposed fangs, and blue veins twisted like earthworms. Lin Ming's eyes flashed, and he could feel the strong sense of oppression from Hong Zong's momentum. The third floor of the Tower of Babel is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Only Hong Zong, who is ranked 40 or 50, can have this strength. If it is the top 10, or the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, how powerful should they be? Lin Ming's fighting spirit burned in his heart, and he resolutely released the power of the evil god. Chapter 575 Magic Gold Bug. After Lin Ming's evil god power touched the second threshold, the evil god seed's ability to condense and compress true essence has greatly improved, and the increase in true essence and strength has reached a new level. In addition to Lin Ming's attempt at the 8 gates of Dunjia, his endurance and recovery ability are no longer the same as before. Now Lin Ming's combat power is already extremely terrifying with only the power of the evil god, and as for other moves, Lin Ming will not use them if he can, because he still has a long way to go on the 3rd level. After the compressed true essence burst out, Lin Ming held the purple Zuan spear, and the evil god thunder spirit was completely integrated into it, and many blood drink seals flew up and down. The blue true essence condensed into rolling waves, like a surging sea tide. In front of Lin Ming, Hong Zong's figure suddenly appeared, and he urged his whole body of magic essence to the extreme, and suppressed it with the heavenly monument. Wrapped in a black light curtain, Hong Zong seemed to have turned into a meteorite, and fell down at that moment. This attack contained a solemn state of earth. With the talent of the trolls, they are not good at understanding the artistic conception. However, in the top level training environment of the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, they can also understand their own artistic conception. In addition to the artistic conception, Hong Zong is more outstanding in his terrifying physical strength and the unparalleled condensed magic essence. The 3 combined into one. Hong Zong used the strongest attack, and the entire ring was covered by black clouds, like the power of Mount Tay. What a strong move. The advantage of the Overlord's spear lies in crushing and momentum, and Hong Zong's move reflects it to the extreme. This Hong Zong really hides his strength. With this move alone, his strength ranking can almost be raised to 30th place. I wonder how Lin Ming can block it? The warriors in the audience are waiting to see. The fight between top masters can often determine the winner in an instant. The previous battle was just a test. At the edge of the ring, Emoga's heart was also lifted. Hong Zhang's moves were really earth-shattering. Can Lin Ming block it? Facing this move that combined the might of heaven and earth, Lin Ming used his whole body's true essence to the utmost. He did not use any of his hidden skills, but only relied on the powerful power amplification brought by the power of the evil god that he had cultivated to the second level. Slaughter. Infusing all his potential and will, the strongest attack that Lin Ming could currently master in the great wilderness halberd art. More than 100 blood-drinking seals were completely integrated into the purple Zuan spear. Lin Ming also wanted to test to what extent the power of the great wilderness halberd art that combined many masters of the Tower of Babel would be amplified. Crack. Hong Zhang's might of mountains and rivers and the rolling magic essence collided with Lin Ming's spear moves, tit for tat, without giving in at all. Hong Zhang never expected that his full strength attack without any reservation was still blocked by the opponent. Break. Hong Zhang roared, his magic power overloaded, trying to defeat Lin Ming's spear in one fell swoop. At this moment, several increasingly red blood drink marks came like a sharp knife, cutting through the magic cloud and piercing Hong Zhang's chest. These blood drink marks were left by Zhu Man and Crossing Shan after their death, and they were extremely sharp. What? Hong Zhang was horrified, and at the critical moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and he overdrew his magic power and forcibly stretched out the Hong Zhang cover. Swish. The blood drink mark pierced the Hong Zhang cover and directly cut it open. After all, Hong Zhang stretched it out hastily, so it was much more fragile. Hong Zhang screamed and flew backwards. 2 1-foot deep scars were cut on his chest, cutting open his lungs, and blood gushed out. The audience was a little stunned when they saw this scene. Lin Ming not only blocked Hong Zhang's moves, but also fought back and injured Hong Zhang. 2 1-foot deep wounds are still bearable for the trolls and do not affect their combat effectiveness. But this time, the lungs were cut open. What about the next time? Will the heart be cut open? Hong Zhang's battle is very suspenseful. Lin Ming put away the power of the evil god and saved his true essence. The flying blood drink seal also merged into Lin Ming's body and disappeared. For Lin Ming, the great wilderness halberd art is not only a killing move, but also a method to improve his cultivation. In the blood killing plane, relying on the great wilderness halberd art to improve his cultivation is naturally much faster than the Suzaku forbidden god record. Hong Zhang got up from the ground, and the curse seal on his face seemed to turn blood red because of his anger. He stared at Lin Ming with burning eyes, like a wounded and mad beast. Okay, you force me to do it. I didn't want to use this move. This time, I will make you die. Oh, didn't you just say that it was the last hidden move? Lin Ming said sarcastically. Just now, when Hong Zhang was forced to reveal his last trump card by Lin Ming, he threatened to kill Lin Ming with one move. Now that he has used up all his moves, Lin Ming is fine, but he himself is seriously injured. Now, he is making another threat, which is really not convincing. It makes people feel that it is a threat with a strong appearance, but a weak heart. I think Hong Zhang has no hope. His momentum is obviously much weaker than before, and his magic energy is also greatly consumed. Besides, it is a bit ridiculous to say that he has some hidden skills. I didn't expect that. If Lin Ming wins this game, his strength will definitely be in the top 30. This newcomer is too scary. The audience below the stage discussed one after another. At this time, no one was optimistic about Hong Zhang. However, after discussing for a few sentences, they all stopped talking. They saw Hong Zhang took out a spirit insect bag from his waist. Spirit insect? When did Hong Zhang raise such a thing? Buzz buzz buzz. When Hong Zhang opened the spirit insect bag, a group of dark golden spirit insects flapped their wings and flew out like a dark golden cloud. Each of the spirit insects was the size of a bean and looked extremely ferocious, which shocked all the warriors around. Magic gold worm. Isn't this the spirit insect owned by Kiang Star, one of the 7 heavenly demon stars? How did it fall into Hong Zhang's hands? The cost of raising this magic gold worm is extremely high. Every time it is used, there will always be some loss. It is normal for more than a dozen deaths and injuries to happen. How can it be borrowed? Moreover, this is the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, where people kill people. whose special moves are not hidden tightly. Lending it to others for a search is a joke. Could it be that Hong Zhang also raises a magic gold worm? A warrior found it hard to believe. The magic gold worm is a strange worm. How can it be raised just by saying so? No. This is Kiang's magic gold worm, I'm sure. Another warrior said. He had seen Kiang fighting with magic gold worms many times before, and he had a deep memory of these magic gold worms. However, no matter which situation it was, there was no doubt that Lin Ming was in danger. It doesn't make sense. How could Kiang's magic gold bug fall into Hong Zhang's hands? Mogu in the audience was also anxious. He glanced at Kiang, who also came to watch the game. Seeing that he was silent and didn't look surprised at all, it seemed that this magic gold bug was lent to Hong Zhang by Kiang. Their friendship is definitely not that deep. Why is it like this? Mogu couldn't understand. At this time, on the martial arts arena, the magic gold bugs had already covered the space of more than 10 feet in front of Lin Ming. The magic gold bugs grew up by eating various rare metals. They can take the essence of metals and integrate them into their own shells. They are full of weapons, especially when there are more of them. A group of magic gold bugs rushed over and killed people. Lin Ming, you go to hell. Hong Zhang laughed loudly, and the magic gold bugs swooped down and blocked all possible evasive space. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and the blood mark spun to kill. The blood drinking seal flew out and formed a vortex of sword array in the air. With a clang of metal clashing, a large number of magic gold bugs were knocked away by the blood drinking seal. However, although they flew dozens of feet away and even shattered the ground they hit, they were not injured at all. After a few breaths, they flapped their wings and flew up again. There were too many flying insects, and the blood drinking seal could not completely disperse them. The dozens of flying insects that were condensed into a ball and pounced on Lin Ming. Spatial artistic conception. Lin Ming stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, and his figure disappeared in an instant. In the almost seamless attack, he broke out of the siege of the magic gold bugs. The group of magic gold bugs hit the metal ground heavily. In a blink of an eye, the metal ground blessed by the formation seemed to be corroded by concentrated acid, and a big hole appeared. If this kind of attack fell on a person, he would definitely be bitten to pieces. So powerful. Lin Ming had to admit that this kind of magic gold bug was invulnerable to swords and guns, and its attack power was so terrifying. It was indeed a thrilling attack method. Hey, let's see how long you can hide. Hong Zhang was a little too proud of himself. Lin Ming looked at Hong Zhang, his eyes as sharp as a sword. What? Want to attack my body? Too naive. Hong Zhang snorted coldly, and a circle of magic gold bugs condensed into a layer of dark golden mist in front of him. If he ordered the magic gold bugs to attack, but the body was attacked and died, it would be too stupid. Defense form. With Hong Zhang's order, the spiritual insects that were stranded in front of Hong Zhang stretched out their shells. The original bean-sized spiritual insects turned into pigeon eggs after the shells stretched out. The insects overlapped and guarded in front of Hong Zhang like a shield. Attack form. Hong Zhang gave another order, and the group of magic gold bugs flying in front of Lin Ming also changed. Their bodies trembled, and a sharp horn drilled out of their heads. Moreover, this horn was still trembling, which was a kind of law power. Vibration law. Lin Ming was not unfamiliar with the power of vibration. His training force was the perfect embodiment of the power of vibration. Absolute defense and absolute attack. This magic gold bug is a spiritual bug that can attack and defend at the same time. The surrounding warriors were secretly shocked. This fighting method has no weaknesses at all. How to break it? The surrounding audiences all widened their eyes, fearing that they would miss a detail. A small spiritual bug actually contains so many mysteries. The sharp horns vibrating at high speeds can easily penetrate the body protection of the warrior. If such a bug drills into the body, the consequences can be imagined. Lin Ming's face darkened slightly. He had his own moves, the blood of the ancient phoenix, the 8 gates of Dungia, and 3 killer moves. The original plan was not to use them if possible. However, now facing Hong Zhang who sacrificed the magic gold bug, Lin Ming could no longer hide. The purple spear in his hand lay horizontally, thunder flashed, and the void seemed to be pierced by lightning. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.